Chapter 567. Above a large lake near the outer gate of Eastern District 210-5380 in the boxcourt world. All of a sudden, 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women, appeared 10,000 meters above the ground. Since they could not let Newton faint from crying in the toilet, the 4 figures were falling vertically due to gravity. Wu Ming opened his eyes, but when he noticed his current state, he did not do anything. Instead, he was thinking deeply about what had happened. On the platform inside the root of origin, Wu Ming opened the letter after creating a spiritual base. Immediately after that, Wu Ming felt that the letter was pulling him as if it was taking him somewhere. But it was clear that the letter had failed. Even if it was a backup body, the body was made from the flesh of the root of origin dragon. How could a mere letter move Wu Ming? Moreover, this was inside the root of origin. The half-invincible Wu Ming could not be pulled away no matter how one thought about it. However, Wu Ming had a hunch. This letter is definitely a signal sent by my real body. With that in mind, Wu Ming decided to take a look at the world that the letter wanted to pull him into. With the automatic management of the root of origin, there was no need to worry about the root of origin being lost. However, it also meant that Wu Ming's backup body could not go. Therefore, Wu Ming emptied his mind and allowed the letter to pull his spirit over. That was right. Wu Ming was now a spiritual body. No, to be precise, Wu Ming was now a spirit. Wu Ming's current state could also be called a heroic spirit. The heroic spirit's clone was called a servant. Wu Ming, on the other hand, had directly materialized his spiritual body. Instead of weakening the clone, he had retained the full strength of his real body. The only difference from his real body was that Wu Ming could not transform into the root of origin dragon's gigantic dragon form. Moreover, everything about Wu Ming was a magical projection without a physical body. Whether it was his tools or relics, they were all illusory. However, those tools and relics could not be used. Therefore, at this moment, Wu Ming's spiritual body could be called a heroic spirit state. Then, Wu Ming's heroic spirit state opened his eyes and appeared 10,000 meters high in the sky of this world. In short, he had arrived in an unknown world. Although Wu Ming had sorted it out in his mind, Wu Ming's doubts grew. It was his doubts about this unknown world, or rather, his desire to explore the unknown world had become more burdensome. After all, Wu Ming was a traveler. After thinking about it for a while, Wu Ming came back to his senses and began to look around. Then, he discovered his current situation. Am I in the sky? Although Wu Ming in the sky, Wu Ming, Wu Ming, Wu Ming, Wu Ming, Wu Ming, Wu Ming, Wu Ming. Then, Wu Ming looked at the remaining man and 2 women who were in free fall like him. The 4 of them were in a state of 4 different forms of free fall. Each of them occupied a corner. First, Wu Ming looked at the person on his left. He had short, light blonde hair and purple eyes. He was wearing a pair of headphones that looked more like headbands than listening to music. He was dressed in a dark blue high school uniform and looked like a delinquent. He had an unruly and surprised smile on his face. Wu Ming understood his smile. It was the excitement and joy of encountering an extraordinary phenomenon after losing all passion for ordinary phenomena. He looks like a problem child, Wu Ming commented in his mind. Then, Wu Ming looked at the person on his right. It was a young lady with the temperament of a rich lady. Her beautiful face was frowning slightly. She had black waist-length hair and flat bangs on her forehead. The ends of her long hair on both sides of her forehead were tied into braids. 2 red bows were tied on both sides of her head. She wore a pure white uniform with a yellow tie and a conservative dark blue traditional dress that reached her calves. This was also a problem child, and it was a problem child in the feudal and conservative style of a rich lady. Wu Ming commented. Finally, Wu Ming looked at the expressionless girl who was holding a cat with 3 different colors of fur. Beautiful short brown hair. She was not beautiful, but she had a delicate face like a doll. There was a silver hairpin on the side of her short hair, which added a bit of cuteness to the girl. He was wearing a white sleeveless top and orange shorts, and a sleeveless white trench coat with blue edges. Around his neck was a carving that looked like a pendant. On his feet, he was wearing knee-high socks and calf-high boots. This unique combination gave people a feeling that they were dazzling, but there must be a demonic sense of evil under that face. Simply put, this was also a problem child. Wu Ming was quite troubled. Thinking about it carefully, although Wu Ming was not interested in causing trouble, Wu Ming himself was also half a problem child. I feel like I'm in trouble, Wu Ming said lightly. Then, to relax, Wu Ming looked at the scenery in the distance. As a ghost that was doing a vertical descent from a height of 10,000 meters, Wu Ming thought that the scenery here was quite good. Just kidding. In the distance, Wu Ming saw areas covered by transparent semicircles. Countless areas that looked like greenhouse bases were closely adjacent to each other, and then extended into the distance that he could not see the end of. Those transparent semicircles that looked like greenhouse sheds were some barriers. This was Wu Ming's judgment. Around the transparent sheds were a lush forest that covered a large area. The area that Wu Ming was in looked like a lush forest. All in all, this was a large area, at least much larger than Earth. However, Wu Ming was quite interested in this vast area that he could not see the end of. Even with Wu Ming's eyesight, he could not see the end, so one could imagine how big this world was. And the vastness of the world meant that there were many unknown pleasures. The reason why Wu Ming was a traveler was because of his desire to explore the unknown. However, this was not without its drawbacks. This meant that it would be very troublesome for Wu Ming to find his main body. However, seeing that he was getting closer to the ground, Wu Ming, who was about to fall, did not think about other things for the time being. Let's land safely first. As he said that, Wu Ming activated his telekinesis. In an instant, including Wu Ming, the 4 people that fell from the sky seemed to be supported by something invisible as they floated steadily to the ground. Yo, little brother, this is your method, right? It's quite interesting, isn't it? Let me thank you first. First, the delinquent young man greeted Wu Ming and thanked him after landing. It's just a small trick using my telekinesis, it's not worth mentioning. Wu Ming shook his head. Then, Wu Ming looked at the giant lake beside him. Moreover, even without me, you would only fall into this lake, at least your lives would not be in danger. But in the end, you still helped us, didn't you? The blonde young man smiled and waved his hand indifferently. I agree with this delinquent young man, even if the original result was good, but I, Juju Fei Neo, was saved by you, the necessary gratitude is necessary. The lady named Juju Fei Neo also thanked Wu Ming. Thank you. On the other hand, the girl who was hugging the cat was quite nimble. She didn't say anything and directly thanked Wu Ming. The 3 of them were people with strong personalities, so Wu Ming had no choice but to accept their gratitude. Then, the 4 of them exchanged names. By the way, could it be that you guys also received that strange letter? The young man named 16 Knights asked the others with a smile. Ah, so 16th Eventide has also received that letter? Miss Jiao Fei Neo replied with her arms crossed. Same. The delicate girl named Haruhi Byayoshi nodded. Me too. Wu Ming was the same. However, Wu Ming did not feel that the letter he received was the same as the 3 problem children. He wanted to ask why. One word, intuition, turned A**. However, Wu Ming did not want to be an anomaly, he wanted to be like the 3 of them. Let's not talk about the letter for now. Little brother, you're not human, right? Suddenly, 16 Knights looked at Wu Ming with an arrogant smile. Chapter 568. This made Wu Ming frown. Could it be that this seemingly delinquent boy was actually hostile towards non-humans? Don't worry, it's just that your powerful aura is making my blood boil. Normal humans can't possibly make me think this way. Wu Ming then realized that 16 Knights, Ju Yuki, and Haruhibu Yarrow were standing a little far away from him. Sorry, I feel a little uncomfortable being close to you. This was what Ju Yuki said. I'm fine, it's just that Sanmaro cat feels uncomfortable. This was what Haruhibu Yarrow said. Including 16 Knights, the 3 of them were slightly further away from Wu Ming because of the pressure from Wu Ming's powerful aura. Wu Ming had used his spiritual form twice. The first time was when he was pulled over by Wu Ming's semi-fixed barrier, and the second time was when Wu Ming took the initiative to use it. Although the physical body was different, Wu Ming's spiritual form was the same. Because Attila was the giant god, and because Wu Ming was unfamiliar with spiritual power and had never fought with Jisha before, Wu Ming didn't put too much pressure on Attila. This time, Wu Ming's current state could be said to be the first time Wu Ming used his spiritual form on his own. In addition, he had just fought with Jisha, so the pressure didn't lose its effect because Wu Ming was a spiritual form. I'm sorry. Wu Ming smiled bitterly and retracted his pressure. I just fought with a powerful enemy, so I didn't adjust. I'm really sorry. Facing Wu Ming's apology, the two problem children accepted it as a matter of course. I, Ju Yuki, forgive you. This time, we're even. Ju Yuki waved her hand. Ditto. Haruhibu Yarrow was still hugging the cat with a look of indifference. Only 16 Knights didn't care about Wu Ming's apology for unintentionally releasing his pressure. Instead, he was very interested in Wu Ming's pressure and the enemy that Wu Ming thought was powerful. Why, are you interested? Wu Ming looked at 16 Knights with interest. Of course, little brother. Do you want to spar with me? Wu Ming was silent. It wasn't because someone he just met wanted to spar with him, although it was more or less. Wu Ming was slightly surprised. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters, he didn't seem to be frightened at all. He wasn't interested in Wu Ming's telekinesis either. He didn't panic even after coming to an unknown world. More importantly, these three boys and girls, they weren't affected by Wu Ming's. That was comparable to the world, or even a higher level of pressure. Wu Ming looked like an ordinary human, but the three boys and girls only subconsciously distanced themselves from Wu Ming. They didn't react to Wu Ming's pressure. Only distanced themselves from Wu Ming by a little. Only. It was obvious that these three seemingly ordinary humans were not ordinary at all and were not simple at all. Now, if someone suddenly told Wu Ming that they were the chosen ones, which was quite ridiculous, Wu Ming would believe it. Then, Wu Ming did something that would be considered a bully in the eyes of those who knew Wu Ming's abilities. All right, let's spar. Let me see what's so special about you guys. Wu Ming thought. After hearing Wu Ming's words, 16 Knights smiled, and it was the purest kind of smile. Seeing this smile, Wu Ming was sure that this seemingly ordinary human Wu Ming wasn't as ordinary as he looked on the surface. Then, just as 16 Knights was about to tell Wu Ming what was a normal brawl exclusive to male high school students, a rabbit suddenly jumped out. Stop. Stop. Please don't fight. Black Rabbit will be very distressed. A blue-haired girl wearing a rabbit costume as a bunny girl suddenly jumped out from the bushes. She looked at Silent and 16 Knights who were about to start fighting with each other with a troubled expression. Cosplay. It's cosplay, right? Oh, this is really pleasing to the eye. The three problem children each expressed their opinions. However, Wu Ming didn't think that this girl who seemed to be cosplaying was cosplaying because he felt the power of God from this rabbit girl. After all, Wu Ming was half a god slayer. Although he didn't bring the body of a god slayer with him, thanks to his time as a half god slayer, Wu Ming's understanding of gods and things related to gods was still quite sensitive. Black Rabbit is not a cosplay. Black Rabbit is the noble Moon Rabbit, a nobleman. The girl named Black Rabbit shouted in exasperation, trying to prove her innocence. Moon Rabbit. Wu Ming thought thoughtfully. Wu Ming knew this word. Back in the world of the God Slayers, Wu Ming read a lot of books about mythology to deal with the various gods, although Wu Ming later found it troublesome and asked Collis to save it in the database. But Wu Ming still knew a lot of myths and legends, and the story of Moon Rabbit happened to be a myth that Wu Ming knew. According to legend, Moon Rabbit jumped into the fire and sacrificed herself in order to save an old man. Then, this action moved Sakura, and she was taken in by Sakura. In short, Moon Rabbit was a rabbit that lived by the principle of sacrifice and dedication. Black Rabbit should be the descendant of Moon Rabbit or something like that. But what was a nobleman? Wu Ming really didn't know about this. At this time, Haru Hibaku appeared behind Black Rabbit without anyone noticing. I'll catch it. Then, Haru Hibaku grabbed one of Black Rabbit's rabbit ears, and at the same time, he also added a voice for himself. Wah! You! What are you doing? Why are you grabbing Black Rabbit's rabbit ears? Black Rabbit looked as if her lifeline was grabbed. She nervously grabbed Haru Hibaku's hand that was grabbing Black Rabbit's rabbit ears with tears in her eyes. "Because I want to know if you're cosplaying or not." Haru Hibaku showed a smug expression, and then the hand that was grabbing Black Rabbit's ear pulled up slightly. "Wah, please stop." Black Rabbit was about to, no, it was already about to cry. "Oh, could it be that it's a real rabbit ear? Let me try too." As she said that, Milady grabbed Black Rabbit's other rabbit ear. Wah! Black Rabbit let out a mournful cry that resounded through the sky, and a group of birds flew out of the forest in fright. "Don't tell me you want to pull that moon rabbit's ear too." Wu Ming looked at Reverse 16 Knights, who was eager to try. Reverse 16 Knights smiled. "I want to, but that rabbit's ear is occupied by Haru Hibaku and Milady." Moreover, Reverse 16 Knights looked at Wu Ming with a fighting spirit. "I'm more interested in fighting with you." "Stop. Fighting is prohibited." Black Rabbit, who had finally broken free from Haru Hibaku's and Ju Yuasuke's torment, suddenly came in front of Wu Ming and Reverse 16 Knights. Then, Black Rabbit took out a folding fan from nowhere, and hit Reverse 16 Knights and Wu Ming on the head. "You bunch of problematic adults." Neither Reverse 16 Knights nor Wu Ming dodged, and both of them were hit by Black Rabbit's folding fan. "Thank you for the compliment." Reverse 16 Knights smiled at Black Rabbit. "I'm not complimenting you." Reverse 16 Knights, who treated problematic child as a compliment, made Black Rabbit feel helpless. However, Wu Ming felt that Reverse 16 Knights was deliberately teasing Black Rabbit. "Speaking of which, I didn't do anything, so why did you hit me?" Wu Ming subconsciously rubbed the spot on his head that Black Rabbit hit. Black Rabbit did not use any force, but Wu Ming was slightly unhappy that he was dragged into this. "I just agreed to Reverse 16 Knights' request. That's all." Wu Ming looked at Black Rabbit with a smile. Wu Ming would never admit that his smile at this moment was extremely mischievous. Wu Ming's words of "that's all" made Black Rabbit feel quite helpless. "Do you want to fight until there are casualties before you're happy?" However, Reverse 16 Knights laughed. "What are you talking about, little brother? I'm the one who picked a fight, and you're the one who fought back." Wu Ming, on the other hand, smiled with interest. "In other words, this fight must be fought, and it must be fought at this moment." "Stop." Mr. Villo only agreed, "I haven't made a move yet." Black Rabbit protested. However, to Reverse 16 Knights, Wu Ming's answer was the beginning of the fight. In other words, it was the so-called fight back. Looking at Reverse 16 Knights who did not listen at all, Black Rabbit's shoulders drooped. "Then, let's postpone this fight. Can we listen to Black Rabbit explain the box court world to everyone?" This sentence made Ju Yuasuke and Haruhito Yaoi, who were ready to ambush Black Rabbit, Reverse 16 Knights whose eyes were already burning with desire, and Wu Ming who was paying attention to Black Rabbit all look at Black Rabbit. Seeing that the problematic child was so obedient, Black Rabbit smiled. "Then, let's listen to Black Rabbit's explanation." Chapter 569. Then, after the Black Rabbit walked around in circles, it began to explain this world called Box Court World. "First of all, welcome to the box world." Black Rabbit opened her hands and closed one of her eyes playfully. With a smile on her face, she spoke a very enthusiastic opening line to Wu Ming and the other three. "It feels so perfunctory." Haruhito Hikari whispered to Ju Yuasuke. "Indeed." Ju Yuasuke nodded respectfully. "Hey." Black Rabbit instantly collapsed again. "Just kidding." 2. Because Black Rabbit was teased, its ears drooped, and it looked like it couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that it was about time, 16 Knights waved his hand. "Let's cut to the chase. What exactly is this box court world?" 16 Knights asked rudely. "Really, Mr. 16 Knights is so rude." Black Rabbit complained. However, Wu Ming's next words made Black Rabbit's tail tighten. "Let's not talk about whether it's rude or not. The person who was eavesdropping over there was you." As he said that, Wu Ming pointed to a bush. "You? What are you talking about, Mr. Villo? Black Rabbit was just passing by for some reason." Ahahaha. Wu Ming's unwavering gaze caused Black Rabbit to stop its awkward performance. "Yes, I'm sorry, Black Rabbit shouldn't hide and eavesdrop, but that's all reasonable." However, Wu Ming directly interrupted Black Rabbit's words. Okay, I didn't want to blame you. If I guessed correctly, you should have a lot to do with us coming to this world. Wu Ming's words made Black Rabbit's body tremble, and its ears drooped again. Oh, little brother, you're starting to suspect this rabbit too? 16 Knights looked at Wu Ming with a typical delinquent smile on his face. There's no other way. Wu Ming spread his hands. When we were still some distance away from the ground, I released my mental power to explore the surroundings. Not to mention the area blocked by the barrier, within the area of thousands of square meters, there are no other humanoid creatures other than the four of us and the Black Rabbit. Over 1,000 square meters? Zhu Yuan Flying Bird was shocked by Wu Ming's spiritual perception. Not only Kyugu Asuka, but Black Rabbit and Haru Biao were also shocked. Even Reverse 16 Knights, who had always been calm in the face of such a situation, was shaken. It could be seen from his increasingly excited face. I have a question. Can a Villow's psychic power spread that far? Haru Abe held the cat in one hand and raised his other hand. He looked quite cute. If I spread out in all directions with me as the center, the range can be much larger. If I only explore in one direction, Wu Ming closed his eyes and opened them a few seconds later to look at the local Black Rabbit. There's a spectacular waterfall in the easternmost area. There's also a snake there. If there's a chance, let's go check it out together. Could that be the world's end? Black Rabbit looked at Wu Ming in shock. The world's end? 3 good heavens. This made the 3 problem children excited. Although this is the closest place to the world's end, it's still tens of thousands of meters away. It seems that Mr. Villow has an extremely powerful gift. Then, Black Rabbit looked at Reverse 16 Knights and the other 2 problem children who were eager to go and quickly waved his hand. You must not go there. The Water God is there. The snake that Mr. Villow saw is Lord Water God. Now that you mention it, I want to go even more. Reverse 16 Knights' words almost made Black Rabbit cry again. Water God. Sounds like a god. If there's a chance, let's go check it out. Zhu Yuan Flying Bird did not want to go immediately. However, in Black Rabbit's opinion, it was dangerous for problem children to have such thoughts. Snake. I don't hate snakes. If possible, I would like to become friends with Lord Snake, Haru Toshi said to the cat in his arms. However, this sentence sounded gentle, but in Black Rabbit's opinion, it was also quite dangerous. Problem children were all troublemakers. Speaking of which, that snake stared at me just now. Looks like I'll have to teach it a lesson. Wu Ming was purely having fun. Please take back your troublemaking thoughts. Black Rabbit felt that she could not do it anymore. Speaking of which, are you actually a wizard? Reverse 16 Knights looked at Wu Ming. Not really. Compared to a wizard, I prefer a warrior who uses his fists to his flesh, Wu Ming joked. Then, is the telekinesis from before also a type of spirit power? Zhu Yuan Flying Bird asked. That's right. As long as the spirit power is strong enough, it is not a problem to affect the real world. Wu Ming nodded. Then, Villow, can you use your telekinesis to make Black Rabbit stand upside down? Finally, Haru Toshi asked the most dangerous question for Black Rabbit. Hey! Black Rabbit was stunned. Of course. As soon as Wu Ming finished speaking, Black Rabbit felt her body floating. No, she really floated. Then, Black Rabbit, who was 1 meter above the ground, was suddenly flipped over. Black Rabbit let out a sound that a girl should have, and tightly held onto her miniskirt. I'll grab it. Haru Toshi and Zhu Yuan Flying Bird took the opportunity to grab the rabbit's naturally drooping ears. Arth, please. Please stop, what's with this miniskirt? Does it defy gravity? Reverse 16 Knights looked at the miniskirt in confusion. Even though she was flipped upside down, she still did not fall due to gravity. I'm afraid it's a special piece of clothing, Wu Ming said to Reverse 16 Knights. So that's how it is. This box is really amazing. 16 Knights clenched her fist and punched her other hand. Looking at Wu Ming and 16th Knights who seemed to be studying something important, Black Rabbit was completely enraged. You bunch of problematic children. A minute later, the 4 people, including Wu Ming, sat on a white cloth that Black Rabbit took out from a card. Black Rabbit, whose hair suddenly turned pink, knelt elegantly in front of the 4 people. According to Black Rabbit, her hair would only change color when her emotions changed drastically or when she was ready for battle. Needless to say, the reason why her hair changed color this time was because of Wu Ming and the others. Then, Black Rabbit, who gradually calmed down, regained her blue hair and sighed helplessly. Really, how did Black Rabbit meet such a group of problematic adults? It must be said that Black Rabbit was indeed a descendant of the Moon Rabbit clan. But in terms of dedication and sacrifice, Wu Ming felt that she was already qualified. Being teased by the people she just met, constantly grabbing her rabbit ears, and being turned upside down. It could be said that she almost lost her virginity. Anyone would be furious. Although Black Rabbit was also angry, she only pretended to be angry and then lectured Wu Ming and the others. Wu Ming simply knew that he could not make too much of a fuss, so he went along with Black Rabbit's idea. But as for the remaining 3 problematic children, Black Rabbit's hair can change color. Sigh, how interesting. Ju Yuan Fei looked at Black Rabbit's hair covetously. It is indeed interesting. Haru Hiroyuki nodded and stroked his cat, as if he was considering whether his cat could change color. However, the cat did not give him face and shook its cat head in a very human-like manner. Stop, Black Rabbit. Don't play with Black Rabbit's hair anymore. Black Rabbit said helplessly. Black Rabbit's ears too. Seeing that the 2 wanted to say something, Black Rabbit quickly added. TSK_X2 stop it, Black Rabbit, I heard you. Then, Black Rabbit's expression became teary again. Really, a group of problematic children. Okay, it's about time to get to the main topic. Wu Ming interrupted the farce. At this time, Black Rabbit realized that she was going to explain the matter of her Carter to the 4 people, but she was interrupted by Wu Ming. In the end, it led to this series of events. In the end, if you think about it carefully, it's all the little brother's fault. 16 Knights looked at Wu Ming, who did not mind the trouble, and looked at Wu Ming with a mischievous smile. A lady will not cover for a criminal. Ju Fei Neo flipped her hair and said calmly. However, her curved lips betrayed her. Yeah. Haru Hiroyuki nodded fatally. Then, Black Rabbit looked like she was about to cry again. It's all Mr. Villow's fault. Chapter 570. Wu Ming's apology calmed Black Rabbit down a little, although 16 Knights, Ju Yuki, and Haru Hikari were still unhappy. Then, let's not talk about our problem for now. Please explain this world first. Then, according to Wu Ming's request, Black Rabbit began its original purpose, which was to explain the Suita world to the 3. Actually, you've all discovered that you have magical abilities that are different from ordinary people. It's because of this ability that you've been invited to this courtyard world to participate in the gift game. After Black Rabbit finished speaking, Wu Ming vaguely observed 16 Knights and the other 2. 16 Knights still looked like a bad boy without any change, but Ju Yuki and Haru Hikari's expressions changed slightly. This meant that these 2 girls did indeed have abilities that were different from ordinary people. Actually, thinking about it, Wu Ming excluded himself for now. Thinking about it carefully, whether it was 16 Knights who wanted to have a fight with Wu Ming, or Ju Yuki and Haru Hikari who looked weak but were actually not that simple, the 3 of them were not as simple as they looked. Just from the fact that they did not panic in an unfamiliar environment, or even in a foreign world, one could see that the 3 of them were not ordinary people. It was because they were not ordinary people that 16 Knights and the others could come to this world, or rather, they had the qualifications to be invited to this world. I'm afraid the so-called invitation is that letter. Wu Ming pondered. Those abilities are basically abilities bestowed by the Asura gods, Buddhas, fairies, demons, and stars. We call these abilities gifts, Black Rabbit continued. Wu Ming thought about this sentence for a while. Wu Ming was not from this world, but according to this statement, most of Wu Ming's abilities were indeed given by Asura gods, demons, fairies, stars, and other existences. And the gift game is a competition that uses gifts as a wager to compete. This world is a stage prepared for this. Black Rabbit said with a serious smile. Looks like she is very good at giving speeches. She has been a host many times. Wu Ming guessed. Since it's a competition, Then anything can be gambled, right? Wu Ming interrupted Black Rabbit. Good question. Black Rabbit smiled. There are many types of bets. Not only can you bet on gifts, but you can also bet on gold coins, land, reputation, rights, and even the person itself. The more bets you put in, the more you will get. Isn't this a casino? Wu Ming complained in his heart. But I don't think it's as simple as you said, Black Rabbit. After all, this was the survival principle of a world. How could it be as simple as a casino? Wouldn't that be a mess? Yes, if you want to participate in the competition, you have to get permission from the organizer, hoster, or reach the standards set by the organizer, hoster, before you can participate. Then, the Black Rabbit closed one eye, tilted its head, and extended a finger, looking playfully at Wu Ming and the other three. As for the rewards, you have to fulfill the conditions set by the organizer, hoster, before you can get them. Then, the organizer, hoster, should be in existence that anyone can be as long as they can prepare the rewards. Wu Ming said. Yes, Mr. Villo is right. It seems that Mr. Villo has a very thorough understanding of box court. Black Rabbit smiled at Wu Ming. So that's how it is. To put it simply, this world is decided by the game, right? Wu Ming suddenly asked. According to Black Rabbit's explanation and Wu Ming's conclusion, it reminded Wu Ming of the other world where he gave the throne of the only god to the weakest god. The god of games, Tetu. Wu Ming guessed that 1,000 years later in that world, it would be similar to box court now. After all, it was the god of games. Wu Ming didn't even need to think to know what Tetu would do to that world. Well, in short, there won't be any war. It couldn't be said that Wu Ming understood Tetu. As a god born from Rick's wish, it was destined that he wouldn't be as violent as the other gods. Moreover, Rick's wish was to stop the war. Wu Ming believed that Tetu, born from Rick's faith, would definitely abide by this wish. Or rather, he would subconsciously abide by it. If that's the case, the bestowal tournament can also be considered a game. The lowest difficulty of the bestowal tournament is the simplest form of lottery. Then, Black Rabbit's face instantly darkened. Like a demon, he looked at Wu Ming and the other three sneakily. As for the highest difficulty, you'll have to face the Azura gods and Buddhas in a battle of life and death. Really? 16 knights suddenly jumped up. Yes, of course it's true, Black Rabbit said proudly. Black Rabbit didn't notice 16 knights' expression, and thought that he was frightened. Ha ha ha. That's great. The box court world is truly a beautiful place. 16 knights bumped his fists together with a look of extreme excitement. Black Rabbit was shocked. This situation doesn't seem right. Shouldn't it be because it's too dangerous? Black Rabbit is asking for a safe and effective way to participate in the bestowal tournament while still being able to survive. Sounds like a good idea. You can only enjoy fun when there's danger. I gave up my wealth to come here. Wouldn't it be too boring if I stayed here peacefully? Juyuan Flying Bird also had a not bad expression on his face. Even Miss Fei Neo was like this. Black Rabbit was close to being stunned. I just want to make friends. Haruhibe Mosoroki's words gave Black Rabbit a glimmer of hope. But since the two of them are excited, then I'll be the same. All right, the Black Rabbit was completely dumbfounded. What kind of logic was this? But fortunately, Wu Ming didn't give Black Rabbit a fatal blow. I don't mind. Although I was invited, I'm only here to look for something. Wu Ming's words made Black Rabbit react. Speaking of which, Black Rabbit only sent out 3 letters. Why were 4 people summoned? 16 knights and the others didn't know this question. Only Wu Ming knew about it. I think your 3 letters should be inviting the 3 of them. As for my letter, it's not that simple. But this gave Black Rabbit a fright. Could it be that there's a community that invited Mr. Villo? But that shouldn't be. No, if that's really the case, then it's terrible. Could it be that Black Rabbit inadvertently stole people from other communities? Community. This gave Wu Ming a good piece of information. Wu Ming guessed that it might be the name of an organization in this world, just like the Magic Association in the Godslayer world. But thanks to this information, Wu Ming could more or less guess the reason why Black Rabbit summoned 16 knights and the others back and treated Wu Ming and the others so kindly. Looking at Black Rabbit's worried look, it was obvious that Black Rabbit's community wasn't strong, or rather, super weak, so it was afraid of disputes with other communities. And Black Rabbit summoned talents from another world to supplement the community's strength. From Black Rabbit's hesitation after guessing that it was Wu Ming who was summoned by other communities, it could be seen that this kind of thing wasn't common. It could be guessed that there shouldn't be any other communities that needed to invite people from another world to supplement their strength. In addition, Wu Ming said that the invitation of 16 knights and the others was related to Black Rabbit, and Black Rabbit's mood was slightly low. It could be said that Wu Ming's guess was very close. Combining all the guesses, it was that Black Rabbit's community might be very weak, or it might be the weakest, so it urgently needed to supplement its strength, which was why it used such an extreme method. After all, if the invited people didn't want to join Black Rabbit's community, then Black Rabbit's invitation would be wasted. Wu Ming didn't think it was easy to invite people from another world. Perhaps it was easy for those powerful communities, but Wu Ming felt that it might be extremely difficult for Black Rabbit's community. Don't worry, I wasn't invited by other communities. I came for other reasons. Wu Ming's words calmed Black Rabbit, whose hair had changed color due to fear and worry. Chapter 571. Really? Black Rabbit breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Fortunately, Wu Ming was not invited by other communities, and Black Rabbit's worries were not unreasonable. After all, no matter where it was, as long as it was related to benefits, it would easily lead to disputes, battles, and even deaths. And with the level of mental power Wu Ming displayed before, even in this world, he was a talent that was highly sought after. Wu Ming could imagine that if Wu Ming was really summoned by other communities, then after that community knew that Black Rabbit did something similar to poaching, they would definitely go against Black Rabbit's community. After all, when coming to an unfamiliar place, people often tended to be close to the first friendly force they met. If Wu Ming joined Black Rabbit's community because of this, then the community that invited Wu Ming to this world would definitely not give up. And because Black Rabbit's community was in the wrong, coupled with the fact that they were weak, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. But all of this was based on the fact that Wu Ming was invited by other communities. Then, Wu Ming looked at Black Rabbit, who was patting her full chest with a relaxed expression. Then, combined with the community you mentioned, it's almost time to start talking about the problem of your community, Black Rabbit. Wu Ming's words made Black Rabbit, who had just relaxed her delicate body, tremble, and she was stunned on the spot. Black Rabbit knows. Black Rabbit said with a gloomy expression. If you want to participate in the gift competition in this world, you must join a force called the community. Could it be a force like the mafia? This sentence was inexplicably appropriate when it came from the seemingly delinquent 16 knights. No. It's not that kind of evil organization. Just like Black Rabbit's community, it's like a home. Black Rabbit looked at 16 knights angrily. I'm just kidding. 16 knights responded with a smile, but there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. At this moment, Black Rabbit, who was running around for home, no longer had the right to be teased. I think everyone here should roughly understand. Please continue, Black Rabbit. Ju Asuka looked at Wu Ming, 16 Knights Reverse, and Haru Hiroyuki. Seeing that no one had any objections, he signaled Black Rabbit to continue. After all, what he was going to talk about next was probably the community of Black Rabbits. Introducing his own home was a very important thing. Then, the Black Rabbit lowered its head slightly, as if it was thinking about its language. Wu Ming guessed that Black Rabbit was considering how to convince them to join the Black Rabbit community. Then, Wu Ming spoke. Please raise your head, Black Rabbit. Wu Ming not only made the Black Rabbit raise its head, but it also attracted the attention of the 3 problem children. Let me say this first. I won't refuse to join someone just because their community is weak. Wu Ming's words stunned Black Rabbit. By the way, I'm the same. 16 Knights responded to Wu Ming's words with a wicked smile. Mr. 16 Knights. Black Rabbit looked at 16 Knights Reverse emotionally. I gave up a lot of money to come here. If the community I'm going to join is too good, I won't want to join. Ju Asuka flicked her hair and said elegantly, Miss Asuka. Black Rabbit looked at Ju Asuka even more emotionally. I just want to make friends. Then, Haru Hiroyuki looked at Wu Ming, 16 Nights Reverse, and Ju Asuka. But since they all said so, then I'll join them. Miss Asuka. Although this reason made people feel helpless, Black Rabbit was still very grateful. Wu Ming looked at the 3 problem children in surprise. Through these words, Wu Ming could see that the 3 problem children had also guessed the purpose of Black Rabbit inviting people from another world. But Wu Ming was not surprised. Anyone who was slightly smarter, after seeing Wu Ming beat around the bush and Black Rabbit's various actions, could more or less guess Black Rabbit's purpose. Therefore, Wu Ming was not surprised that the 3 of them guessed Black Rabbit's purpose. But Wu Ming was quite concerned about what they said. But thinking about it carefully, it was not strange for problem children to say such things. Everyone. Thank you so much. Black Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as he bowed 90 degrees to Wu Ming and the other 3. Then, the 3 problem children did not let down their title of problem children. Wu Ming even suspected that this was the 3 problem children's tactic of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. It's too early to thank me. I just won't directly refuse to join. I didn't say that I would join. Hey! Black Rabbit looked at 16 Nights Reverse blankly. I just don't want to join a community that's too good. If it's a community that's slightly worse, maybe I'll join. Black Rabbit turned his head mechanically and looked at Ju Asuka. Even Miss Asuka, since the 2 of them are like this, then I'll be like them and tease Black Rabbit. Haru Hiroyuki said the cruelest words without any expression. So, everyone is teasing Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit lowered his head. So it's like this. Wu Ming said lightly and shook his head helplessly. His conjecture was actually correct. Then, Black Rabbit took out a paper fan from nowhere and hit the problem children's heads hard. You adult problem children are. That's why, girl, you're still too young. How can you believe the words of problem children? Wu Ming smiled helplessly. Then, I say, I'm not teasing you. Black Rabbit, why did you hit my head? Wu Ming helplessly rubbed his head where Black Rabbit hit him. Because this topic was brought up by Mr. Villo. Black Rabbit can see that Mr. Villo is also an adult problem child. Black Rabbit puffed up his cheeks and said angrily, Good job. ×2 Ju Asuka and Haru Hiroyuki gave Wu Ming a good job gesture. This made Wu Ming feel his head hurt, although it didn't hurt. When Wu Ming thought about how he was classified as a problem child by Black Rabbit, he inexplicably felt a trace of sadness. Alright, little brother, you should know that we're in this together. 16 Nights put his arm around Wu Ming's shoulder and said generously, Should I have left immediately after coming to this world? These 3 guys won't die from the fall anyway. Wu Ming was speechless. Wu Ming even started to suspect that these 3 guys didn't guess the situation of Black Rabbit's community through Wu Ming's beating around the bush and Black Rabbit's behavior, but purely to tease Black Rabbit. But of course, that was a joke. Then, Black Rabbit, can you tell us why you invited us? Ju Asuka finished speaking and straightened his body, looking quite serious. Not only Ju Asuka, but Haru Hiroyuki and 16 Nights also became serious. So you guessed it already. Wu Ming chuckled lightly and also began to get serious. Speaking of which, Wu Ming felt that he had been very serious all along. You don't have to hide it, Black Rabbit. Compared to being tricked into a weak community, I think they're more willing to take the initiative to join a weak community. The 3 problem children nodded along with Wu Ming's words. Wu Ming's words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Black Rabbit began to talk. Actually, Black Rabbit's community is now a community that doesn't even have a name or a flag, which is the so-called no name. Chapter 572. Black Rabbit told everyone about her community's situation in one breath. Originally, a few years ago, Black Rabbit's community's flag flew all over the East District, but because the existence of the Demon King forced them to participate in the gift competition, they lost their companions, name, and flag. Only Black Rabbit and Ren Russell were left to participate in the gift competition. The remaining 120 members were all children under the age of 10 who couldn't participate in the gift competition. And in this box court world where participating in the gift competition was the standard of survival, the current state of No Name could be said to be facing a life and death crisis. No Name, who was at the bottom, was in urgent need of new companions to save them, so Black Rabbit used the items that she had painstakingly obtained to summon people from the other world. They were 16 Knights Reversal, Ju Yuao, and Haru Hikari. Although there was one more now, but because Wu-Ming didn't belong to anyone, this was a good thing for No Name's current state. While she was at it, Black Rabbit also explained to Wu-Ming and the others about the division of different districts and classes. The box court world was divided into 4 districts: East, South, West, and North. There were 2 super huge barriers called the boundary walls that separated them. And the mountain that Wu-Ming saw in the sky before was the intersection of the 2 boundary walls. And at this moment, Wu-Ming and the others and No Name were at the outermost position of the East district of this world. And there was also a saying about the outer gate. In this world, other than the 4 districts of East, South, West, and North, there were also 7 classes. Each class was represented by a corresponding number. The smaller the number, the stronger the strength. And these 7 classes were also divided. 1, 2, 3, and 4 digits were the upper class, 5 digits were the middle class, and 6 and 7 digits were the lower class. Just like where No Name was currently at, it was 210, 5380 outer gate, the lower class of 7 digits. And according to Black Rabbit, her community No Name was undoubtedly the weakest existence in this 7-digit outer gate. Question: are names and flags important? Ju Yuao raised her hand and asked. After all, in the eyes of normal people, losing a companion was a serious matter, but weren't names and flags randomly made up? Very important. It's quite important, Black Rabbit said excitedly. In this world, the importance of the community's name and flag is probably equivalent to the importance of a country's name and flag in other worlds, Wu-Ming analyzed. Mr. Villo is right. That is a very important existence. Black Rabbit's expression sank again. Question: what is a demon king? Haruhi Yaoi raised his small hand. Reverse 16 Knights was also quite interested in this term. It sounded like the existence of a big boss. That's an existence that uses the natural disasters of the box court world. No one wants to encounter it. Then, Black Rabbit explained the existence of the Demon King to everyone in detail. There was a special authority in the box court world called the Organizer Authority. The person who had the Organizer Authority could forcefully hold the game of bestowment. The participants could not choose whether they wanted to participate or not. They could directly ignore their wishes and force them to participate. And the existence that had the Organizer Authority was known as the Demon King. In the game of bestowment organized by the organizer, people could choose to participate in the game of bestowment or not. The Demon King, no matter what you choose, forced you to participate in the game of bestowment organized by the Demon King. Once the Demon King initiated the game of bestowment, no one could refuse. They had to participate. If they won, everyone would be happy. Moreover, they could choose to let the defeated Demon King join their community to strengthen their strength. But often, the truth was not that simple. Demon Kings were basically powerful existences. The top target of the Demon Kings was also a community that the Demon King judged could not defeat in the gift competition. After all, the Demon Kings could not challenge a community that was much stronger than them. That would be no different from sending themselves to their deaths. But this also meant that if a community was targeted by the Demon King, there was basically no chance of survival. That was how Black Rabbit's community No Name was dragged into the game of bestowment by the Demon King. Then, it was defeated overnight and its companion, name, and flag were taken away. Then, why not disband the current community and form a new one with a name and flag? Reverse 16 Knights asked. After all, according to Black Rabbit's introduction, the game of bestowment did not say that this could not be done. 16 Knights' meaning was very simple. Only by forming a new community with a name and flag could Black Rabbit's No Name survive. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Wu-Ming retorted. Establishing a new community, other than having a name and flag, was exactly the same as No Name in other aspects. No companions, no talents, and the people in this area knew that this new community was the former No Name. Therefore, it was basically impossible for them to join this new community formed after No Name was disbanded. And according to Wu Ming's guess, the tool to summon people from another world was not something that could be seen casually. Otherwise, Black Rabbit would not have only used it now. Instead, it used it after No Name was invaded by the Demon King. All in all, even if a new community is established, No Name is still No Name. It's just a No Name with a layer of skin over it. Its essence will not change. Mr. Villo is right. However, even without those factors, Black Rabbit would not do that. Black Rabbit raised its head and looked at Wu Ming and the others with a firm gaze. Black Rabbit wants to protect everyone's community. Protect this home that will still exist even if it is invaded by the Demon King and abandoned. Protect this home that everyone can see when they return, Black Rabbit said emotionally. Unknowingly, tears once again hung from the corners of its eyes. Black Rabbit does indeed want Mr. Villo, Mr. 16 Knights, Miss Flying Bird, and Miss Yarrow to join my community. However, because Black Rabbit knows that its community is a weak one, it was actually prepared to hide it from you at the beginning and wait until you join Black Rabbit's community. Black Rabbit said in a low voice. However, I didn't expect Mr. Villo's intelligence to be so high. You actually guessed the information of Black Rabbit's community through indirect reasoning. Mr. 16 Knights, Miss Flying Bird, and Miss Yarrow also saw some clues through Mr. Villo's method. The four of you are quite outstanding talents. Black Rabbit smiled at the four of them. Even if everyone does not choose to join Black Rabbit's community, Black Rabbit will not be angry and will not have any complaints. After all, Black Rabbit's community is the weakest existence among the 7 digits. Moreover, the invitation letter only brought people from another world. It does not have the ability to force them to join the community. Then, Black Rabbit lowered its head and did not speak again. At the same time, Wu Ming and the others did not make a sound. Just like that, the 5 of them fell into silence. Then, Black Rabbit will leave first. Black Rabbit, who lowered its head, stood up without lifting its head, turned around, and walked away. Thinking about it, after knowing that the community that was about to join was the weakest No Name that did not even have a name and flag, who would want to join? Probably no normal person would choose to join such a community. A few teardrops fell from Black Rabbit's cheeks. As Black Rabbit walked, the teardrops fell to the ground. However, Wu Ming and the others who saw this scene smiled helplessly. The 4 of them looked at each other. Ju Yufei and Haru Hiroyuki chose to give the right to speak to Wu Ming and 16 Knights, who were the boys with the loudest voices. Then, 16 Knights gave Wu Ming a look that said, "You were the first to discover Black Rabbit's purpose," and signaled to give the right to speak. Wu Ming smiled helplessly, then responded to 16 Knights and the others with a look that said, "Leave it to me." Then, Wu Ming spoke to the Black Rabbit who was walking away. "Please wait a moment, Black Rabbit, there is something I need to explain." After hearing Wu Ming's voice, Black Rabbit was stunned at first, then raised its hand to wipe its tears and turned around. "Excuse me, Villo-san, is there anything else you want to say?" Black Rabbit smiled happily at Wu Ming and the others. Although Wu Ming guessed that Black Rabbit might have experience as a host, Wu Ming had to admit that the smile at this moment was really ugly. People who showed this fake and forced smile to make themselves happy were not happy at all. "First, stop this smile, Black Rabbit," Wu Ming said bluntly or mercilessly to Black Rabbit. This made Black Rabbit's body tremble, and its smile also froze. "Listen carefully, Black Rabbit. Generally speaking, normal people can't join your community," Wu Ming said bluntly as if he was mocking Black Rabbit. Like dark clouds, Wu Ming's words covered Black Rabbit's blue sky, causing Black Rabbit's smile to disappear, and its eyes to become slightly moist. However, isn't such a community the most suitable for problem children? Wu Ming's words were like clouds parting, allowing Black Rabbit to see the blue sky again. In other words, Black Rabbit said with uncertainty, "I've decided to join your community, this time I'm not lying." Wu Ming smiled slightly. At this moment, Wu Ming's smile was like the sun after parting the clouds, illuminating Black Rabbit's heart. "Everyone, thank you very much. This time, Black Rabbit showed a smile of indecent ceremony, but it was an unusually pure and beautiful smile that came from the bottom of its heart. As if to highlight this moment, the sun became brighter, reflecting this beautiful scene. Chapter 573. The Black Rabbit was quite happy at this moment, but someone had to come out to tease the Black Rabbit at this time. Wait a moment, Black Rabbit. The one who wants to join is just a little brother. A frivolous smile appeared on 16 Knight's face. Indeed, I didn't say that I wanted to join. Defy Neo looked at Black Rabbit with a teasing gaze. However, the person he hated the most was still Haruhibu Yaki. I don't have any objections, but since that's the case, I'll just follow the two of them. Hearing the words of these three problem children, Black Rabbit was stunned on the spot, and its bright smile froze. Everyone must be joking. At this moment, Black Rabbit did not know what expression he should use to face these problematic children. Yeah, I was just kidding. 3 Very clearly, Black Rabbit was played again. You problematic children. Although the place where Wu Ming and the others were summoned was the 210-5380 Outer Gate in name, there was only a large forest there. No Name was once the largest community in the East District, so it naturally had a large piece of land. Obviously, No Name wasn't here, because if they wanted to get to No Name, they would have to walk for a while. On the way to the outer gate of 210-5380, Black Rabbit, who was leading the way, dropped its shoulders weakly. Seriously, the problem child is definitely a terrifying existence comparable to the Demon King. The Black Rabbit complained weakly. The Black Rabbit was almost traumatized by the problem child it summoned. After seeing the 210-5380 outer gate in front of his eyes, as well as the current leader of No Name, Ren Russell, waiting in front of the gate, Black Rabbit's mood became a lot more cheerful. Young Master Ren, I've brought the newcomer back. Black Rabbit excitedly waved at Ren Russell, who was waiting in front of the city gate, and shouted loudly. After seeing Black Rabbit and hearing Black Rabbit's words, Ren's mood value obviously rose a lot. After that, Ren nodded and walked towards Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit, welcome back. After that, Ren asked the Black Rabbit as if he was confirming something. Are these 2 ladies the new members? Yes, these 4 are. Black Rabbit's voice stopped abruptly. Originally, Black Rabbit turned around and spread out his arms, preparing to introduce Wu Ming and the other 3. As soon as Black Rabbit turned around, he realized that only Jiao Asuka and Haru Biao were left behind. Wu Ming and 16 Knights had already disappeared. Black Rabbit was so scared that her face turned pale, and her hair showed signs of changing color. Where did Mr. Villo and Mr. 16 Knights disappear? Black Rabbit asked Kayumu Asuka and Kasuga Hibakushi excitedly. 16th Eventide said that he wanted to see World's End. So, he left on his own, Defy Neo kindly replied. What about Mr. Villo? The Black Rabbit asked again. As for Vero, because 16 Knights said we still have a fight to fight, he was dragged away by 16 Knights, Haru Hiroyuki said to Black Rabbit Mamoru in a serious tone. Just as Black Rabbit was about to ask again, Defy Neo spoke first, interrupting Black Rabbit. Right, Mr. Villo said something else. Then, Haru Hiroyuki mimicked Wu Ming's tone as if he was agreeing to Defy Neo's words. Tell Black Rabbit that 16th Eventide and I will be back soon. Don't worry, I'm here. You don't have to worry about 16th Eventide. Those were the Villo's last words. How can you not have to worry? In Black Rabbit's opinion, Wu Ming was also a problematic child, just slightly less dangerous than 16th Eventide. However, it still did not make her feel at ease. Then, Black Rabbit lowered her head with a gloomy face. Young Master Ren, please take care of Miss Asuka and Miss Hiroyuki. Black Rabbit will be back soon. After saying that, Black Rabbit's blue hair instantly turned pink. Then, Black Rabbit took a step back and kicked off the ground. Black Rabbit could directly jump out. Then, she quickly skipped away. Looks like Black Rabbit is angry. Haru Hiroyuki looked at the pink hair floating behind Black Rabbit and nodded. But it has to be said, Black Rabbit really did look like a rabbit at this moment. The jumping ability of her Carter's rabbits is not bad. Fei Neo looked at Black Rabbit, who disappeared into the distance, and muttered, Then, please follow me. I'll show you around here. Ren said somewhat cautiously. Haru Hiroyuki and Fei Neo looked at Ren, who was the leader of the community in name, as if thinking about something. It was as if they were judging him as a leader, which made Ren feel even more nervous. However, Fei Neo and Haru Hiroyuki were not judging Ren, but surprised that Ren was also a child. Although Black Rabbit said that only she and Ren Russell, who was the leader of the community, had the ability to participate in the gift competition, Black Rabbit did not specify Ren Russell's age. Ren Russell was more than 10 years old, but he was probably only 11 or 12 years old. Letting a child in his teens become the leader of the community, no name was really at the end of the road. That. Miss Hiroyuki, is there any other problem? Ren mustered up his courage and asked. Only then did Fei Neo and Haru Hiroyuki recover. After all, staring at someone was very rude. Sorry for being rude. Then, Ren-kun, let's go. After Fei Neo said that, Haru Hiroyuki nodded his head. Ren Russell, who was feeling extremely nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Ren led Fei Neo and Haru Hiroyuki through the city gate. On the other side, Reverse 16 Knights and Wu Ming, one on the ground and one on the sky, were moving towards the east at an extremely fast speed. Behind Reverse 16 Knights was a cloud of dust that was stirred up by the running. The reason for that was because Reverse 16 Knights and Wu Ming had made a bet to see who could reach World's End first. Originally, Wu Ming was worried that 16 Knights would not be able to reach World's End before nightfall. However, don't worry about me, little brother. I am very strong. Be careful not to fall, Reverse 16 Knights said as he cast a provocative look at Wu Ming. After hearing those words from Reverse 16 Knights, Wu Ming realized that the person before him was not an ordinary person. However, Reverse 16 Knights had not displayed any special abilities in front of Wu Ming. He had only displayed his intellect. Thus, Wu Ming had subconsciously assumed that Reverse 16 Knights was a wise man type of character. Reverse 16 Knights' words did not sound like a bluff at all. Thus, Wu Ming began guessing Reverse 16 Knights' abilities. However, it was better to see it for himself. Since the other party was so confident, Wu Ming made up his mind. I will not go easy on you, delinquent 16th Knights. As a result, Wu Ming used his mental power to fly up and flew a short distance in an instant. Afterward, Wu Ming turned back with the idea of seeing Reverse 16 Knights' abilities. As a result, Wu Ming saw that Reverse 16 Knights had caught up with him like an ordinary person running. This caused Wu Ming to be greatly shocked. Then, the scene from before appeared. Wu Ming and Reverse 16 Knights, one in the sky and one on the ground, were moving toward the east at almost the same speed. Now, Wu Ming knew that Reverse 16 Knights had caught up with Wu Ming by running on the ground. There was no special ability. Could it be an ability like physical enhancement? Wu Ming guessed. However, Wu Ming felt that it was not that simple. Therefore, Wu Ming increased his flying speed by a lot. The air seemed to explode, producing an explosive sound. That was a sonic boom. By a conservative estimate, Wu Ming's current flying speed was at least 10 km per second. Even so, Reverse 16 Knights was still able to easily catch up with Wu Ming. In fact, he had even surpassed Wu Ming to arrive before Wu Ming. What is it, little bro? Is that all you have? If you continue like this, you will lose, Reverse 16 Knights said without turning back. Additionally, he increased his flying speed. Wu Ming looked ahead. It was a miraculous natural scene. Countless trees had stopped growing before him. Instead, they were replaced by a large body of water. There was a cliff that was higher than Wu Ming and Reverse 16 Knights. A waterfall that was more spectacular than any other waterfall flowed down from the cliff. The waterfall flowed down from the cliff into a bottomless abyss. That was probably World's End. Indeed, if Wu Ming were to continue like this, he would lose this little bet. How can that be all you have? Wu Ming revealed a smile. Due to Reverse 16 Knights' provocation. In an instant, Wu Ming's flying speed increased by another notch. Wu Ming exerted a force through the air and the air behind Wu Ming was repelled, creating a temporary vacuum. Instantly, Wu Ming and reverse 16 knights figures smashed into the body of water. Boom. Chapter 574. Dawn. Due to their collision, a large splash of water was sent flying up into the sky, creating a scene akin to rain that did not cease for a long time. Combined with the sun hanging high up in the sky, it created a rare scene of a sun shower. Wu Ming and reverse 16 knights stood up, their bodies drenched with water. They then looked around. Although they were in a body of water, the water here was very shallow, less than half a meter deep. Thus, the two of them were standing in the half-meter deep water. Is this world's end? It's really spectacular, 16 knights said happily, not caring about her wet body. Wu Ming turned to look at reverse 16 knights, the smile on his face remaining pure. This time, however, the smile on reverse 16 knights' face was one of excitement and joy. It gave Wu Ming a feeling that he had come to the right world. Due to that, Wu Ming's vexed feelings of having to search for his main body in this incomparably large box court world eased. It is indeed spectacular. Although I have been to many worlds, this is my first time seeing something like this. Wu Ming stretched his hand out to feel the coolness brought about by the artificial rain. Wu Ming relaxed. The water here was exceptionally cool. Oh, little brother, you still have that kind of ability. 16 knights looked at Wu Ming with a chuckle. I am not a human, after all. It is not surprising for me to have some special abilities. Wu Ming smiled. Oh, is that so? Looks like this bet ends in a tie between me and this non-human little brother. Next, reverse 16 knights revealed a particularly brutal smile. Now that you've seen World's End, let us begin our fight here. Next, reverse 16 knights charged at Wu Ming, creating a large splash of water and countless pebbles. Dong, it was an ordinary stomp. And yet, an explosive sound rang out. Then, the human known as the 16 Knights in reverse met the ghost known as Vero Cyrus Ed at the end of the world. At the same time, not far away from World's End, a pink-haired bunny girl, or rather, Miss Black Bunny, who was having a headache because of Mr. Problem Child, was skipping her way towards World's End. Seriously, where did those two problem children go? Black Rabbit complained helplessly. Although the outer gate of 210-5380 was very close to World's End, do not forget, the surface area of this world was very big. Although the outer gate of 210-5380 was the closest to World's End, it was still not a place that ordinary people could reach. To put it simply, there were 2 points. Firstly, it was too far away. As mentioned before, the box court world was very big. The 7-digit outer sect was also quite a distance away from the end of the world. Secondly, danger. Due to the area between the 7-digit number of outer disciples and World's End, no one would care even if a robbery or murder were to occur there. After all, Hecata's laws were only effective for those in the upper 7 digits. Of course, if you robbed some big shot, they wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson and destroying your corpse. No, it would be more accurate to say that even if you were in the lower 7 digits, as long as no evidence of your crime could be found, nothing could be done about it. Not being found out was not the same as committing a crime. That was not a joke. Naturally, if you were to be caught committing a crime, your punishment would be much harsher compared to ordinary criminals. However, such a thing was unlikely to happen here. That was because there were many trial grounds for Asura gods and Buddhas here. That was another way of saying danger. The gift competition for the trial held by the Asura gods and Buddhas. That was a death game where a moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Black Rabbit was precisely that. If those Asura gods and Buddha's flowery words deceived us into participating in the gift competition, that would be terrible, Black Rabbit said worriedly as she moved forward. As everyone knew, many Asura gods and Buddhas, due to having lived for too long, liked to stir up trouble when they had nothing better to do. Thus, in the face of new faces who were unfamiliar with the rules, those Asura gods and Buddhas would tempt them. At present, Black Rabbit had almost reached the edge of World's End. I remember that Water God's trial grounds are in front of us. I hope they are not there, Black Rabbit said expectantly. Then, a giant wave and a series of roars that soared into the sky completely shattered Black Rabbit's hopes. No! It can't be. Black Rabbit was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly reacted and dashed in the direction of the wave. In just a few seconds, Black Rabbit had passed through the forest. The waters of World's End appeared in front of Black Rabbit, including the figures of Wooming and Reverse 16 Knights who were soaked in the rainwater formed by the waves, and in between the two of them, the figure of a huge unconscious whitewater snake. Hey! Hey hey hey! Faced with such a scene, Black Rabbit was stunned at first. Then, she let out a startled cry. Yo Tilda, isn't this Black Rabbit? Why did you change color? Reverse 16 Knights asked without any self-awareness. Black Rabbit, you must have run around without permission. That's why your hair changed color, 16 Knights. Wooming waved his hand with an I am quite self-aware expression. This clearly has something to do with Mr. Villo. How can Mr. Villo say something like that? Black Rabbit was so infuriated by the two of them that she bellowed. Mama Tilda, it's all 16 Knights' fault. Wooming instantly pushed the blame onto Reverse 16 Knights. Hey Tilda, little brother, when I pulled you away, didn't you agree as well? We are rivals. We have to bear the responsibility together. Despite saying that, the smile on Reverse 16 Knights' face did not diminish. It did not match his words at all. By the way, what are you two doing here? Black Rabbit said, giving up on herself. Isn't it obvious? Come with me to World's End and have a look. While you're at it, let's have an exciting fight. 16 Knights Reversal smiled at Black Rabbit. Right. That's right. Black Rabbit suddenly reacted after hearing 16 Knights' words. This is World's End's water god, right? Did you two defeat the water god? Black Rabbit pointed at the unconscious white water snake and said in disbelief. Ah! Water god! Is it this snake? 16 Knights laughed in disbelief. Unexpectedly, this big white snake was actually a water god. How interesting. After 16 Knights and I arrived at World's End, we enjoyed the scenery. Then, 16 Knights began sparring with me, Wooming began explaining. Next, Reverse 16 Knights continued Wooming's words. Then, this fellow suddenly charged out while little brother and I were fighting. It said that we had disturbed its slumber and that it had to participate in its gift competition to undergo its trial. Next, Reverse 16 Knights revealed a pure and wicked smile. Then, this guy was defeated by me and my brother. Black Rabbit was pleasantly surprised by Reverse 16 Knights' answer. Although there were only two of them, their combined strength had allowed them to defeat the water god. This power allowed Black Rabbit to see the future of their no-name. However, it was not that Black Rabbit did not believe it. It was also not that Black Rabbit discriminated against humans. Rather, could two mere humans really defeat the water god of World's End, who possessed a divine spark? Seeing the puzzled look on Black Rabbit's face, Wooming began explaining to Black Rabbit. Don't listen to 16 Knights' nonsense, Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit patted its chest and breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, they had used some method to defeat the water god. Millimeter, this was in line with the theory of humans using their wits to defeat their enemies. It was this snake that broke into the space between 16 Knights and me. Before it could finish its sentence, it was accidentally knocked out by our fists. Sigh, Black Rabbit was dumbfounded. Next, a cry of shock reverberated through the sky once more. Sigh sigh sigh. Chapter 575. The artificial rain in the World's End did not last for long. After the rain stopped, a beautiful rainbow appeared in the World's End. However, Wooming, Reverse 16 Knights and Black Rabbit did not see this beautiful scene. On the way back to the outer gate of World 210-5380, Black Rabbit held onto a seedling of an unknown plant with both hands and skipped ahead. It was clear that Black Rabbit was in a good mood. This time, Wooming and Reverse 16 Knights did not disappear. Instead, they obediently followed behind Black Rabbit. Why? After all, with Black Rabbit around, the fight between Wooming and Reverse 16 Knights ended without a conclusion. Not long after Wooming and Reverse 16 Knights began their fight, the giant snake that Black Rabbit addressed as the water god appeared to disturb them. Then, Black Rabbit arrived as well. After being disturbed time and time again, Reverse 16 Knights lost the will to fight with Wu Ming. In the end, Reverse 16 Knights and Wu Ming agreed to continue if there was an opportunity. Wu Ming had no choice but to agree. Heaven had taken pity on him. He did not want to fight with Reverse 16 Knights anymore. As an origin dragon that lived in the Great Origin, Wu Ming's physical strength was not weak. He did not have to worry about fighting with a human. That said, the human was not ordinary at all. Due to the fact that Wu Ming was only in his spiritual form, his physical strength was far from comparable to that of an origin dragon. Still, Wu Ming's physical strength was enough for most situations. However, in the face of Reverse 16 Knights' punch, Wu Ming utilized the Lune Rune and YGG enhancement magic. Wu Ming, who had personally fought Reverse 16 Knights, could tell that Reverse 16 Knights was a monster in human skin. After admiring the scenery in the world's end, Reverse 16 Knights attacked Wu Ming. Instantly, Wu Ming exchanged a punch with Reverse 16 Knights. As a result, 16 Knights and Wu Ming both took a few steps back. It could be said that if Wu Ming hadn't reacted in time before the force of Wu Ming's Reverse 16 Knight's fist reached his body, Wu Ming might have been sent flying. Wu Ming immediately judged that the pure physical strength of his spiritual body was no match for the 16 Knights reversal. Not bad, little brother. Although I went easy on you, you're the first person to take my fist and not die. This was what 16th Knight had said back then with great excitement. Wu Ming felt a little helpless. She sounded as if 16th Knight often beat people to death. Wu Ming could tell from 16 Knight's aura and moves that 16 Knights had not killed anyone. However, this might have something to do with the fact that he was in an ordinary world. Even so, Wu Ming would not show mercy. On the contrary, Wu Ming had to use more strength. Otherwise, he would really be beaten to death by the opponent's strange strength. In the end, because of a series of accidents, the fight between the two was forced to end. However, Wu Ming always felt that this young man was not that simple. In addition to his extraordinary physical strength, he must have other abilities. Following behind Black Rabbit, Wu Ming, who was walking side by side with 16 Knights Reversal, quietly glanced at 16 Knights Reversal and kept thinking. Then, 16 Knights Reversal noticed Wu Ming's gaze and smiled at Wu Ming, full of fighting spirit. However, it's not like I don't have any hidden strength. Wu Ming returned the same smile as 16 Knights Reversal. Fortunately, Black Rabbit's mind was immersed in the sapling in her hand and did not notice the smile of Wu Ming and 16 Knights Reversal. Otherwise, she would have lectured them again. Tilda with this water tree sapling, we don't have to go to other communities to buy water anymore. We finally have our own water source, Black Rabbit said happily. However, Wu Ming frowned when he heard this. No name had fallen so low that they had to buy their daily water from other communities. Then Wu Ming pondered, what kind of existence was the Demon King that attacked No Name to be able to turn the largest community in the East District into this in one night? After 16 Knights saw Wu Ming's pondering eyes, he instantly understood what Wu Ming was thinking. Then, as if he thought of something, 16 Knights Reversal smiled. Little brother, are you interested in taking back the name and flag of No Name from the Demon King's hands? Wu Ming looked at 16 Knights Reversal and smiled. Of course I'm interested. Taking back the flag and name from the Demon King's hands is a must. Wu Ming said solemnly. Since Wu Ming decided to join No Name, then he would work hard for No Name and not temporarily join an organization to find his original body in this world. However, Wu Ming and 16 Knights Reversal's words made Black Rabbit tremble and shiver. You two problem children, don't cause any more trouble. Black Rabbit looked at Wu Ming and 16 Knights Reversal helplessly and tried to persuade them. Let's talk about this later when we have the chance. Wu Ming smiled at 16 Knights Reversal. 16 Knights Reversal spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Wu Ming was right. After all, even if they talked about it now, they would not be able to find the Demon King that attacked No Name a few years ago. But then again, Mr. Villo and Mr. 16 Knights do not look like humans at all. Black Rabbit complained and looked at Wu Ming and 16 Knights Reversal as though they were monsters. Have you ever seen a human who could defeat a water god that had obtained a quintessence and knock the water god unconscious with one punch? At any rate, Black Rabbit had never seen one in his 200+ years of life. In response to Black Rabbit's words, Wu Ming also looked at 16 Nights Reversal as though he was looking at a monster. It was not surprising that Wu Ming could defeat the snake. After all, the spirit body of an origin dragon was quite powerful. However, for a pure human like 16 Nights Reversal to be able to defeat a water god that had obtained a quintessence was quite shocking. Back in World's End, Black Rabbit had told Wu Ming and 16 Nights Reversal about the use of a quintessence. The quintessence of the quintessence world was not the mythical position that Wu Ming and 16 Nights Reversal believed that gods occupied. It was also not a natural god. Instead, it was a powerful gift that could allow an individual to evolve to the highest level of that species. Simply put, if a quintessence was given to an ordinary snake, the snake would become a gigantic snake god. If a quintessence was given to an ordinary human, the human would become an immortal. If a quintessence was given to a ghost, the ghost would become a ghost god. Additionally, the quintessence also had the ability to strengthen other gifts. In short, it was a very powerful ability. However, the quintessence was not something that could be given to just anyone. Only those Asura gods and Buddhas or those with special abilities could give others the quintessence. Additionally, it did not mean that those who were given a quintessence would become invincible. Take the knocked-out snake for example. As Wu Ming had not come into contact with the people of this world, he was unable to determine how strong the other party was. However, according to the definition of the upper, middle, and lower levels of the quintessence world, Wu Ming speculated that the snake god could not exceed the middle level, which was a 5-digit number. If such a being could be in existence of the upper level, then the martial strength of this world was too low. It was impossible no matter how he thought about it. Wu Ming pondered and shook his head. 16 Nights Reversal did not notice Wu Ming's absent-mindedness. He had the expression of a human as he looked at Black Rabbit with a smile. "Hey, Black Rabbit, I'm different from this ghost. I'm a pure human." "Hey, Mr. 16 Nights is really a human?" Black Rabbit was a little surprised. After all, an existence with such power was actually a human. He should be surprised no matter what. Then, Black Rabbit noticed something wrong. "Wait a minute, Mr. Villo is actually a ghost." Black Rabbit looked at Wu Ming in shock. Wu Ming nodded. 16 Nights is right. You can also understand that I'm a ghost. As he spoke, Wu Ming turned his body into a spirit body. Then, he reappeared and displayed the ghost's illusory form through spirit body. "He's really a ghost," Black Rabbit said in a daze. As a rabbit who had lived for more than 200 years, Black Rabbit still had some knowledge about ghosts. There was a large community related to ghosts in the North District. Ghosts were the same as spirit bodies. They were illusory spirit bodies that were separated from the physical body. Although Wu Ming's spirit body was essentially the same as the heroic spirits in the Valhalla, "Little brother, can you still disappear? That's interesting. You really are a ghost." 16 Nights Reversal looked at Wu Ming with interest. This once again triggered 16 Nights Reversal's problematic child nature. Then, the Black Rabbit angrily roared at Reverse 16 Nights. "Mr. Problematic Child, please stop causing trouble." Yes, tilde I understand." 16 Nights Reversal smiled and nodded as if he had succeeded in teasing Black Rabbit. "Is this the outer gate of 210-5380? Wu Ming, who was not looking ahead, suddenly spoke. Then, Black Rabbit and 16 Nights Reversal also looked ahead. It was indeed the place where Black Rabbit and Ren Russell met before. "Phew tilde, we're finally here." Black Rabbit breathed a sigh of relief. She was already troubled by the 2 problematic children behind her. Now, she was finally free. However, Black Rabbit forgot that 2 problematic children had already entered the city, and they were led by the immature leader, Ren. Chapter 576. We are going to have a gift match with Forsgoro? The kind where both sides are betting everything? And they are the ones who started it. What? What is going on? Black Rabbit brought Wu Ming and 16 knights into the city gate and found Ren, Jumotu, and Kasuga Hibakushi sitting in an outdoor cafe. Then, the three of them told him that they were going to have a gift match with Force Goro. Black Rabbit looked like he was about to collapse when he heard the news. 16 knights, on the other hand, had an interesting expression. Wu Ming, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Then, as the leader, Ren told him what happened. Originally, Ren brought Jumotu and Kasuga Hibakushi to the cafe and waited for Black Rabbit to look for Wu Ming and 16 knights. Although life in No Name was tight, the cafe here was very friendly, and no matter how tight life in the community was, it could not be said. In the end, when the three of them sat down and ordered, a tall man named Guard Gasper, the leader of the Force Goro community, suddenly sat down at Jumotu and the other two seats. He wanted me, Kasuga Hibakushi, and Black Rabbit to join his community, and he even mocked the situation with No Name. He was just like a clown. Jumotu held her forehead with one hand and had an I'm about to be laughed at look. Then, something must have happened, and that's why you guys decided to have a gift match with Force Goro. Wu Ming asked with his arms crossed. Although Jumotu and Kasuga Hibakushi were problematic children, they were not people who did not know the gravity of the situation. Because he was very angry, he did not consider the consequences of finding trouble, and he did not consider the consequences at all. Jumotu and Kasuga Hibakushi calmly said something that made people speechless. All right, problematic children are still problematic children. You too big idiot. Such an answer made Black Rabbit pull out a folding fan from out of nowhere and hit the two men's heads. Although there were indeed two problematic children, the more important reason was the orc named Guard Gasper. Thanks to Miss Flying Bird's grace, we've learned some things from Guard, Ren continued, but his expression did not look too good. Due to the other party's bragging, my community is the community that has continuously won the gift competition with the other communities by betting on their flags. Zhu Yuanfei's words made Zhu Yuanfei suspicious. After all, Wu Ming had also explained Black Rabbit's words in layman's terms. The world community's flag was as important as the national flag. Logically speaking, it was unlikely that there would be consecutive flag betting competitions. Then, Distant Bird used his grace to control the other party, forcing him to reveal the truth. My ability has the effect of completely dominating the opponent, Zhu Yufei said. It was through this effect that everyone learned about Guard's methods. By secretly capturing the old, weak, women, and children of the other community, and then threatening the other community to enter the gift competition with the flag bet. Then, by threatening the other community, he won and took the other community into the Force Goro. Oh, so to say, Guard can be said to be the largest community in this 210-5380 outer sect area. After 16 knights finished speaking, he looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming naturally understood what 16 knights meant, so he followed 16 knights' explanation. Then, Guard must have used some method to control the other communities, so that such a large community can be maintained without chaos. Then, Wu Ming showed a disdainful expression. According to what Guard did, he probably captured some children who were the future of the other communities and used them as hostages to control the other communities. It couldn't be said that Wu Ming knew a lot, because if Wu Ming was on Guard's side, he would do the same thing. However, Wu Ming would never become someone like Guard. Even if Wu Ming became the villain, Guard's methods would still make Wu Ming despise Wu Ming. Unfortunately, you only guessed half of it right. Distant Bird shook his head. Through Distant Bird's grace of domination, Guard said what he did, and it was indeed the same as what Wu Ming said, but those children have been killed by Guard, and even their bodies. Haru Toshi was halfway through his sentence, and he couldn't continue. Black Rabbit covered her mouth in disbelief, and 16 knights frowned slightly. Naturally, Jutaka Renwa and Haru Hiroyuki already knew about it. Black Rabbit, Wu Ming and 16 knights reversal were no fools either. They naturally knew what would happen to a corpse in the hands of a beastman like Guard. Wu Ming closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Wu Ming didn't have any lives on his hands, nor was he a saint, nor was he unable to accept the deaths of those children. But Wu Ming was really angry with Guard's inhumane approach. The most important reason why Wu Ming liked humans was that humans had a kind nature. Sure enough, even if they transformed into human form, a beast was still a beast. To be honest, I have the urge to destroy Force Goro. Although Wu Ming didn't burst out any amazing momentum, the murderous intent in his eyes was real. However, no one reacted to Wu Ming's murderous intent because Guard's approach was too heartless. But fortunately, we have Mr. 16 Knights and Mr. Villo on our side. It should be more than enough to deal with Guard. Black Rabbit patted her chest and sighed in relief. Huh? What are you talking about? They are the ones who are looking for trouble, it has nothing to do with me. 16 Knights spread her hands, indicating that she wouldn't participate. Black Rabbit was confused again. Ah, you're quite sensible. What about you, Villo? Ju Yuasuke didn't care about Black Rabbit's reaction and looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming thought for a moment, then shook his head. If that's the case, you guys should participate in this gift competition. Wu Ming had his own reasons for doing so. Although Wu Ming knew that Guard must be very weak to him, being played around by the two girls, he decided not to make a move for the time being since it was his first time here. Instead, he decided to observe the situation for the time being. He also planned to look up some information to understand this world better. Moreover, this was also in line with Ju Yuasuke and Haru Hiroyuki's wishes, so why not? Then it's settled. Haru Hiroyuki made the final decision. Young Master Ren, why didn't you stop the two of them? Black Rabbit said helplessly. I'm sorry, Black Rabbit, because I couldn't stand it anymore, so. Ren gave Black Rabbit an apologetic smile. That was true, anyone who encountered such a situation would be filled with righteous indignation. However, without Wu Ming and 16 Knights' participation, Black Rabbit was quite worried. You don't have to worry, Black Rabbit. Haru Hiroyuki instantly subdued Guard when he went berserk. Hey! Is Hiroyuki that strong? Black Rabbit looked at Haru Hiroyuki in surprise. Not only Black Rabbit, but Wu Ming and 16 Knights also looked at Haru Hiroyuki. Seems like you have some skills, Haru Hiroyuki. 16 Knights showed an interested smile. Wu Ming also didn't expect that Haru Hiroyuki, who looked so weak, would be able to subdue the Berserk Beastman. Together with Miss Ju Yuasuke's ability to dominate, I believe that with Miss Ju Yuasuke and Haru Hiroyuki, our no-name will definitely win this gift competition. Ren said some encouraging words in one go. Oh! Black Rabbit shouted excitedly. Although it was awkward for her to be the only one shouting. This leader is not bad, but she still needs some polishing. Wu Ming thought. Well, since everyone is here, let's go to the no-names territory to take a look. Wu Ming and the other three nodded, and began to follow Ren and Black Rabbit to the no-name territory. Chapter 577. This is No-Name's base. Ju Yuao said in surprise. Let alone a base, from Ju Yuao's point of view, this was clearly a ruin from who knows where. But she couldn't be blamed, anyone who saw such a scene would be surprised. What appeared in front of Wu Ming's group was a huge ruined courtyard that looked like a castle and a vast wasteland. There was even a huge hole in the middle of the wasteland. 16 Knights walked to the side of a broken wall and used his hand to lightly grab it. The wall immediately shattered like sand. Haru Hikari walked to the empty space and grabbed a handful of soil. He found that it was all soil and sand that had lost its nutrients. Black Rabbit, I remember you said that the Demon King's attack happened a few years ago, right? 16 Knights was rarely serious. To be precise, it was 3 years ago. Black Rabbit lowered his head. Ju Yuao walked to Haru Hikari's side and looked at No-Name's land that looked like it had been abandoned for hundreds or thousands of years. She frowned. But looking at the broken walls here, it's impossible to reach such a state in just 3 years. It wasn't that Ju Yuao was merciless, but this scene was too shocking. I'm sorry, this was indeed a fertile land 3 years ago. But because of the Demon King's attack 3 years ago, this land is still like this. Ren lowered his head secretly. It could be said that if Black Rabbit and Ren weren't members of No-Name, they wouldn't believe that such a vast land could become like this in just 3 years. No, It should be said that it was in one night. But this land really did become like this on that night 3 years ago. And besides that, No Name's flag, name, and companions were all taken away. The Demon King left the land that has become like this to the remaining 120 members of No Name. But because these lands are barren, there are no other communities that want to take advantage of them. For everyone, it's already good to have a place to stay. Black Rabbit forced a smile, trying to make himself look less sad. Juto Asuka and Haru Hiroyuki looked at each other, nodded, and walked towards the Black Rabbit. Hey! What do Miss Faye Neo and Miss Yarrow want to do? Black Rabbit looked at the two people who were walking towards him and asked. Punish the Black Rabbit. To her. The Black Rabbit was stunned. Then, the Black Rabbit's ears were grabbed by the two people's hands, and it was the kind that was very forceful. Wait a minute. Why did he have to punish the Black Rabbit? And why is the punishment of pulling my ears? The Black Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as it covered its ears with a pitiful expression. There's no need to do that in front of your companions, Black Rabbit. Ju Yuanfei pulled on Black Rabbit's ear and said with interest. We're all companions. There's no need to force yourself like this. Haru Hikari was the same. However, compared to Kyu Hikari, Haru Hikari was happier. I know. So please spare Black Rabbit's ears. Ren stood at the side and revealed a helpless expression as he looked at Ju Yuanfei and Haru Hikari pulling on Black Rabbit's ears. So this is the power of the Devil King. Leaving behind a symbol of his destruction to show his strength. What a proper villain. 16 Knights looked at the ruins and said excitedly without caring about Ju Yuanfei and Haru Hikari playing with Black Rabbit's ears. Then, 16 Knights realized that Wu Ming was nowhere to be seen. After looking around carefully, he realized that Wu Ming was doing something in the huge hole in the wasteland. Hey, brother, did you find something? 16 Knights shouted at Wu Ming and walked towards Wu Ming. Thanks to this, Ju Yuanfei and the rest were attracted over. Everyone looked at Wu Ming who was standing at the edge of the hole. Did you really find something? Ju Yuanfei and Haru Hikari let go of Black Rabbit's ears and walked towards Wu Ming. Only then did Black Rabbit was released. Let's go take a look too, Black Rabbit. Ren said to Black Rabbit who was rubbing her ears. Although he said it with an apologetic and helpless expression. Although Black Rabbit was angry that her ears were being played with by the two problem children, she was also curious about Wu Ming's current situation. So, she nodded. The three problem children gathered around Wu Ming and looked at the hole that wasn't very big. They couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. This hole was created because the Devil King who attacked 3 years ago took away something underground. Black Rabbit began to explain. According to the older generation members of the community, this area has been a land of miraculous power since a long time ago. Many people speculated that there was some kind of powerful blessing buried underground. Every one of them wanted to dig this place up in search of the treasure. However, due to the interference of the various forces, none of them succeeded. It was only when our community heard about this that we moved our headquarters here, Ren explained. Then, you don't plan to dig up the gift in the ground? Ju Yuanfei asked. After all, this was a land that many communities were fighting over. Shouldn't they dig it up to see what was inside? In fact, our community's previous leader led the core members to dig up this land. However, for some reason, it was left unsettled. Needless to say, the former members of No Name must have encountered some unexpected situation during the digging process. Moreover, it was an unprecedented situation, so they had no choice but to stop digging. Black Rabbit said with a regretful expression. Black Rabbit is also very curious about what is inside. Unfortunately, Black Rabbit isn't strong enough to see that scene. Then, Black Rabbit's expression became serious. Since then, everyone in the community was told not to have any ideas about the treasure under this land. Everyone was obedient, so they didn't bother about what was under the land. And 3 years ago, when the Devil King attacked our community, he took away the mysterious gift under this land. After taking it away, this huge hole was left behind. Hearing Black Rabbit's explanation, 16 Knights looked at Wu Ming with interest. But it seems like little brother has a lot to do with the mysterious gift under this land. 16 Knights looked at Wu Ming, who was starting to get irritated, and said jokingly. Although Wu Ming didn't say anything, everyone present could see that Wu Ming was in a very bad mood at the moment. It could be said that Wu Ming was angry. Although Wu Ming didn't say anything, his heart was indeed about to explode. The mysterious gift that was once buried in this huge hole was the body of his dragon of origin. Chapter 578. At this moment, Wu Ming's heart was abnormally complicated, and he felt quite helpless. Originally, after understanding that this world covered an incomparably large area, Wu Ming would not be able to easily find his original body. Although he could find it as long as he got close, Wu Ming felt that he would have to put in some effort. As a result, when he got close to the base of No Name, Wu Ming sensed the presence of his original body. Once he entered, Wu Ming did not say anything and went straight to the place where he sensed his original body, and then he saw a huge pit. Wu Ming was stunned at first, then he began to feel irritated. Originally, he thought that he would have to put in some effort, but in the end, he sensed the presence of his original body. This made Wu Ming happy for a moment, and then he realized that he had indeed found traces of his original body's presence, traces that had once existed in this place. And after Wu Ming finished listening to Black Rabbit's explanation, Wu Ming was a little angry. The former members of No Name excavating Wu Ming's body was not a big deal. After all, people were curious about the unknown, and the former members of No Name finally stopped excavating. They must have discovered that Wu Ming's original body was under the ground. Although he did not know why they stopped, Wu Ming was quite satisfied that they knew when to advance and when to retreat. And those demon kings who took Wu Ming's body were really looking for trouble. As the largest community in the East, No Name's strength 3 years ago was definitely not weak, but they still stopped excavating Wu Ming's original body. Wu Ming himself also knew that his original body was incomparably precious in a sense, and the former members of No Name being able to resist the temptation was naturally not bad. As for that demon king, since he was able to destroy No Name in one night, then his strength must be even stronger than No Name 3 years ago. And for a demon king who was stronger than No Name 3 years ago, and who wantonly used his authority as the host to attack other communities, there was nothing that he could not, or rather, did not dare to do. He just did not know if the opponent's courage was as strong as his strength, if Wu Ming found the opportunity. Wu Ming took a deep breath, trying to relax himself. Then, Wu Ming looked at everyone apologetically. Sorry, everyone, I lost my composure. It's okay, Mr. Villo must have discovered something important to him, that's why he lost his composure. Black Rabbit smiled slightly, and everyone nodded. Mr. Villo is our companion now, if possible, I hope that Villo can pour out all the bitterness in his heart. Black Rabbit could be said to apply what she learned. I am also curious as to what little brother discovered to be so angry, 16 Knights said with a chuckle. Juto Asuka and Haru Hiroyuki nodded as well. Silent State was quite worrying. Wu Ming looked at everyone and fell into deep thought. That, if it's something that's inconvenient to say, you don't have to say it. Ren saw Wu Ming's hesitation and quickly tried to smooth things over. Wu Ming looked at Ren, smiled, and shook his head. There's nothing inconvenient, don't worry, Rinkuan. Wu Ming was actually thinking about what to say. Then, Wu Ming looked at everyone and spoke. 16 Knights and Black Rabbit already know, but I don't think the others know that I'm currently in a state similar to a ghost. Ghost? Juyuao, Wu Ming, and Ren muttered. State. Black Rabbit and 16 Knights paid attention to the other part of Wu Ming's words. Let's put it this way, although I'm a ghost, I'm not dead, and this ghost state is the result of my own choice. Then, Wu Ming told everyone the half-truth and half-lie that he had conceived. In other words, you met a very powerful enemy, and when both sides were injured, you moved your spirit out of your body, and by chance, you found out that your real body was in this world, so you came to look for it. 16 Knights concluded Wu Ming's words. It feels a little magical. Wu Ming said calmly, but his eyes were filled with interest when he looked at Wu Ming, proving that Wu Ming's heart was not as calm as it seemed. Although it does feel magical, I didn't expect Villo to be a ghost. Let me touch it. Ju Yuao's face was red, and her hands and feet began to move. Her gaze towards Wu Ming became dangerous, from Wu Ming's perspective. Although it's theoretically possible to separate one's spirit and body, this is the first time I've seen it. Ren looked at Wu Ming with interest. Although Ren was the current leader of No Name, he was still a child in his teens. He was far from the wisdom of an adult, so it was natural for him to be interested in strange things. But then again, Mr. Villo can travel between worlds on his own. That's a very powerful ability. Anyway, Black Rabbit could not travel between worlds, and among the people she knew, only the Shura gods and Buddhas had such an ability. Although Wu Ming's ability to travel between worlds was much higher than what Black Rabbit had imagined. In short, little brother, your real body was taken away by the Demon King, right? Then, are you interested in fighting the Demon King together? 16 Knights suddenly said. Hey, wait a minute. Against the Demon King or whatever, we can't do it alone. Ren was shocked. That's right. Currently, there are only 6 people in our community who can participate in the gift competition. Moreover, Black Rabbit is a noble from the box court, so she can't freely participate in the gift competition. Although young Master Ren can participate in the gift competition, his strength is also very weak. Therefore, our current combat power is only the 4 of you who have just joined the Villo. Therefore, it's better to honestly develop the community bit by bit. Although the sentence young Master Ren is very weak made Ren's heart ache, it was the truth. Oh, so what, does having fewer people mean that we're weak? 16 Knights asked with a smile. This 16 Knights' words made Black Rabbit and Ren look at each other. Indeed, the number of people doesn't mean the strength of the community. 3 years ago, there weren't many members of No Name, but they still became a community whose flag flew everywhere in the East District. Then there's no problem. Moreover, if we want to develop the community, there's nothing we can do without a name. Since that's the case, then why don't we just aim to become the Demon King? 16 Knights put his hands in his pockets, showing the look of a delinquent. Indeed, if we aim to defeat the Demon King that everyone is afraid of, it's hard not to be famous. Ju Yuasuke agreed with 16 Knights' words. Agreed. The quiet girl Haru Hiroyuki silently raised her small hand and agreed with the two. But, Black Rabbit clearly wanted to say something, but 16 Knights of Reverse interrupted Black Rabbit. Then, little brother, you will definitely agree. After all, your real body was taken away by the Demon King. 16 Knights looked at Wu Ming who hadn't spoken yet. Of course, even if you don't defeat the Demon King, I will go back by myself. Wu Ming said with incomparable determination. One must know that his purpose of coming to this world was to find his real body. His real body was currently taken away by the Demon King who attacked No Name, so there was only one thing left to do, and that was to beat up the Demon King and then take back his real body. What do you think, young Master Tiny Tot? After Wu Ming agreed, 16 Knights turned around and looked at Ren. Young Master Ren. Black Rabbit looked at Ren worriedly. After all, Ren had the title of the community leader. Although it existed in name, the community still needed Ren's approval to do anything. At this moment, the young man named Ren Russell lowered his head and hesitated. Ren didn't really understand the abilities of these new members. He only saw a trace of it from Ju Yuasuke and Haru Hiroyuki. Both of them had a very powerful gift to some extent. As for Wu Ming and 16 Knights, although Ren didn't know much about them, when Black Rabbit gave Ren the gift card containing the water tree sapling, Ren already knew that 16 Knights and Wu Ming were not weak existences. To be able to go to the end of the world alone and defeat the water god, it was enough to give him the courage to challenge the Demon King. I'm sorry, Black Rabbit. Ren apologized to Black Rabbit. Young Master Ren, you want to? Black Rabbit looked at Ren in surprise. In this way, how could everyone not know Ren's choice? That's right, I have decided to listen to Lord Reversal's suggestion and set the community's purpose to defeat the Demon King. Ren looked at everyone with an incomparably determined gaze. Well done, young Master Tiny Tot. 16 Knights laughed wildly. Quite decisive, you have the makings of a good leader. Ju Yuasuke gracefully flicked her hair. As expected, I can find friends here. Although Haru Hiroyuki's words were somewhat inexplicable, it was still able to liven up the atmosphere. Young Master Ren, I support you. Black Rabbit clenched his fist. Even if it's for my main body, I have to work hard. Wu Ming said jokingly. After all, if it wasn't for his main body, would Wu Ming not work hard? That was obviously impossible. Then, Ren gave an inspiring speech. Then, everyone, in order to take back our flag and name, work hard towards the goal of defeating the Demon King. Oh oh oh. Black Rabbit roared angrily. This made everyone feel awkward. Taking a closer look, it was 16 knights who covered Ren's mouth. Wu Ming and the other 3 also subconsciously kept quiet. Clearly, the Black Rabbit was being teased again. You problematic children. Arth, the quick-witted Wu Ming had already spiritualized and watched the remaining 3 problematic children being reprimanded by Black Rabbit. What a nice big family. Chapter 579. Although Ren had been sent back to the 16 Knights of hitting the snake with a stick and the purpose of No Name was to defeat the Demon King, he still had to pay attention to the current situation. That was the competition with Force Goro. The competition with Force Goro is tomorrow. Let's take this opportunity to do a gift appraisal. Therefore, Wu Ming and the other 3 followed Ren and Black Rabbit and went to a shop called Thousand Eyes. Along the way, Black Rabbit told everyone about Thousand Eyes. Thousand Eyes was a large business community headquartered in the upper 4 digits of the 3,345 outer gates. According to Black Rabbit, Thousand Eyes was an omniscient existence in the east, west, north, and south districts of Hakata. This suited the community's name, Thousand Eyes. Wu Ming was interested in such a community that had a lot of information. Along the way, he asked Black Rabbit a lot about Thousand Eyes. But basically, Black Rabbit only answered things like powerful, having many community members under their command. Wu Ming did not have any key, secret, information that he wanted to hear. But thinking about it, Black Rabbit was just a member of No Name. Even if he was a Hakata noble, it was unlikely that he would know about the other community's secrets. Then, just as Black Rabbit finished explaining about Thousand Eyes, Wu Ming sensed something flying towards them. If Silent Wonder's judgment was correct, the flying object's target was their group. Roius, blazing 7 circles. Wu Ming rushed in front of everyone and put one of his hands in front of him. Instantly, a shield that looked like 7 purple petals appeared. Bang! The white figure collided with the relic that Wu Ming had created at the last minute using the Create Green item. The sound of the collision was so loud that it was painful to listen to. At the same time, Soundless Shield instantly released a large amount of air waves to the surroundings, as if it had been affected by the collision. The shockwave blew everyone's hair into a mess. Even a lady like Ju Yuanfei Neo couldn't stand properly. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that they did not understand what was going on. Could it be a divine spark armament? Black Rabbit looked at the shield Wu Ming used in disbelief. 16 Knights, on the other hand, stared at Wu Ming with an excited smile. As expected, you're very strong, little brother. 16 Knights didn't notice the white figure's attack, but Wu Ming did. This meant that whether it was the white figure or Wu Ming, they were both stronger than him. After all, my mental strength isn't fake. It's not strange for me to sense that someone is coming before you. As he spoke, the 7 rings of blazing talent in front of Wu Ming's palm shattered, revealing the white figure that fell to the ground after colliding with Wu Ming's noble artifact. It was a kimono with a black base and blue sides that was the size of a primary school student. However, the most attractive part was her snow-white hair that was tied into a small braid. She was a proper kimono loli. Her inhuman-like pointy ears and golden pupils told everyone that the kimono loli in front of them was not human. After seeing the kimono loli's true face, Black Rabbit was obviously stunned. Master White Yakshaw, why are you at the lower level? It seemed like she was someone that he knew. This made Wu Ming feel awkward. Ouch. You really don't know how to be gentle with a girl. You actually used a shield to block a beautiful girl who threw herself at you. The kimono loli named White Yakshaw rubbed her head that was hurting from the collision and got up from the ground. After all, I'm facing an unknown person who suddenly attacked me. What I did was right. Wu Ming shrugged. Oh, you're quite good at talking back. However, seeing that you were able to discover me, I won't argue with you, Mr. Ghost. Likewise, kimono loli. As he spoke, Wu Ming and White Yakshaw looked at each other. Both of them stared into each other's eyes so closely that it seemed like sparks were flying. Two of you, please stop for a moment. Black Rabbit's forehead was sweating as he tried to persuade them. For Black Rabbit's sake, I won't argue with you. White Yakshaw took out a folding fan and opened it with a swing, covering the lower half of his face. Thank you for your magnanimity, White Yakshaw. Wu Ming responded with a smile. Immediately after, White Yakshaw led everyone to a room in Thousand Eyes. Let me introduce myself first. I'm a cadre of Thousand Eyes, White Yakshaw. At the same time, I'm also the floor master of the East District. Then, White Yakshaw used the folding fan to cover his face and looked at Wu Ming. Villo Saranswood, new member of No Name. A lost ghost who is searching for his original body, Wu Ming said simply. Next to Wu Ming were 16 Knights Reversal, Ju Yuanfei, and Haruhibu Yaoi. 16 Knights Reversal, as you can see, the new member of No Name is an ordinary human, 16 Knights Reversal said heroically. Ju Yuanfei, new member of No Name. At the moment, he's also an ordinary human, Ju Yuanfei said elegantly. Haruhibu Yaoi, new member of No Name. An ordinary human. This is Sanmaro Cat, Haruhibu Yaoi said in a casual manner and introduced his cat at the same time. However, to Black Rabbit, these 4 people were disaster-level problem children. Oh, are you the people that Black Rabbit summoned from another world? Let's not talk about these 3 for now. Your introduction to yourself is a little short. With that said, White Yakshaw looked at Wu Ming. Then, Lord White Yakshaw, please don't be so calculative. Black Rabbit thought that White Yakshaw was still concerned about what happened just now and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. However, White Yakshaw was not such a calculative person. She only cared about Wu Ming's identity. Although it's also because I didn't deliberately hide my figure, it can be said that you're very powerful to be able to discover my figure. I'm slightly interested in you. Immediately after, White Yakshaw covered the lower half of her face with the paper fan and continued speaking. You should know that at the moment, I'm the strongest existence below 4 digits. You should know that the water god that Mr. Villo and Mr. 16 Knights defeated was given a godhead by Lord White Yakshaw, Black Rabbit explained kindly. That made 16 Knights, Ju Yuasuka, and Haruhibu Yaoi raise their eyebrows. Black Rabbit was instantly frightened as she was afraid that these 3 problem children would do something again. On the other hand, Wu Ming had the thought that this guy is really strong. One should know that the fake Roias that Wu Ming created earlier using the Create Green item was filled with a large amount of mana by Wu Ming. It could be said that it was comparable to a real relic. After all, when facing an unknown world and unknown dangers, one had to face it with 200% of their attitude. However, even so, the fake Roias that Wu Ming created had 7 layers of shields shattered after White Yakshaw collided with it. At that time, the airwave that was produced was because all 7 floors had been broken through. If not for Wu Ming injecting a large amount of mana at the last minute, perhaps the fake Roias would have shattered right away. Not only that, the reason why Wu Ming was hostile to White Yakshaw was entirely because of the sense of danger that White Yakshaw gave Wu Ming. To put it simply, White Yakshaw's ability was definitely one of the top in the box. I'm indeed not weak, but I'm just a spirit that's looking for my original body, Wu Ming said calmly. Is that so? White Yakshaw took a deep look at Wu Ming. But the power that can split a star in your body makes me nervous. Hey. Black Rabbit and Kazuhito looked at Wu Ming in shock. Even the 3 problem children looked at Wu Ming curiously. Wu Ming, on the other hand, felt rather helpless. The power that White Yakshaw mentioned that could split a star in half was undoubtedly the divine sword of salvation. Although Wu Ming's spiritual body could use it, it was like a follower's relic. It was a god relic formed from pure mana. Theoretically, White Yakshaw should not be too far away. However, there was another possibility, which was that White Yakshaw had a close relationship with a star like the sun. Otherwise, White Yakshaw would not be so cautious of Wu-ming. Be that as it may, I just want to find my original body as soon as possible, Wu-ming said calmly. He had no intention of explaining his power to everyone. Firstly, Wu-ming could not explain it clearly in a short period of time. Secondly, the power to split a star was considered a trump card, so there was no need to explain it too clearly. That was why everyone did not ask Wu-ming specifically. Well then, I hope you find your original body soon. White Yakshaw smiled lightly. Subsequently, White Yakshaw looked at everyone. So, what are you doing here at this branch of thous and yes? Chapter 580. Actually, we're here to appraise the gift. Can you help us appraise it, Lord White Yakshaw? Black Rabbit looked at White Yakshaw with greedy eyes. Clearly, Black Rabbit and White Yakshaw knew each other, and they looked like acquaintances. Of course, appraising a gift would require some handling fees. With the current financial situation of No Name, they would save as much as they could. Appraising the gift. White Yakshaw glanced at Wu-ming, then looked around at Reverse 16 Knights, Jufei Neo, and Haruhito Hikari. Alright, although this isn't what I'm good at, since Black Rabbit has spoken, let me help you a little. With that said, White Yakshaw clapped his hands. Instantly, 4 rays of light condensed above Wu-ming and the others. Then, the light solidified and turned into 4 cards of different colors. They fell and were subconsciously grabbed by the 4. That's gift card. Black Rabbit exclaimed. Gift card. Jufei Neo muttered as she looked at the red piece of paper in her hand and the words written on it. That's a high-level gift called Laplace paper. Not only can it store the gift, but it can also control the concealment and appearance of the gift card according to one's needs. Simply put, it's a bound personal warehouse, White Yakshaw explained. Not only that, but the gift card can also appraise your gift. What's written on the paper is your gift. With that, White Yakshaw moved and came to Wu-ming's side. He was quite interested in Wu-ming's gift. Then, he would be disappointed by the result. Blank. White Yakshaw looked at the gift card in Wu-ming's hand with no words on it with a surprised expression. Then, as if he wanted to confirm whether the gift card was broken, White Yakshaw moved to Reverse 16 Knight's side and looked at his gift card. Don't know. White Yakshaw became more and more suspicious of whether these gift cards were broken. However, after seeing Prestige written on Jufei Neo's card and Life Catalog written on Haruhito Hikari's card, this suspicion disappeared. But at the same time, he was curious about Wu-ming and the 16 Knights reversal. There had never been a case where 16 Knights couldn't be detected and Wu-ming was blank. If 16 Knights' grace couldn't be detected, it could be said that it was affected by its own grace, but Wu-ming's grace was completely blank. If the gift card was not damaged, it meant that the person being tested did not receive a gift. However, Wu-ming wasn't surprised. Although his ability could be considered a gift, Wu-ming didn't come from this world. Therefore, the definition of this world didn't apply to Wu-ming. This is really interesting. I'm looking forward to your future. Opening his fan to cover his chin, White Yakshaw looked at Wu-ming and 16 Knights with interest. No Name was only here to test the grace. Now that the results were out, there was no reason for them to stay any longer. Therefore, Wu-ming and the rest bid farewell to Bai Yakshaw. On the way back, Wu-ming began to remind them. The competition with Forsgoro is tomorrow. Those who are going to participate in the competition should prepare a little. Hearing Wu-ming's words, Ren, who was going to participate in the grace competition, nodded solemnly. Regardless of seniority, he was the weakest among all of them. Naturally, he needed to prepare. For Jufei Neo and Haruhito Hikari, even without Wu-ming's reminder, the 2 problem children wouldn't relax. Or rather, how could they relax when it was their first time doing something in another world? It was like a child who couldn't sleep because of the excitement of going to the zoo the next day. However, the 2 of them weren't unable to sleep. Next, everyone returned to the No Name base. Then, Wren and Black Rabbit took Wu Ming's group of 4 to visit the various rooms and places in the No-Name base. Although because of the Demon King, No-Name not only was the land barren, but the houses also became dangerous. However, in the past 3 years, the remaining child members of No-Name, Black Rabbit, and Wren didn't stay idle. They sneakily repaired the No-Name house. At the very least, it was no longer a problem for people to live in. It was no longer a dangerous house. After the 4 of them chose their rooms, Wu Ming heard that there was a huge library under No-Name. Then, after getting Wren's permission, Wu Ming said goodbye to everyone and went straight to the library alone. After coming to an unfamiliar place, the most important thing was to obtain unfamiliar knowledge. Because that meant that you had obtained information. And Wu Ming didn't have to worry about the language barrier. There was a magical place in the box court world. No matter what kind of world the person came from, no matter what kind of language the person spoke, what kind of words, the box court world would unify them, allowing the person's words to be automatically converted into the other person's language. For example, the person opposite you was clearly speaking English, but in your eyes, he was speaking German, whether it was the mouth or the voice. It was quite magical. But even if the box court didn't have such an ability, it didn't matter to Wu Ming. As the origin of almost all worlds, every time Wu Ming came to a new world, he would automatically master the world's common language. Otherwise, Wu Ming wouldn't be able to communicate normally with other people in other worlds. In addition, Wu Ming also had the God Slayer's 1,000 languages ability, which allowed him to completely learn a language in a very short time. In short, Wu Ming would never encounter an awkward situation where he couldn't read. Just like that, Wu Ming found a small, sturdy table, cleaned the dust on it, and sat down to read. It had to be said that although No-Name had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the library wasn't very big, the collection of books was still quite rich. Currently, Collis wasn't by Wu Ming's side, and Wu Ming didn't have the ability to quickly read books, so Wu Ming could only read books that were more important to Wu Ming. For example, the history of the box court, the specific classification of the box court, and so on. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Ming finished reading an unknown number of books in his hands. After closing it, he used his telekinesis to control the book and put it back on the bookshelf. Wu Ming couldn't help but sigh again. No-Name was once the largest community in the East District. The quality of the books in the library was quite high. Wu Ming even thought that some of the books here might not be available in other communities. Moreover, the No-Name library was well maintained. Although it had experienced the Demon King's attack, it was now only slightly dusty. It didn't look like it had been abandoned for 3 years. Someone should be cleaning it regularly. And Wu Ming could also see from some details that someone had been to this underground library recently. Maybe it's Wren. Wu Ming speculated. After all, even if he was the leader of a community in name only, Wren was still the leader of a community. It was necessary to supplement his knowledge appropriately. But judging from the dust in this underground library, the other party didn't come to the library often. Generally speaking, I've understood enough. Let's go out for a walk. As he said that, Wu Ming's eyes flashed. It's about time someone came. Then, Wu Ming walked out of the underground library and came to the surface. Chapter 581. After coming to the surface, Wu Ming found that the sky was completely dark. It's already this late. Wu Ming carefully looked at the moon in the sky that was almost the same as the moon in the ordinary world. Calculating the time by the moon's position, it was already midnight. After reading some books about this world, Wu Ming thought that in this world where gods and Buddhas walked everywhere, the moon should have been taken by the moon god. In the end, it was still hanging in the sky. But maybe the moon god was happy to do so. No longer paying attention to the moon, Wu Ming began to walk towards the outskirts of No-Name's base. I hope I didn't miss a good show. No-Name's base wasn't small, it could accommodate more than 100 people. Plus, it was bedtime, so Wu Ming didn't meet the other members of No-Name. Ju Yuasuka, Haru Yaori, and even Black Rabbit were probably already asleep. After all, staying up late wasn't good for the girl's skin, and there was a competition tomorrow. But Ren and 16 Knights probably couldn't go back to sleep. 16 Knights' proposal to fight the Infernal King was obviously not a random proposal, so it wasn't impossible for 16 Knights and Ren to have a candlelight talk tonight. But with 16 Knights' brain, there shouldn't be a need for a candlelight talk, which meant that Ren should be asleep. And in Wu Ming's opinion, 16 Knights definitely wouldn't sleep. That guy is a smart guy. It's impossible that he didn't think that Forsgoro would send people to play dirty. The good show Wu Ming mentioned before was this. After all, this trick had worked against the opponent time and time again. How could the opponent give up using this trick just because he was tricked during the day? As Wu Ming spoke, he expanded the range of his spiritual perception. In an instant, No Name's entire base was enveloped by Wu Ming's spiritual power. Over there. Wu Ming revealed an expression that said he expected it, and then walked in the direction of his perception. In Wu Ming's perception, Wu Ming saw 16 Knights standing in front of a small forest. However, not only did Wu Ming sense 16 Knights, but he also sensed a group of thieves in the woods. However, Wu Ming couldn't help but complain about the other party's sneaking technique. Perhaps in front of ordinary people, the other party's technique was quite perfect, but in Wu Ming's eyes, the other party was like a big light bulb walking in the dark. It was hard not to notice. To put it simply, 16 Knights had already discovered them. Boom, it sounded like something had exploded. Wu Ming didn't need to look to know that it was 16th Knights. After walking over unhurriedly, this was the scene that greeted him. Reverse 16 Knights smiled as he weighed the small stones in his hand. He looked at the 5 or 6 assassin-like people lying on the ground in front of him. There was also a crater in front of them that looked like it had been hit by a cannonball. There was no doubt that these people were wearing the blessing of night stealth, but because their levels were too low, they couldn't hide from 16 Knights. As for the crater in front of them, it was obvious from the rock in 16th Knight's hand that it was caused by the rock 16th Knight threw. What an inhuman human, Wu Ming complained in his heart. Oh, isn't it, little brother? You finally came out of the library. Although he had already noticed Wu Ming's spirit, 16 Knights still had a "oh, what a coincidence" look on his face. I'm still a little worried, so I came out to take a look. Wu Ming looked at the brown-clothed people who were obviously frightened. But it seems that I have nothing to do. After all, I can't let you be in the limelight for everything. 16 Knights shrugged and deliberately showed a helpless expression. However, 16 Knights' helplessness made Wu Ming smile helplessly. He could only say that he was indeed a problematic child. What happened? Ren, who was originally awakened after falling asleep, ran over. As you can see, Guard's dirty trick has been taken care of by 16 Knights. Wu Ming shrugged. Then, Wu Ming heard the brown-clothed people whispering. Such strength, could it be that the rumor of defeating the water god is true? If that's the case, we can be saved. Wu Ming instantly understood that these guys were the pawns of Guard who were using the hostages of their community as hostages to control them. Let me tell you in advance, the hostages in Guard's hands have been killed by Guard. What? After these people heard it, they were all in disbelief. Our companions here have the ability to make Guard reveal the truth. Guard has personally told us to kill the hostages directly. Wu Ming added. These people were silent. But thinking about it carefully, after those hostages were taken away, they indeed never saw those hostages again. Wait. Mr. Villo, why did you tell them directly? Ren looked at Wu Ming with some concern. Ren's meaning was naturally to consider the other party's feelings. After all, the hostages who had been threatened were killed from the beginning, and it was inevitable that some people would not be able to accept it. I think the little brother did a good job. I don't expect to consider their feelings. These people have helped Guard do a lot of such things. 16 Knights said sarcastically. I'm very sorry. I'm obviously here to harm you, but at this moment, I made a willful request. But please listen to me. Then, the leader spoke out his request. Guard is relying on the protection of the Demon King to do whatever they want in the outer sect of 210-5380. If possible, we hope that you can beat Guard to a pulp in the gift competition tomorrow. Please. A brown-clothed person who looked like the leader walked forward and bowed deeply to Wu Ming and the other two. Please. The other brown-clothed people also bowed to Wu Ming and the other two. 16 Knight's face showed an expression of "I was waiting for you to say that." Then, he grabbed Ren's shoulder. "No problem. Guard, the Demon King's minion, will be defeated by the community led by Ren Russell. Thank you very much." The brown-clothed people responded in unison. And Ren Russell, the 11-year-old child, was stunned on the spot. Hey, a moment later, after Wu Ming gave them some instructions, the brown-clothed people all retreated. Wu Ming and the other two also moved from the courtyard outside to the inside of the house. In the boardroom-like room, 16 Knights was enjoying the night view while Wu Ming was sitting on the sofa reading a book, constantly flipping through it. Wu Ming used his spirit power to take it out when he passed by the library. Ren, on the other hand, stood beside 16 Knights with a pained expression. "Mr. 16 Knights, why did you say that?" Ren was naturally referring to the community led by Ren Russell that 16 Knights mentioned. "Although I accepted your suggestion to take down the Demon King as the goal, but to directly use my name to publicize it, it's a little." To put it bluntly, Ren was embarrassed. "Just forgive 16 Knights this time, Ren. After all, the only person our community can bring out is the leader." Black Rabbit's identity was special, so naturally, it could not be used for publicity. Wu Ming and the other three were newcomers who had just joined the community, and they did not have the chance to show their strength. Even the news of them defeating the water god was spread in an unreliable way. So, only Ren Russell, the leader, was left to publicize. "Well, there's nothing bad about it. After all, you're the leader of the community, Ren." 16 Knights smiled gently. "That's right. Just accept it." Wu Ming flipped through the pages while persuading. Since things had come to this, Ren could only nod. "Speaking of which, little brother, what did you say to those people?" "I'm very curious." 16 Knights asked. "It's nothing big. I just told them that no name can restore their community's freedom. But in return, I hope that those who did such things can turn themselves in early to atone for the children killed by guard." After all, it was not something shameful, so Wu Ming said it casually. After all, even if they were forced, it could not hide the fact that they were guards' accomplices. Although their crimes did not warrant death, they still had to accept the necessary punishment. "You're really kind, little brother," 16 Knights Reversal said in a mocking and praising tone. Turning themselves in early and pleading guilty after being caught were two different concepts. The former would definitely be dealt with lightly. The ordinary laws of other worlds stipulated this, so the laws of the United States of America were not much different. It could be said that Wu Ming's actions were actually helping those people. "It's just a suggestion. It's up to them whether they listen or not," Wu Ming said casually, his eyes still on the book in his hand. Of course, it was not that Wu Ming looked down on those people, but there were definitely not many who were willing to turn themselves in early. After all, this was also a gamble. What if no name lost after turning themselves in? Opportunities would not wait. If they could not seize the opportunity, it was not Wu Ming's problem. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open. "Ah, is everyone here?" the owner of the voice asked with some surprise. Chapter 582. Did something happen? Zhu Yuao asked Wu Ming and the others. Wu Ming raised his head and looked at the newcomers. It was Zhu Yuao, Haru Hiroyuki, and Kurarabi. Looking at the three's still damp hair, Wu Ming speculated that the three of them might have just finished bathing. When they passed by, they noticed the light and came in to take a look. "So you guys didn't sleep? I thought you guys were all asleep." Wu Ming put down the book in his hand when he saw everyone coincidentally gathered together. "After dinner, Black Rabbit took us to the no-name bathhouse. There is a place where we can take a bath. It took us some time," Haruhi Hikari said as he hugged the three-furred cat. There were still water droplets on his hair. Although it wasn't that he couldn't understand, Wu Ming still had the mentality of complaining about the girl taking so long to take a bath. But this also explained why Zhu Yuao and the others didn't know what happened. No Name's bathhouse was also underground, and the location of the entrance was quite hidden from outsiders. This was mentioned when Ren and Kurarabi brought Wu Ming and the others to visit the room. But if Ju Yuao and Haru Hiroyuki knew that they missed a good show, they would probably be angry. As for why Ren was disturbed by 16th Night's explosion and the other children weren't disturbed, it was because 16th Night obviously went easy on them and didn't use so much strength. Secondly, Ren's place was closest to the brown-clothed man and 16th Night. Otherwise, Ren wouldn't have been able to get dressed in such a short time. Ren's place was close to 16th Night and the brown-clothed man's place. It could only be said that it was a coincidence. I have to say, the bathhouse here is quite good. Ju Yufei stretched her back lazily. Coupled with the clothes she was wearing, Ju Yufei looked quite charming even though she hadn't fully developed yet. This clothes suits you. Wu Ming looked at Ju Yuao's clothes and commented. The clothes that Flying Bird was originally wearing were gone, replaced by a bright red princess dress that reached her ankles. Thank you. Zhou Yu and Flying Bird bowed to Wu Ming. Well, you're welcome. It's just that the size doesn't fit. Hearing Wu Ming's words, Zhu Fei Neo immediately reacted. His face turned red as he covered his chest. Because the clothes were made with the body of a black rabbit, a healthy black rabbit naturally couldn't be the same size as a bird that hadn't developed much. Pervert. Shut up. Jiao Fei Neo instinctively used his grace. As soon as Zhu Yu and Flying Bird said that, Wu Ming felt as if he had been shackled. However, in an instant, those shackles were broken by Wu Ming. Is this the effect of your grace? Using the spirit of speech to control? Wu Ming pondered, feeling the state just now. It doesn't work. This was the first time Zhu Yu and Flying Bird's ability failed. It's not that it doesn't work. It's just that it's more difficult for you to control someone who is stronger than you. Wu Ming didn't mind Flying Bird using his grace on him. After all, he was the one who teased her first. Just like me, your grace did have an effect on me. However, because I'm much stronger than you, the moment you tried to control me, I broke free from your control. Wu Ming explained enthusiastically. However, that's also related to the user's lack of development. Hearing Wu Ming's words, Zhu Yu and Flying Bird's expression darkened. That can't be helped. I don't want to control others. Hearing this, Wu Ming's gaze wavered. That. Everyone, if there's nothing else, let's go to sleep. After all, we still have to compete with Forsgoro tomorrow. Black Rabbit quickly mediated. After all, tomorrow's grace competition was the first grace competition for No Name after the new members joined. Naturally, they had to take it seriously. Looking at the moon outside, it was indeed very late. Wu Ming agreed. If you have anything to say, let's save it for tomorrow. You should know that staying up late isn't good for a girl's skin. This teasing sentence made Flying Bird, Yarrow, and Black Rabbit quickly return to their rooms. Wu Ming and Ren greeted each other and returned to their room under 16 Nights' teasing gaze. The next morning, Jiao Fei Neo, Kasuga Tribe's Yahojin Russell, accompanied by Wu Ming, 16 Nights Reverse, and Black Rabbit, walked towards the Forsgoro base. By the way, Flying Bird's clothes had already been adjusted by Black Rabbit. Because No Name was the challenger, the content and venue of the competition were decided by Forsgoro. This time, Forsgoro's competition venue was set in the residential area. There were 3 types of areas in the box court world. The stage area for competitions, the free area for business and entertainment, and the residential area for eating and living. This time, Forsgoro held the grace competition in their residential area. Wu Ming didn't have any doubts about this result. After all, it was better to play dirty in one's own territory. However, this didn't mean that Wu Ming wouldn't do anything. At this time, 16 Nights, who was walking at the back, started a conversation with Wu Ming, who was also walking at the back. By the way, you're really cruel, little brother. 16 Nights was referring to the incident where Wu Ming instigated the brown-shirted men to turn themselves in last night. After all, they did make a mistake. It's not something that can be made up for by helping us fight against Forsgoro. Wu Ming shrugged his shoulders. While talking with 16 Nights, Wu Ming also controlled his mental strength to explore the community of Forsgoro. Wu Ming didn't think that the other party wouldn't think of other ways after their dirty trick failed. Wu Ming and 16 Knights weren't afraid of the other party's dirty tricks, but it was hard to say for Ju Yuasuka, Haruhito Yaoi, and Ren, who were preparing to participate in this grace competition. After all, the three people's grace competitions weren't directly lethal. Therefore, Wu Ming prepared to use his mental strength to check the current situation of Forsgoro for everyone. Well, as long as you're happy. 16 Knights didn't pay attention to this matter. Anyway, even if they didn't turn themselves in, after Forsgoro was defeated, the secret would naturally be exposed. At that time, as the ruler of the East District, Byakuya wouldn't ignore it. 16 Knights knew this, so he didn't care about those people. What are Mr. 16 Knights and Mr. Villo talking about? Black Rabbit noticed the conversation between Wu Ming and 16 Knights and asked curiously. It's nothing. We were just discussing how to cook the rabbit to make it tastier. 16 Knights smiled at the Black Rabbit. How could Black Rabbit not know that he was teased by 16 Knights again? Mr. 16 Knights, you big idiot. Black Rabbit said as he took out a paper fan and hit 16 Knights on the head. Although he didn't know why 16 Knights didn't say anything, Wu Ming didn't want to say anything about what happened last night. After all, it wasn't a big deal, so there was no need to take care of everything. At this time, Wu Ming's mental strength sensed that something was wrong. Something happened to Forsgoro. Huh. Chapter 583. After everyone heard Wu Ming's words, they hurriedly ran towards the Forsgoro's base. It wasn't that everyone was concerned about Forsgoro, it was just that Forsgoro's mishap happened at the wrong time. Although it was beneficial for one side to have an accident, Forsgoro had an accident right before the start of the gift match. This made it easy for people to think that Forsgoro was unscrupulous in order to win. Even though the bestowment competition would naturally be cancelled and No Name would not be able to gain any benefits, it would still inevitably bring negative influence to No Name. From an outsider's point of view, this was how things were. The biggest community in the outer sect, 210-5380, had met with trouble on the eve of the bestowment competition with No Name, who had been attacked by the Demon King. It must have been a mere No Name who played a dirty trick. From an outsider's point of view, this was the truth of the matter. Once the outside world thought that No Name was a community that relied on underhanded means to survive, it would be terrible. It must be known that without a banner or a name, it would be very troublesome for No Name to rise to prominence. If this infamy was added to No Name, then No Name would really be unable to reverse the situation. Of course, this was all just guesswork. The future could not be predicted. What everyone needed to do now was to find out what happened to Forsgoro as soon as possible. Because they were already very close to Forsgoro's base, after Wu Ming said that something happened to Forsgoro, everyone only needed to jog to reach Forsgoro's designated competition area. It was a manor that occupied a large area. The manor's door was tightly shut. Through the walls, they could see the lush trees growing in the manor. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, this seemingly peaceful manor was filled with a deathly silence. This did not match the bestowment competition that was about to be held. Something is wrong. Black Rabbit was slightly afraid as he pulled back his rabbit ears. Without saying anything else, Wu Ming walked directly to the manor's main door. He reached out his hand and gently pushed the door open. Wait a minute, Mr. Villo. We haven't confirmed the final personnel yet. The door to the gift competition venue can't be opened, however, Black Rabbit stopped halfway through its sentence. The gate of the manor was easily pushed open by Wu Ming, revealing a quiet forest. Wu Ming's footsteps did not stop as he directly walked in. Then, the three problem children followed Wu Ming's footsteps and walked through the door. It was opened just like that, and other people were allowed to enter. Does that mean the gift competition has been cancelled? Although 16 Knights didn't go to the library last night, he still learned a lot of information from Ren. The venue that was designated as the venue for the gift competition could not be forcibly entered unless the gift competition was cancelled. Only then would one be allowed to enter. However, even if the gift competition was cancelled, this was still the residential area of Oroscaro. Let's not talk about the fact that people could enter this place at will. Even if the gift competition was cancelled, there should still be guards in the residential area. But now, the entire forest was silent as if it was dead. There was not a single trace of human presence. What if the gift competition was cleared? Wu Ming suddenly said. This made everyone think for a moment. Even though we don't know the details of the match, we can tell that this place is a lush forest. We can guess that the match will be a blessing match to find something in the forest or kill an enemy. Wu Ming took 2 steps forward and arrived at the edge of the forest. If that's the case, the enemy can't be outside, but inside. After all, Guard knew about the powerful abilities of Juyuki Asuka and Haruhito Yaoi, so they definitely wouldn't use open means. And if it was really as Wu Ming guessed, Guard might have ambushed them secretly. If there was a powerful person who came here in advance and got rid of Fog Goro, then there would be such a quiet scene. That's what you're guessing, right, little brother? 16 Knights walked to Wu Ming's side with his hands on his head. But it's also possible that the powerful person hacked into Oroskaro last night, and that's why it's like this now. After all, if Oroskaro started the gift competition that only No Name could participate, then the other party wouldn't be able to do anything. It had to be said that the Hakata world was really a magical place. The power of the gift competition was spread throughout the entire Hakata. Black Rabbit, I'll have to trouble you to obtain some information from the center of the box court. Ask if the bestowment competition has been held here. Wu Ming looked at Black Rabbit as he spoke. As a noble of the Hakata, Black Rabbit's ears were connected to the Hakata Center. This was also why Yu Rabbit, a noble of the Hakata, often acted as a referee. If a noble of the Hakata favored either side as a referee, they would instantly explode and die. This also made the contestants and the organizers feel quite relieved. After all, if Yu Rabbit favored one side as a referee, the consequences would be severe. She could also tell everyone that the referee had broken the rules, so why not? By the way, Black Rabbit was the referee for the gift competition between No Name and Oroskaro today. But because of this, Wu Ming asked Black Rabbit to get information from the Hakata Center. Although Black Rabbit couldn't access the Hakata Center as easily as browsing the internet, he could still ask about the scheduled gift competition. Yes, Black Rabbit will do it now. With that said, Black Rabbit closed its eyes, its ears constantly moving. In just a few seconds, Black Rabbit opened his eyes. You're right, Mr. Veyro. The bestowment contest that was supposed to take place here never happened. Since this was the case, Wu Ming and the others had already entered the scheduled competition venue, and no one from Oroskaro's side had appeared. Perhaps Oroskaro was really defeated. Could it be that a demon king attacked Oroskaro last night? Ren frowned and said with some worry. It couldn't be said that Ren's worries were groundless. Because only a demon king would dare to attack Oroskaro, which was a legitimate community on the surface. It's hard to say at the moment. After all, crimes that have not been discovered are not illegal in the Hakata. Wu Ming shook his head. They couldn't rule out the possibility that another community had attacked Oroskaro at night and wanted to take the opportunity to frame No Name. It was still the same saying, crimes that have not been discovered are not crimes. Just like how Guard secretly kidnapped other community members and used this as a threat to force the other community to block the flag of the gift competition. However, Wu Ming was more inclined to believe that a powerful person had attacked Oroskaro. The reason was the extremely silent forest in front of him. It wasn't that Wu Ming looked down on people, but in the outer door of 210-5380, there was no community that had such power. Otherwise, the largest community in the outer door of 210-5380 would not be Oroskaro, but other communities. Of course, all of this had to exclude No Name at the moment. Take 16th Knights, who had a short fight with Wu Ming, as an example. After reading the books about the combat power of the Hakata in No Name's underground library, Wu Ming conservatively estimated that 16th Knights was in the lower level of the Hakata. Among the 6 and 7 digits, there was no one who could compete with him. Even among the 5 digits in the middle level, 16th Knights was considered one of the best. However, because Wu Ming had not specifically fought with 16th Knights, it was difficult to determine which number 16th Knights belonged to. However, what was certain was that people like Wu Ming and 16th Knights could completely eliminate a 7-digit community in one night. Of course, people like 16th Knights who were more violent would definitely not clean up the battlefield so cleanly. In short, Wu Ming believed that this place was attacked by a powerful person. However, why would the other party attack Forsgoro the day before Forsgoro and No Name's gift match? Even if they wanted to seek revenge, it would be too much of a coincidence. Or rather, the other party's target is actually No Name. Wu Ming said lightly as he closed his eyes. In an instant, everyone felt that something had passed through their bodies. Chapter 584. Everyone felt that their bodies were penetrated by something. It was the result of Wu Ming's mental power being released without any concealment. Everyone also knew that Wu Ming was using his mental power to detect something, so they didn't disturb Wu Ming. Wu Ming was naturally looking for the guy who attacked Forsgoro. Wu Ming had an intuition that if the other party came for No Name, then at this moment, the other party must be monitoring the situation here. This quiet manner was the best protection, wasn't it? However, the other party probably didn't know that Wu Ming was a radar that could scan a large area. In just an instant, Wu Ming's mental power enveloped the entire manor, and a spiritual map appeared in Wu Ming's heart. In the manor, there was only a bungalow in the center. Guard and what seemed to be guard subordinates were lying unconscious in the house. However, they didn't seem to be dead. It seems that the attacker wasn't a bad person. Wu Ming thought. Just knocking out Guard and the others who had committed the most heinous crimes instead of killing them was already a very kind existence in Silent Wonder's eyes. At this moment, at the edge of Wu Ming's perception, a shadow quickly rushed out of the manor. Found it. Wu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the shadow. Over there. As if receiving a signal, 16 Knights suddenly bent his body and then stomped on the ground with one foot. His whole body was like a cannonball that rushed in the direction Wu Ming was looking at. The ground where 16th Knight had been was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. This made Ren Russell, who had never seen 16 Knights explode, dumbfounded. There is a bungalow in this forest. Guard and the others are unconscious inside. You guys be careful and go take a look. I'll meet up with 16 Knights. After all, the bungalow in the forest was not difficult to find. Wu Ming just gave a simple explanation. After Wu Ming finished speaking, a black hole appeared in front of him. Wu Ming suddenly plunged into the black hole. Immediately after, the black hole shrank and disappeared. Ren was dumbfounded as he watched the two of them leave in different but equally bizarre ways. Mr. 16 Knights and Mr. Villo. They are both very powerful people. Outside the manor, a black-purple ripple suddenly appeared on the path that the black shadow had to take to escape. The black figure did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Then, with a movement that was quite strange in the eyes of ordinary people, it changed direction without slowing down by 90 degrees and continued to flee. When an obstacle appeared in front of him, the black shadow did the same thing as before and immediately changed direction. However, now, you have nowhere to run. Wu Ming's voice came from the beginning of the black ripple. Immediately after, Wu Ming's figure walked out of the black portal. These silver chains were naturally the pseudo-heavenly lock, a fake created by Wu Ming on the spot. After all, the real thing was basically used on Hercules, who was sunk by Wu Ming in the American continent. Those black ripples were the portal that Wu Ming had shrunk. Those openings were just to allow the pseudo-heavenly lock to connect with each other and form a cage to trap the enemy like now. Now, abilities such as the portal and create advanced item no longer required Wu Ming to chant. He could release them with just a thought. This was also thanks to the development of Wu Ming's mental power. The place that was detected by Wu Ming's mental power also became a place that Wu Ming had been in disguise, so the portal could be used normally. Wu Ming looked at the black shadow in the cage. Just as he was about to say something, a voice interrupted Wu Ming. Oh, am I late? 16 Knights also rushed over at this moment. After all, the distance was not far. Coupled with the speed of 16 Knights, it was not difficult to find this place in less than a minute. Although an incomparably silent forest would bring fear to intruders, if they became hunters, then the silent forest would become the best way for hunters to find prey. After all, among a lot of motionless things, the moving thing was the most conspicuous. Then, 16 Nights Reversal laughed as if he was complaining. "Little brother, you actually have such a convenient thing, how cunning." Obviously, the scene of Wu Ming walking out of the portal was seen by 16 knights who rushed over. "It's all because you're too excited." Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. He originally wanted to use the portal with 16 knights, but as soon as Wu Ming said found it, 16 knights directly rushed in the direction that Wu Ming was looking at. After all, this is a big shot who killed the suspected demon king of Oroscaro. "How can I give it to you?" 16 knights laughed wildly. However, 16 knights looked at the black shadow that was trapped by Wu Ming's unknown chain cage and smacked his lips unhappily. "But since you came first, I won't fight with you this time." 16 knights looked at the Villo with an expression that said you got a big deal, and also gave Wu Ming a good luck, "I'm looking forward to it" gesture. This made Wu Ming a little embarrassed. Not to mention whether the other party was the Demon King or not, they were still not sure whether the other party was an enemy or not. They might not even be able to fight. However, the necessary contact was necessary. Then, the person hiding in the shadows, "You can come out now," Wu Ming said as he looked at the mysterious black shadow shrouded in the pseudo-time's heavenly lock cage. As if giving up, the shadow gradually dispersed, revealing the person hidden in the shadows. It was a lowly with curly blonde hair that reached her waist with a large bow tied behind her head. She was wearing a red jacket, black underwear, and a long grey tie. She was wearing a white fabric that looked like shorts, a short skirt, and a jacket. There were also 4 black ribbons that extended from the fabric, fluttering on both sides of her calves. Grey and black striped pantyhose matched with short boots. This outfit made the lowly look very strange. "Oh, I didn't expect it to be a blonde lowly. I have never fought with a lowly before." 16 knights looked at Wu Ming with a face of happiness. However, Wu Ming really couldn't agree with 16 knights' thinking. Shouldn't a normal person's first reaction when seeing a beautiful lowly would be to think that she was cute or something like that? Why did 16 knights look like she wanted to fight with her? But looking at it from another perspective, 16 knights' approach wasn't wrong. After all, the other party was also the big shot that finished Forsgoro in one night. No matter how weak Forsgoro was, in the eyes of 16 knights, this blonde lowly was an existence that could act as a demon king. "Since you've revealed yourself, it means that you're willing to talk to us. Then, can you tell me who you are, Miss Vampire?" Wu Ming asked the blonde lowly, his ruber-like eyes looking at the blonde lowly's red eyes. The blonde lowly was obviously stunned, but she recovered in an instant. "Oh Tilda, you know my background the first time we meet. You're really not bad, little brother." However, in the face of 16 knights teasing, Wu Ming chose to ignore it. His eyes were still looking at the blonde lowly. "My name is Letitia de Crea. I was once a companion of no name." The blonde lowly, or Letitia, directly stated her identity. This time it was Wu Ming's turn to be stunned. Wu Ming really didn't think that the other party would be so honest and directly state her name. As for no name being a companion, Wu Ming chose to believe Letitia. After all, this kind of lie that could be easily exposed would not be used by anyone. "So that's how it is. So that's why you attacked Forsgoro." The community that he used to be in that had declined was bullied by other strong communities. With his strength, he couldn't stand it and wanted to teach those communities a lesson. This made sense. However, Letitia shook her head. "In fact, I originally wanted to use Forsgoro to test the strength of the new members of No Name." As she said this, Letitia's eyes revealed a trace of sadness and determination. This made Wu Ming, who was talking to Letitia, see some clues. It seems that this is also a person with a story. Chapter 585. Letitia gave Wu Ming the feeling that she was entrusting her child to him. It seemed like she was hiding something. "Then, what made you give up on the idea of using Forsgoro, and even defeated them with your own hands?" Wu Ming had already begun to believe that Letitia was a former companion of No Name, because Wu Ming didn't think that her eyes were deceiving him. If she really had such superb acting skills, then Wu Ming was willing to admit defeat. Because I saw you. Letitia looked at Wu Ming as if she was looking at the hope of no name. This made 16 Knights, who was on the side, narrow his eyes. Looking at Letitia's appearance, it seemed like she had seen Wu Ming before, or at least seen Wu Ming's strength. Although Wu Ming didn't have the impression of seeing Letitia before, Wu Ming wasn't surprised by Letitia's words. Letitia gave Wu Ming the impression that she was a fruit that had been hollowed out. She looked strong on the outside, but she didn't have much strength on the inside. In other words, Letitia used to be very strong, but now she had weakened for some unknown reason. No matter what the reason was, Wu Ming only needed to know that Letitia used to be very strong. Since that was the case, Letitia might have followed the former leader of No Name to excavate Wu Ming's body. Wu Ming guessed that it might be because Letitia was also present when No Name was excavating Wu Ming's body, and for some unknown reason, she had seen Wu Ming's strength. And now, after Wu Ming came to this world using his spiritual body, he didn't deliberately suppress his abilities, so Letitia might have seen some clues. Have you seen my body before? Wu Ming suddenly asked. Letitia nodded her head very naturally. Your body was in No Name's base, but 3 years ago, it was taken away by the Demon King who attacked No Name. Wu Ming, who had been to No Name, naturally knew about this. Then, why are you so sure that my body is the existence buried under your land? This was indeed a problem. After Wu Ming came to this world, other than the fact that he didn't restrain his aura and pressure at the beginning, he had basically kept it hidden. And his key abilities weren't exposed much. In the eyes of No Name, Wu Ming was just a powerful spirit with some special power that could freely travel between worlds. Although 16 Knights might have seen that Wu Ming wasn't simple, it was still just a guess. But after Wu Ming and Letitia's conversation, Wu Ming had confirmed his identity. An unknown life form with powerful strength that had yet to be revealed. Something like that. In any case, Wu Ming had already sensed 16th Knight's battle intent. You Letitia's Letitia SSS Letitia is. Letitia's words reminded Wu Ming of what happened last night. Last night, in order to show off his strength, Wu Ming did reveal his pressure. But it seemed that this fleeting aura was caught by Letitia. Your aura is exactly the same as your body's aura, incomparably powerful. Letitia, who had followed the leader of the community to excavate Wu Ming's body, recognized the powerful aura at a glance. Wu Ming smiled helplessly. It was because Letitia recognized that this new member was the spiritual body of a powerful being that had once been buried under No Name. Letitia decisively gave up on using Forsgoro to test the new member and even taught Forsgoro a lesson. This led to the previous situation. He didn't expect this vampire girl to be so protective. Then, Wu Ming had a wicked thought. Then, looking at this coincidence, I'll give you the right to choose. Wu Ming walked to the front of the cage formed by the pseudo-heavenly lock. His footsteps did not stop. Like a ghost, he directly passed through the pseudo-heavenly lock and walked in front of Letitia. Then, Wu Ming, with a serious face, used his red eyes to stare at Letitia's eyes, which were the same color as his own, and said word by word. Do you want me to protect No Name, or do you want me to pull you back from hell? Letitia was not surprised that Wu Ming knew her situation was not good. Maybe in her opinion, someone of Wu Ming's level should know everything. But Wu Ming was just trying to get information out of her. I choose to let you protect No Name. Letitia said her thoughts without hesitation. Even 3 years ago, Letitia could not recognize what kind of existence Wu Ming's original body was buried under her community. Now that her strength was greatly reduced, she was even more unable to recognize it. But Letitia knew one thing, and that was if No Name was protected by such a big shot, not to mention getting back the previous name and flag, No Name could even go further. Wu Ming closed his eyes when he heard the answer that he expected. Then, Wu Ming smiled and put his hand on Letitia's small head. You're really a greedy little guy. Even when Wu Ming stroked her head, Letitia's face did not move at all. But Letitia's slightly red cheeks showed that her heart was not calm. So, you agree? Letitia raised her head that was slightly lowered because of Wu Ming's touch. But Wu Ming shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't protect No Name like you said. First of all, Wu Ming's main mission in this world was to find his original body. He only joined No Name because he was touched by Black Rabbit's sentiments of protecting his home and wanted to help them. It could be said that if he did not join No Name, Wu Ming could still find his original body in this world. However, after joining No Name, he obtained information about his original body first. This was something that Wu Ming had to thank No Name. And because Wu Ming's original body was corroded by the Black Origin mud, Wu Ming temporarily could not remove his spiritual body and return to his original body. If he forcefully removed his spiritual body, then Wu Ming would only return to the backup body in the origin. Therefore, Wu Ming had to take one step at a time to find his original body. Secondly, Wu Ming could not stay in this world forever. Although Jisha was injured, it was still a hidden threat. But fortunately, if Gudazi used the Blade of Salvation made by the Holy Grail to summon Wu Ming would also be able to sense it. When the time came, Wu Ming could use the Holy Grail version of the Blade of Salvation as a medium to create a spirit base. Now, Wu Ming could easily control multiple bodies with one mind. Even if it was cross-world control, it was the same. At most, there would be a slight delay in the consciousness of both sides. But Letitia panicked when she heard Wu Ming's rejection. Please promise me, I'll do anything you want me to. To be honest, although Letitia was not very clear about the three newcomers other than Wu Ming, the three of them definitely could not be compared to No Name from 3 years ago. As a former demon king who was defeated and absorbed into the former No Name, Letitia was very clear about how powerful this community was in the past. However, such a powerful community was still attacked by the demon king, and in the end became the current No Name. If the enemy who attacked No Name 3 years ago came again, the three newcomers would not be able to resist at all. In Letitia's opinion, only Wu Ming had the ability to protect the current No Name. During the confrontation with the demon king, Letitia remembered that when Wu Ming's original body fought against the demon king, the power produced even affected the demon king's gift competition. But because Wu Ming's original body was always asleep, Letitia's community ended up becoming No Name. However, due to the influence of the previous battle, the enemies were more interested in the treasures hidden in this land. If it weren't for the fact that Letitia still remembered the enemy's panicked look, she would have thought that they were here because of Wu Ming's main body. In short, Letitia believed that as the soul of the powerful existence under the land, Wu Ming had the ability to protect No Name. Chapter 586. As you can see, I am the soul, and that is the body. Because I fought with a powerful enemy, the two were separated, and the body was lost in this world. Wu Ming patiently explained to Letitia. My first task is to find my body and pursue that enemy. In other words, I can't stay in No Name for long, so I can't protect No Name according to your request. However, Wu Ming's words had a big impact on Letitia. Wu Ming fought with an enemy outside the world, and his body was lost in the box court. This was the feeling of a super powerhouse. And reverse 16 knights, who chose to be a listener, looked at Wu Ming with a burning gaze. Don't get me wrong, it was a gaze full of fighting intent. But being stared at by a man with a burning gaze made Wu Ming quite uncomfortable. However, if it's at the cost of yourself, I can fulfill your wish. Directly ignoring reverse 16 knights' gaze, Wu Ming whispered in Letitia's ear like a demon. Wu Ming was not idle in the underground library of No Name yesterday. Wu Ming found something related to vampires. The sky in each area of the box court had a layer of curtain that could allow creatures unable to live under the sun to live normally, and the first such creature to bear the brunt was vampires. Therefore, vampires who came to the box court began to spontaneously maintain the stability of the box court. Therefore, vampires in the box court were called the Knights of the Box Court. Wu Ming could see that Letitia's strength was not weak, but for some reason, she lost her power. If Letitia regained her strength, Wu Ming could enhance Letitia's strength, and protect No Name would not be a problem. As for the enemies that Letitia was worried about, Wu Ming naturally thought of them. However, those who dared to touch the body of the root dragon, whether they could withstand the wrath of the root dragon and survive was still a question. I understand. Letitia was stunned. Then, She seemed to have thought of something and nodded with a red face. However, Wu Ming saw all of this, and Wu Ming was willing to bet that Letitia must have misunderstood. "Oh, little bro, you finally can't help but make a move on this golden-haired lowly." 16 Nights Reverse fanned the flames as he saw that Le Huai was not meddling in other people's business. This guy definitely understood that what Wu Ming said was completely different from what Letitia was thinking. "If you have nothing better to do, go and meet up with Black Rabbit and the others. You should be satisfied after hearing so many things that others don't know." Wu Ming waved his hand at Reverse 16 Nights in disdain. "No problem. Then, as the price, if you have the chance, you must have a good fight with me." 16 Nights didn't care whether Wu Ming agreed or not. He laughed wildly and ran away. This guy actually didn't cause any trouble this time. Wu Ming looked at 16 Nights Reverse 16 Nights who disappeared into the woods in surprise. Although Wu Ming had just met 16 Nights Reverse 16 Nights, Wu Ming thought that he already knew 16 Nights Reverse 16 Nights very well. He was a proper problem child. However, although 16 Nights Reverse 16 Nights was a problem child, he followed Wu Ming's wishes this time. He didn't get ready to fight with Wu Ming after hearing the conversation between Wu Ming and Letitia. He also listened to Wu Ming's words and went to meet up with Black Rabbit and the others. Although 16 Nights Reverse 16 Nights unilaterally made an agreement with Wu Ming, this was already very good. Then, do you like this body type or the body type of an adult? I can change into it, Letitia said as she started to take off her clothes with a red face. Wait a moment. Wu Ming looked helpless. Wu Ming quickly put his hand on Letitia's half-taken-off red jacket. However, at this moment, in Wu Ming's perception, a person came here at an extremely fast speed. "Mr. Villo, Mr. 16 Nights Reverse 16 Nights said you asked me to come over." Black Rabbit bounced over and said naturally. However, Black Rabbit noticed Letitia who was beside Wu Ming. "Sigh. Senior Letitia, why are you here?" Then, Black Rabbit suddenly realized that Wu Ming and Letitia's current state was a bit off. Wu Ming's hand was placed on Letitia's half-taken-off red jacket. Letitia's face blushed as if she wanted to reject it. Black Rabbit, who had been instilled with evil thoughts by White Yakshaw, immediately understood at this moment. You too. Don't tell me." "Ah." Then, Black Rabbit suddenly jumped away with a red face. At the same time, Black Rabbit's shy shouts echoed throughout the manor. After helping Letitia put on the red jacket, Wu Ming had an expression of admitting defeat. "I knew 16 Nights wouldn't be that obedient." A moment later, in the living room of No Name's base, Black Rabbit and Letitia sat on the bench in the middle. Wu Ming and Zhu Yuanfei sat on the side facing each other. In other words, Mr. Villo and Senior Letitia don't have the kind of relationship that Black Rabbit thought. Is this just a misunderstanding? Black Rabbit, who sat beside Letitia, sighed. After all this time, she was the one who got it wrong. Letitia's face was also red and she didn't say anything. After all, she was the one who got it wrong in the beginning. "So, Miss Zhu Yuanfei, can you take back that perverted gaze?" Wu Ming looked at Zhu Yuanfei, who sat across from him helplessly. Although it was a misunderstanding, for Zhu Yuanfei, who came from the world just after World War II, Wu Ming and Letitia's interaction about clothes was rude enough. Wu Ming could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. When Black Rabbit's scream resounded in the manor, the rest of No Name began to rush over. Wu Ming also took advantage of this time to explain to Letitia. This caused Letitia's face to turn red once again. When the members of No Name rushed over, only Black Rabbit's face was flushed red. Wu Ming and Letitia, on the other hand, had calm expressions. However, Letitia's cheeks were still slightly rosy. Runher Haru and Zhu Yuanfei didn't understand the situation, but Black Rabbit and 16 Nights knew what happened. It should be that the mastermind behind the scenes, 16 Nights, must know what happened. "I say, little brother, you didn't really make a move on this blonde lowly, did you?" This was what 16 Nights, who was still watching the fun and making a big deal out of it, said. This made Runher Haru and Zhu Yuanfei very interested. However, because the follow-up matters of Forsgoro needed to be dealt with by White Yakshaw, Ranher Haru and 16 knights went to deal with it. Ju Yuanfei, Black Rabbit, Letitia, and Wu Ming returned to No Name's base. Then, Wu Ming told Ju Yuanfei and Black Rabbit what happened. In addition to Letitia's testimony, Ju Yuanfei and Black Rabbit didn't have any misunderstandings. On the other hand, Letitia, who was Wu Ming's witness, blushed. However, that was because Letitia had misunderstood Wu Ming's meaning. But at this moment, Black Rabbit, who was hugging Letitia, was very happy. To think that you're Letitia Senpai again, Black Rabbit really missed you. Looking at Black Rabbit, who was like a child, Letitia's heart returned to 3 years ago. You've matured a lot, Black Rabbit. After all, in the past 3 years, the community relied on Ranher and Black Rabbit's meager income to barely survive. How could she not mature? Of course, when Letitia said matured, she was hinting at Black Rabbit's unhappiness by constantly squeezing her own fat in front of her chest. But after thinking about Wu Ming's suggestion, Letitia's face showed a trace of sadness. Although Vilo-sama's suggestion is good, but right now, I have no choice. Letitia's words made Black Rabbit stunned, then she had a helpless expression. Black Rabbit, do you know some recent news about Letitia? Wu Ming asked. Black Rabbit nodded. According to the recent news, Letitia Senpai will be given out as the prize of the gift competition. Then it's as we wish. As long as we participate in the gift competition and win, it'll be fine. Ju Yuanfei said elegantly and calmly as if she had already won. But Wu Ming didn't think that it would be so simple. I'm afraid this method won't work. Along with this sentence, the room door was pushed open. Ranher, 16 knights, and Kasuga Hiroyuki, who were responsible for dealing with the aftermath of Force Goro, returned. Chapter 587. Did something happen to Letitia's gift competition? Wu Ming looked at 16 knights who spoke before. 16 knights put her hands in her pockets and walked to a single chair. She sat down and smiled casually. Let's leave the details to the little guy. Ren nodded as he found an empty single chair and sat down. Haru Hiroyuki walked over to Black Rabbit and Letitia and sat down. In the beginning, Haru Hiroyuki also knew Letitia's identity in the manor, so he didn't have any doubts. Then, Ren began to explain about Letitia. Let's talk about the Force Goro first. According to the order of events, Ren began to explain. We found evidence in the Force Goro's territory. After Lord Byakuya saw the evidence, he was very angry at Guard's actions and said that he would severely punish Force Goro. Then, Haru Hiroyuki added. According to Byakuya, Guard's spirit will be removed and sold as food. It's his own fault. It had to be said that this result was really satisfying. The spirit mentioned here was actually similar to the divine spark. It was a tool that could increase the level of one's own species. However, compared to the divine spark, the spirit was not so exaggerated. It was only a partial increase. It was similar to the 2 definitions of the enhanced version and the degraded version. Then, we asked Byakuya about Letitia's matter. Although No Name did have its name, flag, and companions taken by the Demon King, Ren and Black Rabbit still tried very hard to get them back, just like Letitia. In fact, Ren and Black Rabbit already knew Letitia's whereabouts. For some reason, Letitia ended up in a community under the banner of This and Yes. She was also taken out as a prize in the recent gift competition and placed on the table. Then, Ren looked at Letitia with some guilt. Black Rabbit, who was sitting next to Letitia, also lowered her head. After all, her former companions were now used as a prize in the gift competition, but she couldn't do anything about it. That kind of guilt and pain was not something that others could understand. Black Rabbit and Ren, you two don't have to feel guilty. After all, there's nothing we can do about it. Letitia smiled and comforted the two. However, after some thought, the Black Rabbit revealed a smile again. But now that we have a new companion, we will definitely be able to win Senior Letitia back in this gift competition. It's not that simple, Black Rabbit. If it was that simple, Letitia wouldn't have talked to Wu Ming like she was entrusting him to an orphan. 16th Knights wouldn't have said no to Ancient Flying Bird's method, and Ren wouldn't have looked so miserable since he came in. All of this proved that there was a problem with Letitia's gift contest. Then, Wu Ming's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on the black rabbit's head. If my guess is correct, the community that took Letitia out as the prize for the bestowment competition has made a decision. Even if it means tarnishing their own community's reputation, they have to forcefully retract their decision to use Letitia as the prize. This sentence caused Black Rabbit's pupils to shrink. How can that be? The community's reputation is extremely important. Black Rabbit said in disbelief. In this world, the reason why the community's name and flag were so important was because these two were the community's signboard. If the shop's signboard was broken, then the shop would be in a slump. Wu Ming saw this in the underground library. After the bestowment competition was announced, the content could not be changed at will, including the prize. Unless it was a special situation that everyone agreed on, or the organizer was thick-skinned and forcefully repented. However, if that was the case, the community's reputation would be tarnished. No community was willing to cooperate with a community that didn't keep its word. This was especially reflected in this box world. Ren's next words also proved that Wu Ming was right. Black Rabbit, Mr. Villo is right. According to Lord White Yakshaw, the other party is willing to tarnish their own community's reputation to take back Letitia. Ren's face was gloomy. Before, they didn't have the power to save their companion. Now that they had the power, they couldn't save their companion. They obtained hope in despair, but before they could enjoy the joy of hope, they fell into despair once again. Although it wasn't that serious, Ren's heart was currently suffering from the pain of such a strong difference. This was too heavy for an 11-year-old youth who took on the role of a leader. Then what's the reason? The other party has to have a reason to take back Letitia. It couldn't be that the other party suddenly said that they didn't want to take Letitia as a prize and then took her back. If the other party really spoke like a child, who knew how angry by Yasha, the leader of Thousand Yes, would be. The bestowment competition organized by the community was like a country holding a conference. Then, when all the other countries were present, the other party suddenly said that they were cancelling. Fortunately, the other contestants were from the lower levels of the box, or else the community they belonged to would definitely find trouble with this community. I heard from Lord White Yakshaw that someone from outside the box offered a high price to buy this blonde lowly. 16th Knights spread out his hands. What? Outside the box, Senior Letitia is a vampire. If she's sold outside the box, she won't be able to survive under the sun. Hey too stood up excitedly. Although the box was also the name of this world, in reality, the box was just a large city that covered almost the entire world. As long as there was an area with a curtain like a shed, it was the box. Since that was the case, the area that wasn't covered by the curtain was the area outside the box. Everyone knew that vampires were afraid of the sun. The vampires in the box world were also what normal people thought. Moreover, as a purebred vampire, Letitia was even more afraid of the sun. In short, if Letitia was sold outside the box, without the protection of the box's curtain, then Letitia would be doomed. If an analogy had to be made, Letitia outside the box, even if she didn't die, she would lose a layer of skin, and it would be the kind that would keep shedding. At that time, perhaps death would become a relief. Letitia silently pulled on Hey-Tu's arm, indicating for Hey-Tu to calm down. As expected, in the face of benefits, the other party directly chose to sacrifice the community's reputation. The leader of this community wouldn't be some rich second-generation character, right? Wu Ming ridiculed rather unhappily. Letitia, you actually already knew about this, right? Wu Ming looked at Letitia. I indeed knew before leaving that cage. Letitia seemed to have accepted her fate as she nodded expressionlessly. It was because Letitia knew that she was about to be sold that she sacrificed a seemingly large price in exchange for the right to temporarily move before leaving the box. It was all to see the result of no name. The people here weren't idiots. If she didn't pay a price, as an item, how could Letitia be allowed to move freely? It was also because Letitia knew that she was about to be sold that she didn't feel at ease with no name and wanted to test the newcomer. It was also because Letitia knew that she was about to be sold, and when she realized that Wu-ming was an extremely powerful existence, Letitia racked her brains to ask Wu-ming for help. It was also because Letitia knew that she was about to be sold, and when she misunderstood Wu-ming's words of using herself as the price, Letitia unhesitatingly prepared to give herself to Wu-ming. Everything was for this once home, a home that she would never see again. It could be said that Letitia was simply like an idiot. For this home, she practically gave up everything. However, a lot of people often liked this kind of idiot. Then, do you want to consider my proposal? Wu-ming very calmly looked at Letitia. Two pairs of red eyes looked at each other, just like when they first met. Chapter 588. However, Wu-ming's words confused everyone present. As the person involved, Letitia understood what Wu-ming meant. After all, Wu-ming had already told her what he meant. But even so, Letitia still shook her head helplessly. But, Master Villo, I'll be sold out of the box soon. Moreover, I've also lost my divinity. I really can't become the guardian of no name like you said. What? Senior Letitia, you've lost your divinity. After hearing Letitia's words, Black Rabbit was shocked and his hair slightly changed color. Yes, that's right. I used my divinity as the price in exchange for a period of time where I can move freely. After all, as an item, the only price that Letitia could pay was her most precious thing, her divinity, which was worth this price. And because of this, Letitia's strength was greatly reduced. Wu-ming estimated that Letitia's current strength was probably less than 1/10 of her original strength. Although Wu-ming still didn't understand the division of strength in the box, according to Wu-ming's estimation, Letitia's current strength had fallen to the bottom of the 5-digit range, close to the 6-digit range. Senior Letitia. Realizing the price that Letitia paid, Black Rabbit's eyes began to moisten and his voice began to choke. It had to be said that the price was a bit too high. However, Wu-ming still asked Letitia. Putting aside the current disadvantages, Letitia, let me ask you, do you accept my proposal? I accept. Letitia nodded. Although she didn't understand Wu-ming's meaning, she could only honestly say her true thoughts at this moment. Wu-ming smiled, and 16 knights who saw through Wu-ming's thoughts also smiled. Then everyone, let's go negotiate with the other party. Hey! Knight, 210-5380 Outer Gate, Thous, and Yes Branch. White Yakshaw used a paper fan to cover the lower half of his face and looked with interest at Wu-ming, 16 knights, Black Rabbit, and the leader of the community, Ren, sitting in front of him. It's really rare to visit at this time. Do you and No Name have something to ask of us? Although it was a question, White Yakshaw, who asked it in a declarative tone, undoubtedly knew the thoughts of No Name. Let's get straight to the point, White Yakshaw. Can you help us contact the leader of the community where Letitia is currently at? Wu-ming said bluntly. This made Ren tremble in fear. After all, the other party was the star spirit of Tai Yang and Bai Yi, the current ruler of the hierarchy, White Yakshaw. Shouldn't he be more polite when speaking? However, White Yakshaw was not a person who would stick to trifles. He did not mind Wu-ming's words. To be honest, I don't want to see the guy who violated the agreement and brought shame to Thous and Yes. From the looks of it, White Yakshaw also knew that the other party had cancelled the gift competition with Letitia as the prize. However, Wu-ming wasn't surprised by White Yakshaw's reaction. No matter what, the other party was still a community under the banner of Thous and Yes. Just the fact that they cancelled the gift competition because they wanted to take back the prize made Thous and Yes feel a lot of shame. After all, even if it was the other party's responsibility, the other party was still a community under the banner of Thous and Yes. It was also because of this that White Yakshaw had a disgusted expression. But since Black Rabbit is here, I'll kindly tell you. White Yakshaw stared at Black Rabbit's full chest and smiled slyly. This made Black Rabbit hug her chest uncomfortably. However, Wu-ming once again realized that finding White Yakshaw with Black Rabbit was as useful as getting a pass. I don't know when you found out about it. I found out this morning. White Yakshaw began to explain. The community that held the ownership of Letitia was called Perseus. It was a mid-level 5-digit community. The leader of the community was Luo's Perseus. According to White Yakshaw, he was a vulgar hedonist with a rough personality. Moreover, according to White Yakshaw, the other party had been coveting the aristocrats of the box court for a long time but never had the chance. Ahem, please get to the point, Lord White Yakshaw. Wu Ming coughed and slightly emphasized the word Lord. Ahem. In short, the other party's leader came to me today and said that he wanted to cancel the gift competition with Letitia. This made me angry for a while. It had to be said that White Yakshaw was really responsible. As a cadre of Thou's and Yes, White Yakshaw was furious that Perseus had damaged Thou's and Yes' reputation. However, White Yakshaw's anger was of no use. Perseus was willing to pay double the compensation and used some special methods to make the scheduled contestants give up the competition. Although these methods were indeed special, in a situation where it wasn't a gift competition and there was no evidence, even White Yakshaw, a leader of the hierarchy, couldn't do anything about it. The box court world was extremely free, but in some ways, it also had unparalleled restrictions. In this box court world, sometimes legal procedures were more useful than anything else. After all, the box court system was an invincible existence. In the box court world, one had to follow the box court game to live. This was set by all the gods and Buddhas who first created the box court. No one could change it. Breaking the contract and cancelling the gift competition only required the payment of the penalty and the agreement of the scheduled contestants. Of course, there was also the invisible damage to the community's reputation. But the other party didn't make any contact with us. Ren frowned. Although Wu Ming, 16 Knights, and the other two didn't join No Name when they signed up for the competition, even if No Name wasn't strong enough, they still had to try. Letitia was worried about No Name, and everyone in No Name was also worried about Letitia. Even if they knew they would fail, even if they weren't strong enough, No Name would definitely participate in this gift competition. Because in No Name's view, this wasn't a normal gift competition, but a battle to take back the only partner they had seen in 3 years. The reason why Black Rabbit summoned 16 knights and the others at this time was also to replenish their combat power. But in the end, who would have thought that the other party would cancel the gift competition without the consent of all the scheduled contestants? After hearing Ren's words, White Yakshaw had an "I knew it" expression. I thought so too. Let's not talk about the fact that it's impossible for Luos to contact you. Even if he did contact you and asked you to give up, you would never give up. Only when it came to their companions, No Name would never give up. But I think that Luos probably thought that No Name didn't need to be notified and made the decision on his own. Wu Ming said without thinking. But no one refuted this sentence. After all, although it was cruel, No Name without a name was indeed often looked down upon by other communities. Then, based on this point, White Yakshaw, can you let the other party come over for a discussion? 16 Knights asked. We're begging you, Lord White Yakshaw. Please help us. Black Rabbit also had a pleading attitude. Please. Ren also bowed to White Yakshaw. At this time, White Yakshaw smiled and revealed an expression that said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. We already guessed your request. When you first arrived here, we notified Luos. Now, he should be here. At this time, a frivolous man's voice entered everyone's ears. Oh, isn't this you too? It really felt like speaking of the devil. A young man with gold and black hair, a collar around his neck, and boots walked in. He looked like a rich second-generation young master. This guy should be Luos. Everyone looked at the rich second-generation young master who walked in and developed feelings of disgust. Even Wu Ming had to admit that this guy was an annoying existence. It was as if he had a taunting aura around him. As expected, there is you too, otherwise my meaningless journey would have been wasted, Luos said casually. He said it as if Black Rabbit was already in his bag. All right, Luos. Regarding the matter of you cancelling the gift competition without the consent of No Name, we have to start the discussion. Please show some of the temperament a leader should have. Huh? Discussion? What kind of joke are you making? If it wasn't for you two, why would I come here to discuss with a mere No Name? Luo's looked at Wu Ming and the others mockingly, then complained to White Yakshaw. However, he did not notice the coldness that flashed across Wu Ming's eyes. Chapter 589. Hey, you guys want that vampire, right? I'm very reasonable. Just give me Moon Rabbit in exchange. Luo's had an expression that said, I'm very tolerant, you guys better be sensible. Immediately after, Luo's looked at Black Rabbit with a lecherous expression. Please allow me to refuse. Black Rabbit covered her exposed skin with her hands and had an expression that said she would rather die than submit. You're really despicable. Black Rabbit is our no-name's exclusive bunny girl. No one else has the right to have her. 16 Knights had an expression of righteous indignation. That's right, Black Rabbit's no-name exclusive bunny. No. Wait a minute. Black Rabbit isn't a bunny girl. Black Rabbit, who had been abducted, repeated 16th Knight's words. Halfway through, it reacted and refuted 16th Knight. Mr. 16 Knights is a big idiot. As she spoke, Black Rabbit took out a paper fan and hit 16 Knight's head. However, Luo's was amused by this. Ha ha ha. I can only say that as expected of no name. If you guys act as comedians, I might reward the two of you. Luo's looked at Wu Ming and the others as if they were clowns. Then I really have to thank you. 16 Knights wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and responded. Enough fooling around. Wu Ming interrupted Luo's and 16 Knights. Mr. Luo's, right? I would like to ask, who wants to buy Letitia? If possible, please tell me the price. Wu Ming looked at Luo's with a serious and kind tone. That won't do. Luo's shrugged his shoulders with an arrogant and helpless look. I have to protect the privacy of my customers. How can I casually reveal my customers' information? However, the words protect the privacy of my customers did not appear on Luo's, who didn't keep his words. Instead, it was very ironic. However, from Wu Ming's point of view, Luo's said this on purpose. Oh, to put it simply, you think that no name is easy to bully, so you're deliberately making things difficult for us. Wu Ming said bluntly. Even so, Wu Ming's tone was still very kind. Coupled with this sentence, it gave people the feeling that he was admitting defeat. Mr. Villo. Runher and Black Rabbit looked at Wu Ming in surprise. Of course, they were not surprised by Wu Ming's cowardice, but by Wu Ming's straightforward words. After all, this discussion was only a discussion in name. Was it really appropriate to speak the truth so bluntly? Although this kind of feeling of admitting defeat was also quite disturbing. When Renhe Black Rabbit opened his mouth to speak, 16 Knights stretched out his hand and blocked Renhe Black Rabbit, indicating that the two should not speak. However, 16 Knights didn't admit defeat. He knew that Wu Ming already had a plan. Don't be fooled by 16 Knights and Law's happy conversation before, but the cold glint in 16 Knights' eyes proved his inner thoughts. Don't be fooled by rebellious 16 Knights' usual sloppy appearance. Rebellious 16 Knights had deep feelings for this new home of no name. Wu Ming once asked 16 Knights why he joined no name. I won't let go of the chance to fight with Lord Demon King. I'm someone who will be moved by the truth. That was what 16 Knights told Wu Ming at the time. Because it was exciting to fight with the Demon King, he was moved and joined no name. But from Wu Ming's point of view, rebellious 16 Knights joined no name not only because he could fight with the Demon King, but also because he was moved by the truth. For the sake of no name, Black Rabbit had been constantly running around for the past 3 years, trying his best to maintain no name. He even sold his body to White Yakshaw. Don't think too much. It was just that White Yakshaw said that if Black Rabbit wore the clothes she provided, Black Rabbit's reward as a referee would increase. Ren also took on the responsibility of a community leader at the age of 11, when he should have grown up under the protection of his parents, for the sake of no name. Rebellious 16 Knights also faced this feeling of being moved by the truth. Therefore, Rebellious 16 Knights was a faked sunder, cough cough. In short, if it involved the issue of companions, whoever dared to touch his companions, he would make that person pay the price, the kind that would be worse than death. On this point, Wu Ming was the same. Tilde, that's right, It's just no name. Even if you are the scheduled participants, I don't need to ask for your consent to cancel the gift competition, because you are really too insignificant. Luos said arrogantly, ignoring White Yaksha's impatient gaze. Pay attention to your words, kid. Even if no name is a community without a name, the other party is still a community. It's not reasonable for you to cancel the gift competition without the consent of all the communities. That's why I came to meet with no name to discuss. Luos acted like he had taken advantage of Ren Barchen. Didn't I say that as long as it's you two, no name will do without participating in the gift competition and directly get the prize? Then, Luos looked at Black Rabbit. And you two is an existence that is willing to sacrifice herself for others. Isn't this a very good suggestion? When Luos said this, Black Rabbit began to hesitate. Luos was right. You two had the nature of sacrificing herself for others. It could be seen from the fact that Black Rabbit had been constantly working for No Name for the past 3 years. Although No Name had once helped Black Rabbit, what was more important was the dedication of the U2 clan. Just as Luos looked at Black Rabbit lecherously and Black Rabbit began to hesitate, Wu-Ming suddenly opened his mouth. And it was a violent tone that was the complete opposite of the kind tone from before. It's about time to shut up, Lord Perseus' second-generation ancestor. Wu-Ming, who raised his voice by a few decibels, made Luos tremble and jump in fright. Ranher Black Rabbit was also shocked, but the focus of everyone's attention was not on Ranher Black Rabbit, but on Luos and Wu-Ming. When White Yaksha saw that Luos was frightened, he began to look at Luos as if he was a piece of trash. Feeling White Yaksha's gaze, Luos felt embarrassed. However, White Yaksha was an existence that he could not afford to offend, so he could only vent his anger on No Name who provoked him and could afford to provoke him. It's just No Name. Do you think you're the only ones with a loud voice? Luos shouted angrily. Aya, I'm sorry for being loud. I just didn't expect the leader of Perseus to be so cowardly. Wu-Ming apologized with a mocking expression. Wu-Ming's words and his mocking status made Luos angry. However, Luos smiled. I know, you're purposely provoking me so that I can continue with the gift competition. Then, Luos continued to speak arrogantly. I've already seen through your plan, No Name! But Wu-Ming also laughed. Are you really the descendant of that hero? You self-righteous idiot. Chapter 590. Ha! What do you mean? Luos frowned and looked at Wu-Ming. Although Luos was a rich second generation who only cared about eating, drinking and having fun, he was still very proud of his bloodline. Wu-Ming's words caused Luos's anger to increase by another notch. Isn't this very obvious? Wu-Ming purposely put on a very helpless face. Why would you think that if I angered you, I would let you continue with the bestowment competition? These two are completely unrelated. I'm just telling the truth. You were really shocked just now, weren't you? Wu-Ming's words made Luos unable to refute. He was indeed shocked. This point was seen by everyone present, including White Yaksha who had always looked down on Luos. Furthermore, my suspicions of whether you are the descendant of the hero Perseus were not wrong. Luos' community name was Perseus, which was Perseus, the hero who killed the snake-haired demon Medusa. Since he dared to use Perseus as his name, then the first leader of this community should be that hero. In the box courtyard world, it was common for heroes in myths and legends to come to the box courtyard. After many heroes completed their deeds, they would be summoned to the box courtyard. This was what Wu-Ming saw when he was reading the history books of the box courtyard in the underground library of No Name. After Perseus died, he ascended to the immortal constellation mountain. At the same time, he was summoned to the box courtyard and started his story again. This was considered the creation of the community Perseus. Therefore, every generation of leaders of Perseus was the direct descendant of Perseus. Therefore, Wu-Ming's suspicions towards Luos should not be suspected of Luos. But who asked Luos to be a rich second generation? He did not have the demeanor of his ancestor at all. I heard that Perseus is a 5-digit community, But you want to move to a 6-digit community. You are really a rich second generation who ruined your ancestors' business. Then, Wu Ming continued to taunt, or rather, insult. A spoiled brat like you who doesn't think about improving himself and only knows how to eat, drink, and play, I'm afraid you've already used up all the treasures left behind by Perseus. Wu Ming wasn't wrong. Perseus left behind many treasures for Perseus, but when it reached Luo's generation, other than the scythe sword, invisibility helmet, flying boots, and other incomparably important treasures of Perseus, the other treasures were basically consumed by Luos. How was it consumed? Of course, it was for Luos to enjoy himself. This was also why Luos wanted to move the Perseus from the 5-digit middle tier to the 6-digit lower tier. Because they no longer had the qualifications and strength to stay in the middle class. No Name is giving you face by participating in your gift competition. It's fine if you have a grateful look, but who are you trying to show your arrogance to? I have seen Perseus before. Although he also has an annoying look, compared to you, he's still far behind. Ignoring everyone's surprise at Wu Ming saying that he had seen Perseus before, Wu Ming acted as if he had discovered something. Ayaya, you see, I'm really rude. Doesn't this mean that you are really the descendant of the hero Perseus? That's great. At least you are not a bastard that came out of nowhere. Otherwise, I would really have to mourn for Perseus. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Wu Ming, who was considered steady among the problematic children of 16 knights, would be so special. However, Wu Ming didn't stop. But compared to this, isn't it more proof that you are the descendant of Perseus? You have ruined this bloodline. As expected, you have to be careful. I think you should directly move the community to 7 digits. Otherwise, you will be in trouble if you provoke someone you shouldn't. Oh right. Wu Ming acted as if he had good intentions. Our 210-5380 outer door is quite spacious. Do you want to squeeze in with us? Seeing that you are Perseus, we, No Name, will take care of you. Shut up. From the beginning when Wu Ming insulted Luos was already slightly angry. The more Wu Ming said, the angrier Luos became. In the end, the veins on his head popped out. With a roar, Luos took out his gift card and took out a sickle-shaped sword. He slashed down at Wu Ming's head. That should be the legendary weapon against immortality, the scythe sword Hop. Be careful. Ren and the Black Rabbit were shocked. As a god relic, it could already cause harm to White Yaksha. Naturally, this weapon could also cause harm to Wu Ming. However, 16 knights and White Yaksha were unfazed. Luos and the rest's indulgence had weakened his ability by a lot. One could say that if it weren't for Perseus' gift card, Luos would not have been able to stay in the 5 digits. He would have been pushed down to the 6 digits long ago. White Yaksha and 16 knights did not think that Luos could hurt Wu Ming. Both of them wanted to take the opportunity to see Wu Ming's ability. However, it was true that Luos could not hurt Wu Ming. It was just that both of them were surprised by Wu Ming's defense against Luo's attack. Both of them thought that Wu Ming might dodge or block Luo's attack. However, they never thought that Wu Ming would be able to control Luo's without moving his body at all. That was right. He was controlled. At that moment, Hop was less than a centimeter away from Wu Ming's head. One could say that if Wu Ming moved a little, Hop would slash him. However, Luo's body did not move at all at that moment. What's happening? What did you do? Luos said in a panic. Although his body could not move, Luos could still move his mouth. You bastard. What did you do to me? Luos was really panicking. After all, anyone who was controlled by such an inexplicable method would also be panicking. Hey. You're the descendant of a hero. Don't panic, all right? Wu Ming shrugged helplessly. Oh. Is this your telekinesis? I didn't expect it to reach such a level. White Yaksha opened his paper fan and smiled. It could only be said that White Yaksha was indeed the strongest star spirit. He could see the essence of Wu Ming's power at a glance. After all, I'm also a spirit. It's only natural that I have strong mental strength. Wu Ming smiled. What controlled Luo's was the telekinesis formed from pure mental strength. Wu Ming completely attached his telekinesis to Luo's body. As a result, the telekinesis that was many times stronger than Luo's had firmly locked him in place. It was as if he was frozen by an invisible ice block. Moreover, it was an ice block that was 10,000 years old. What? Telekinesis? How can such a weak power control me? Luo's roared angrily and began to struggle free from Wu Ming's telekinesis. However, it was useless. Luo's still couldn't move. He couldn't even tremble slightly. Luo's was completely suppressed by Wu Ming's telekinesis. Don't waste your energy. I even controlled the giant god to float in the sky for fun. You're just a spoiled brat who has been spoiled by eating, drinking, and having fun. How can you break free? Wu Ming mocked. Then, Wu Ming took Heffel from Luo's hand and examined it in his hand. It's indeed a good artifact. If I didn't already have Heffel, I'm afraid this would be mine. However, Black Rabbit couldn't help but complain. I feel that Mr. Villo is more mysterious than we thought. How can that be? I'm just a somewhat special spirit. Then, Wu Ming smiled. However, this smile was like a demon in Luo's eyes. Putting the scythe aside, Wu Ming snapped his fingers. In an instant, a piece of parchment appeared in Wu Ming's hand out of thin air. Then, under the witness of Lord White Yakshaw, the ruler of the hierarchy, Lord Luo's, please sign this document. Then, under Luo's horrified gaze, Luo's pressed his fingerprint on this unknown document. Chapter 591. After controlling Luo's like a marionette, Wu Ming removed his control over Luo's. You despicable bastard. Luo's was just about to explode in anger when a terrifying gaze locked onto him. Wu Ming's ruber-like pupils had turned into vertical slits. The pressure that was precisely controlled by Wu Ming pressed down on Luo's as though it was aimed at him. I just don't want to bully you too much. If you're not afraid of death, you can try. Or you can take out the star spirit on your neck. Wu Ming glanced at the necklace with a snake-haired banshee's head on Luo's neck and continued. The prerequisite is that you're prepared to die. At that moment, Luo's felt like he was looking at a terrifying giant dragon. Pure blood. Dragon species. Luo's body trembled as he muttered involuntarily. Hearing this, White Yakshaw squinted his eyes and looked at Wu Ming with interest. This made Wu Ming shrug his shoulders helplessly. Then, Wu Ming smiled at Luo's. All right, Master Luo's, you can return to your community. Of course, the Letitia gift competition will continue tomorrow. You know what I mean, right? Wu Ming smiled and waved the parchment with Luo's handprint in front of Luo's. Instantly, Luo's seemed to have thought of something and his face turned into the color of pig liver. In the end, Luo's left without saying a word. He left helplessly as if he was dead. When Luo's pressed his handprint, Wu Ming purposely slowed down to allow Luo's to see what was on the parchment. At that moment, Luo's fully understood what kind of existence he had provoked. He was completely done for. Speaking of which, what is the content of the document that Mr. Villo made Luo's sign? Black Rabbit asked excitedly. However, White Yakshaw, who was interested in Wu Ming's tricks, directly extended his hand. Quick, kid, let me take a look, White Yakshaw said as he instantly snatched the parchment from Wu Ming's hand. Everyone gathered around White Yakshaw and read the contents on the parchment together. Bestowed game name, ownership of Perseus contestant, Luo's Patheos contestant's winning condition, remain calm and not feel fear in the face of the host's coercion. Winning condition, the contestant cannot meet the winning condition. Oath, respecting the above content, based on the glory, flag, and authority of the organizer, this game of blessings will be held. Seal of Originate God. Arth, Ren He, Black Rabbit, and even White Yakshaw were all shocked. Their screams made Wu Ming and 16 knights, who were behind them, take a step back. What's wrong with you guys? Wu Ming scratched his ears and shook his head, which was shocked by the sound of surprise, with a helpless look on his face. Wei. Mr. Villo, is this the authority of the organizer? Black Rabbit looked excited. Wu Ming nodded honestly. It is the authority of the organizer. But why are you guys so excited? But, Mr. Villo, that is the highest authority that very few people can hold. Ren didn't know what to say. Even we are a little out of place. Speaking of which, when did thou obtain the authority of the organizer? White Yakshaw used a paper fan to cover the lower half of his face to hide his gaffe. I don't know the exact time. If I have to say, it should be before I came here, Wu Ming thought. Or rather, it was when he was at the no-name base. In no-name's base, I suddenly realized that I had gained a new ability. This ability allowed me to force people to participate in my bestowment competition. Wu Ming looked at everyone. If not for that, Wu Ming wouldn't have chosen to negotiate with Luos directly. In other words, Wu Ming had already decided that if the leader of Perseus was a decent person, then Wu Ming would try to negotiate with him on the issue of Letitia. And if the other party was an annoying fellow, then sorry, Wu Ming would deal with him directly. After the initial meeting and brief discussion with Luos, Wu Ming chose the latter. It could only be said that this second generation was too unlucky. Being arrogant and despotic for a long time made him forget his respect for the strong. Even in front of White Yakshaw, he was arrogant, not to mention the no-name that had no name and flag. However, no one had ever told him that even in no-name there were strong people. Omega, and this second generation just happened to bump into Wu Ming's gun. After speaking rudely to Wu Ming out of anger, Wu Ming used his coercion to target him. And ever since Luos pressed down his handprint, he had already begun his bestowment competition with Wu Ming. After developing a fear of Wu Ming, this guy's community Perseus no longer belonged to him, but to the victor, Wu Ming. This once again showed that Luos had lost his respect for the strong because of eating, drinking, and having fun for a long time. If he still knew respect, then he wouldn't have gotten angry at Wu Ming, who had the authority of the bestowment competition and was clearly a strong person. Wasn't that an act of seeking death? Wu Ming believed that anyone with a little bit of foresight wouldn't have done what Luos did. Instead, they would have faced Wu Ming in a more rational and kind way. After all, he was facing a hot-tempered guy like Luos. If it was someone else, Wu Ming wouldn't have put his courage to the test. However, even if Luos didn't get angry on the spot, Wu Ming wasn't afraid that he wouldn't fall for it because the document didn't have a time limit. In other words, it could continue until Luos became fearful. That was how word games were played. And through the authority of the bestowment competition, Wu Ming also saw the power of this authority. No wonder the Demon King was called a natural disaster. If Wu Ming carried out such a flawed bestowment competition with Perseus, then they definitely wouldn't have a chance of winning. Well, now that I think about it, if a strong person like you obtained the authority of the bestowment competition, then we wouldn't be so surprised. White Yakshaw smiled. Speaking of which, just now Luos mentioned a pure-blooded dragon species. Is Mr. Villo a pure-blooded dragon species? Black Rabbit asked excitedly. This made everyone focus their attention on Wu Ming. Other than 16 knights, everyone present knew about the existence of pure-blooded dragon species. Wu Ming's words were also seen in the underground library of no name. Even in the box court world with many strong people, there were also the existence of the three strongest races: star spirits, natural gods, and pure-blooded dragons. The highest-ranking star spirits of the ghost species, elves, and demons races, the god spirits of natural gods and Buddhas, the pinnacle of phantom beasts, and the pure-blooded dragon species that didn't have the tree of evolution. These three represented the three strongest races in the box court. Among them, the strongest could be said to be the star spirits. This was because the star spirits were the only existence that didn't have much relationship with humans. The other two races were more or less related to humans, and from a certain perspective, it was a fatal relationship. As an example of the star spirits, White Yakshaw was the best example. White Yakshaw was the star spirit of the sun and white night. The best explanation for natural god spirits was those gods that didn't evolve. A typical natural god spirit was in Greek mythology. Zeus and the others were basically natural gods. As for the pure-blooded dragon species, it was a little strange. The pure-blooded dragon species weren't born, but an existence that appeared out of thin air due to the sudden convergence of a powerful force. It was very suitable for the name fantasy species. Such an existence often looked like a dragon, so it was called the pure-blooded dragon species. The pure-blooded dragon species would only have pure-blooded descendants through single reproduction. Combining with a mutant species would only give birth to a subdragon. Wu Ming had the experience of his eyes turning into vertical pupils. Coupled with Luoz's words, everyone couldn't help but suspect Wu Ming's identity. Actually, if I have to say, I'm an existence that's stronger than those things. Wu Ming smiled. Chapter 592. After White Yakshaw heard Wu Ming's words, he showed a thoughtful expression. Hey, what does that mean? Black Rabbit was very confused by Wu Ming's ambiguous answer. Ren had the same expression as Black Rabbit. On the other hand, 16 Knights Reverse looked excited. Needless to say, this guy was definitely excited because Wu Ming was a powerhouse. Forget it, just treat him as a pure-blooded dragon. Wu Ming sighed. After all, it was not easy to explain the existence of Wu Ming's origin dragon, so it was better to treat him as a pure-blooded dragon. However, everyone was very dissatisfied with Wu Ming's perfunctory answer. Immediately, 16 Knights Reverse exploded. Don't worry about that, little brother. Come and fight with me first, 16 Knights Reverse said directly. Please allow me to refuse. Wu Ming looked at 16 Knights Reverse helplessly. TSK you really run away after getting an advantage, 16 Knights Reverse said unhappily. Although Wu Ming did not see any way that he got an advantage. Alright, it's getting late. Tomorrow is Letitia's gift competition. Let's go home and sleep early. With that, Wu Ming stood up. Home, here, Ren and Black Rabbit pondered. When they thought of Letitia returning to No Name tomorrow, the two of them could not help but smile. Then we won't send you off. White Yakshaw waved his hand casually. After that, everyone thanked Bai Yasha and left. After all, without White Yakshaw's care, Wu Ming would not have been able to meet Luoz so quickly and trick him. After Wu Ming and the others left, White Yakshaw was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to sit in the room. White Yakshaw looked at the parchment in his hand and muttered carefully. Originate God. The God of origin, then, White Yakshaw's mouth curled up. Oh Luoz, you really offended a terrifying guy who is no weaker than me. On the way back to No Name, Black Rabbit was in a good mood and skipped in front. Wu Ming, 16 Knights, and Ren walked at the back, but from their brisk footsteps, they seemed to be in a good mood. After all, he had achieved his goal. Speaking of which, why didn't Mr. Villo directly ask Luoz to release Letitia? Ren asked. After all, Perseus was now Wu Ming's possession, so why would he waste time and effort to hold a gift competition for Letitia? Wouldn't it be better to just transfer Letitia to No Name? That won't do, little guy, our No Name still needs to promote. 16th Knight held her head with both hands and said in a light tone. 16th Knights is right. Because of Letitia, our plan to use Guard to promote No Name was ruined. Ren, have you forgotten? With Wu Ming's reminder, Ren also remembered that their original purpose was to promote the freshman of No Name. In the end, because he was attracted by Letitia, Ren directly forgot about it. Sorry. Ren smiled embarrassedly. After all, Ren is only an 11-year-old child. With 16th Knights and I here, you can rest assured and train your ability as a leader. We will do everything well. Wu Ming patted Ren's little head. Thank you, Mr. Villo, Mr. 16th Knights. Ren said emotionally. Ren and 16th Knights smiled because of this. Then, 16th Knights seemed to have thought of something and laughed. But speaking of which, it's really interesting. Our plan was ruined because of the blonde lowly, and now we have to promote No Name through the blonde lowly. Indeed, because Letitia defeated Guard, the gift competition between Wu Ming and the others and Guard was cancelled. However, the communities that were enslaved by Guard were freed. Although they were also very grateful to No Name, they praised White Yakshaw's brilliance more. After all, it was White Yakshaw who directly intervened to punish Guard and forced the disbandment of Forsgoro. However, The promotion of No Name was done. However, because of Letitia's matter, Wu Ming directly used the gift competition to take over Perseus and let Perseus give up the deal with the unknown person and continue the competition with Letitia as the prize. As for whether No Name could win and win back Letitia, Wu Ming and 16th Knights smiled and didn't say anything. What a joke, the organizers were all on their side. With such convenient conditions, if they still couldn't win the gift competition, then No Name could disband. Of course, it didn't mean that they were going to cheat. Master Little Guy, tomorrow you will see the blonde lowly return to No Name. 16th Knights was ready to make a move. Then, 16th Knights looked at Wu Ming. You are not allowed to compete with me for the right to participate in this gift competition, little brother. Don't worry, I will definitely not compete with you. After all, with Wu Ming's secrets revealed one by one, Wu Ming could be said to be constantly whetting 16th Knight's appetite. Even 16th Knights had a temper. Although Wu Ming didn't have the slightest bit of guilt, he still let 16th Knights make a move this time. If I make you sick, then the gains will not make up for the losses. Wu Ming joked. Heh, at least you know what's good for you. 16th Knights and Wu Ming looked at each other and smiled. They reached out a hand, clenched it into a fist, and pressed it against each other. Sometimes, things like friendship were often the same as love. It could be love at first sight. In less than 2 days, Wu Ming and 16th Knights could be said to be friends. In other words, the 4 problem children who joined No Name could be said to be friends. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Sometimes, fate was such a wonderful thing. Right, Mr. Villo, you just took Mr. Luo's community into your pocket. Will you be treated as a demon king? Black Rabbit said worriedly. Ren also came to his senses. Mr. Villo, this is indeed a problem. However, Wu Ming shook his head. Although it seems like I used the organizer's authority very casually, Luo's voluntarily pressed his handprint. This isn't considered forcing him. Wu Ming smiled like a rascal. This made Ren he Black Rabbit a little confused. Indeed, the reason why the Demon King was called the Demon King was because he arbitrarily abused the organizer's authority. However, Wu Ming really didn't force Luo's. Luo's voluntarily pressed his handprint and agreed to participate in Wu Ming's gift competition. However, this voluntarily made Ren he Black Rabbit a little helpless. It was clearly you who forced him. As the leader of the hierarchy, White Yakshaw was a witness. Luo's could only accept it. 16th Knights helplessly smiled. All right, White Yakshaw was an accomplice. That was why Wu Ming thanked him. You can say that White Yakshaw is turning a blind eye. After all, Luo's is quite annoying to White Yakshaw. Wu Ming said as he walked. Forget it. As long as nothing happens. Ren's shoulders drooped. He had already given up. It was fine as long as he didn't cause any trouble. Gradually, the abandoned building of No Name appeared in front of everyone. Then, let's bring this good news to everyone. Chapter 593. In other words, Letitia's gift competition will be held as usual, right? Zhu Yuao crossed her arms and nodded unhappily. After Wu Ming and the others returned to No Name, they told Komoto Asuka and Kasuga Biao, who were guarding Letitia's side, about what happened. I'm not happy. Why is 16 Knights participating in tomorrow's gift competition? Why can't Yuao and I participate? Haru Buyao looked at everyone with an unhappy tone. That's right, Zhu Yuao and Haru Buyao were unhappy because Letitia's gift competition was given to 16 Knights instead of them. There's nothing we can do about it. Ladies, your gift competition was yesterday. 16 Knights reverse smiled. But that gift competition was cancelled because of Letitia. Zhu Yuao protested. I don't care. It's my turn anyway. 16 Knights smiled and shrugged. He was like a child, acting shamelessly. All right, everyone. This time, it's about who Letitia belongs to. I only let Letitia continue with the gift competition, but I didn't let him change the content. In other words, the content of the gift competition is still unknown. Let's just let 16 Knights participate. Wu Ming helplessly tried to persuade them. After all, even if it's a companion, I won't reveal the content of the gift competition. Wu Ming smiled as if it was a matter of course. This time, even Ju Yuao and Haru Buyao, these two problem children, didn't say anything. If the gift competition was about fighting, then the two of them would really be in trouble. After all, if they were to compare their combat power, the two of them wouldn't be as good as 16 knights. Haru Buyao, who had the life catalogue, was still okay. At the very least, it was a gift related to the body. However, Ju Yuao really couldn't do it. After all, her gift was only in the aspect of domination. Even though Ju Yuao completely controlled guard, that was only because guard was too weak. If she encountered a more powerful opponent, then her gift would be completely useless. Take Luo's as an example. No matter how useless Luo's was, no matter how much of a playboy he was still the descendant of Perseus. Wu Ming guessed, no, he was certain. If ancient flying bird used the grace of domination on Luo's, who had hero's blood flowing in his veins, then it would only last for a short while before Luo's forcefully broke it open. Wu Ming smiled when he saw Ju Fei's disappointed expression. How about this, flying bird? After Letitia returns to No Name, let's study your gift. My gift? Ju Yuanfei was stunned. That's right. Wu Ming nodded. After all, when White Yakshaw appraised the grace for us, he said that the grace of the three of you can be said to be the strongest human grace. When Wu Ming said this, everyone reacted. Although Ju Yuanfei's gift seemed to only be able to control one person, the existence that White Yakshaw called the strongest human grace wasn't that simple. Maybe your gift isn't just for controlling others, it might have other effects. Ju Yuanfei nodded with anticipation at Wu Ming's suggestion. Okay then, but after all, for the sake of Letitia's ownership, let's let 16 knights fight in tomorrow's gift competition. Ju Yuanfei nodded rather proudly and agreed. I'm sorry to trouble everyone. At this time, Letitia said rather guiltily. After all, everything this time was caused by Letitia. Although everyone didn't say anything and even enjoyed it, Letitia didn't take it for granted. On the contrary, Letitia, who was especially considerate of her companions, felt even more guilty. Letitia senpai. Black Rabbit looked at Letitia like this and suddenly had tears in her eyes. Then her ears were grabbed by Ju Yuanfei and Kasuga Hibiya. What are the two of you doing? Black Rabbit burst into tears. He covered his ears with tears and looked at the two of them. It's just Black Rabbit, don't make it so sad. Kasuga Hibiya said expressionlessly. You're a Hakata noble, you should be more elegant. Ju Yuanfei smiled. How about Hakata noble, shame? I think Hakata noble, laughter, how about that? You two problem children. Letitia looked at the problem children who were causing trouble again and couldn't help but smile. It was a very warm kind. Then, Letitia felt a hand on her head. So, you should accept your companion's help as a matter of course. Wu Ming rubbed Letitia's head while watching Black Rabbit being teased by Ju Yuanfei and Kasuga Hibiya. Vilo-sama. Letitia didn't know what to say anymore. And this is not without a price. If you accept my power, you will become my dependent and be the guardian of No Name for the rest of your life. Then, Wu Ming looked at Letitia. Are you prepared for this? Letitia's expression froze, and her eyes firmly met Wu Ming's eyes. Yes. Vilo-sama, Letitia is prepared. Wu Ming smiled. Then, go to sleep early, and return to No Name tomorrow. Okay. It was late at night, and the moon hung high in the sky, shining down on this lifeless land. The last light in No Name went out, and everyone fell asleep. The next day, everyone woke up early. Whether it was Ren, Black Rabbit, or the three problem children, they all finished their breakfast early and went to No Name's meeting room. Ju Yuanfei looked at the meeting room with no sign of the two, and was confused. Chem? Where did Vilo and Letitia go? Are they still lazing around in bed? Could it be that the two of them stayed up very late last night, and are too tired to get up? Haru Hiroyuki said with a blank expression. This made the very pure and innocent Black Rabbit instantly blush. This reminded her of the first time she saw Letitia yesterday, when Wu Ming and Letitia had intimate contact. How? How could that be? How could Vilo-sama and Letitia do that kind of thing together? Yaro-san, you should watch your words. Ah, I didn't say what kind of thing it was. Could it be that Black Rabbit really wanted to see that kind of thing? Haru Hiroyuki covered his mouth and showed a proud smile. Of course not. Black Rabbit didn't think that way. Black Rabbit blushed and refuted Haru Hiroyuki. I didn't expect Black Rabbit to be so impure. As expected of a Hakata noble, shameless. Ju Yuanfei also joked. You two problematic adults. Black Rabbit was crying from the two of them. 16th Night casually looked at this farce, and sat down and looked at Ren beside him. Then, did the two of them go to Perseus? Ren nodded. As expected of 16th Night, Mr. Vilo-sama and Letitia-sama really did go to Perseus. As he said this, Ren took out a piece of paper with Wu Ming's message written on it. There's no need to look. I just want to see if my guess is correct. As he said this, 16th Night casually walked to the window with his hands on his head. Then, 16th Night mischievously shouted at Ju Yuanfei and Haru Hiroyuki, who were still teasing Black Rabbit. Hey, it's almost time. I'm going to participate in the gift competition. However, Ju Yuanfei and Haru Hiroyuki instantly looked at 16th Night, and their eyes were red like ghosts. Don't even think about running away. That's right. Even if I can't participate in the gift competition, I must watch. Ha ha ha. Then, let's see if you can catch up to me, 16th Night said as he jumped out of the window. Mr. 16th Night. Ren and Black Rabbit were shocked, but they immediately reacted. 16th Night wasn't an ordinary person. Don't run. Ju Yuanfei and Haru Hiroyuki said as one ran out of the room and the other jumped out of the window. Wait, Miss Flying Bird, Miss Hiroyuki, as expected of the gift Moon Rabbit. Even if she was teased by the two, Black Rabbit would still worry about them. Then, Black Rabbit also ran out, leaving Ren alone. Everyone. Wait a minute. Chapter 594. On Wu Ming's side. At present, Wu Ming was not at the place where Perseus was hosting the gift competition. Instead, he was at a certain corner of World's End. However, Wu Ming had indeed sent Letitia back to Perseus. This time, however, Letitia was treated as a guest of honor. Last night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Wu Ming had quietly left No Name and made a trip to Perseus. Although Perseus was already Wu Ming's possession, Wu Ming was not like those arrogant people who could just sit back and relax. No matter what, Luos was still a descendant of Perseus. Who knows what kind of tricks Luos might play? After all, the gift competition was mostly a game of words. There were many loopholes to be found. Even though Perseus was essentially Wu Ming's private property, if some thief or robber were to loot Perseus, then Wu Ming would suffer a loss. However, it just so happened that Wu Ming had bumped into some thief who was trying to steal his property. This gave Wu Ming a pleasant surprise. This gave him a reason to properly teach Luos a lesson. After teaching Luos a lesson, Wu Ming made a trip to Perseus' storage room and stored all the treasures in Perseus into his dragonist. Wu Ming completely ignored the fact that Luos was unable to accept the fact that he had fainted. As Luos' loyal subordinates were about to take Luos away, Wu Ming casually removed the snake-haired banshee's collar from Luos' neck. The members of Perseus who were taught a lesson by Wu Ming dared not say anything. They could only bring Luos away from Wu Ming. After that, Wu Ming personally ordered and supervised the members of Perseus to set up the gift competition venue overnight. Ignoring the exhaustion of the members of Perseus, under Wu Ming's intense pressure, the previously abandoned gift competition venue was rebuilt overnight. Wu Ming nodded his head in satisfaction and then left. This allowed the members of Perseus to breathe a sigh of relief. However, when Wu Ming left Perseus, he left a huge crack in the ground beside Perseus. This caused the members of Perseus to suck in a breath of relief. After returning to No Name, Wu Ming rested until the sun was about to rise, when he woke up. It had to be said that Wu Ming's mental state was a special characteristic. Wu Ming had an incomparably powerful mental state. He did not need to sleep. However, it was just like 3 meals and snacks. Although Wu Ming did not need the normal 3 meals, he could still enjoy snacks. Wu Ming would not have the time to not rest. Coincidentally, Letitia had also woken up early because she was a little excited. However, this was also good. After all, Letitia was still an item of Perseus. Afterwards, Wu Ming brought Letitia to Perseus and allowed her to move around freely in Perseus as if she was the mistress of the place. This made Letitia a little dumbfounded. However, under Wu Ming's constant petting, Letitia obediently accepted. Although Perseus was not happy, because of Luoz's failure in the gift competition, the owner of Perseus was Wu Ming. Therefore, they had to listen to Wu Ming. Or they could choose to leave Perseus. However, this group of loyal officials chose to stay. It was said that it was because of Luoz's father. They had decided to serve Luoz for the rest of their lives. Wu Ming gave a ridiculing smile once more. If Luoz was slightly more ambitious, even if he could not reach 4 digits, at the very least, Perseus would not fall to 5 digits. After instructing the gift competition to start on time and instructing everyone to invite He Tu as the referee, Wu Ming left. Wu Ming believed that this matter concerned the ownership of Letitia. He Tu would surely take up the role of referee. After all, if someone were to cheat in this competition without Yu Tu as the referee and win, He Tu would have nowhere to cry. However, after leaving Perseus, Wu Ming did not immediately return to No Name. Instead, he went to Wu Ming's current location, World's End. Before leaving, Wu Ming went to look for Luoz and asked him about the person who wanted to buy Letitia. In the end, Luoz, who had been so arrogant earlier, answered Wu Ming's question. A pure-blooded dragon species, Luoz believed, was not to be messed with. Even so, the only answer Wu Ming received was that the other party was a young female in black. Other than that, there was nothing else. This caused Wu Ming to wonder if Luoz was playing with him. However, Luoz's old face trembled in fear as he assured Wu Ming that he was not biased. The other party's black cloak seems to have the effect of concealing one's face. I can only tell that it is a female. Those were Luoz's own words. However, there were many types of clothing that could conceal one's face. After that, Luoz was beaten up by Wu Ming. You only know how to eat, drink and have fun. Can't you do something useful? Wu Ming complained helplessly. Even so, Luoz was helpless. He only wanted to eat, drink and have fun. According to Luoz, the other party had suddenly come over and said that they wanted to buy Letitia using something that Luoz was satisfied with. If not for that, Luoz would not have suddenly cancelled the gift competition. However, the other party had maintained a sense of mystery and did not tell Luoz what they wanted to buy. In Wu Ming's opinion, the other party might be here to get a free meal. When the time for the transaction came, they would simply rape Letitia. After beating up Luoz again, Wu Ming asked if there was any meeting point. However, Luoz said that she would come over on her own when the time was right. That caused Wu Ming to feel displeased. Then, in order to avoid getting beaten up again, Luoz's mind raced as he recalled the other party's words. If there is anything urgent, just come to World's End. That was the reason why Wu Ming had come to World's End. However, the man in black who wanted to buy Letitia did not specify how to do so. He only said that he wanted to come to World's End. Thus, Wu Ming had no way of finding him. However, even if he could not find him, it would not matter. Wu Ming was simply displeased with how the other party was treating Letitia as an item. Thus, he wanted to see if he could find him and beat him up. Even if he could not find him, it would not matter. However, the heavens are always looking out for me. As he thought about that, Wu Ming turned to look at the man in black who had just emerged from the small forest. However, when Wu Ming sensed that the other party was emitting a powerful aura that seemed to be meant to intimidate him, he smiled. It would appear that he had caught a big fish. Is there something that Luoz wants to say? The man in black spoke up. His voice was that of a very sweet young girl. Add her petite figure to the equation, it was no wonder Luoz told him that she was a young female man in black. Next, Wu Ming smiled. Sir Luoz wants me to tell you that the transaction is off. Chapter 595. Reject. Facing Wu Ming's sudden rejection, the girl in black was clearly stunned. Perhaps in the girl's eyes, Luo's, this trash, would not reject. But now, the situation was out of her expectations. But this way, the girl in black also noticed that something was not right. From the intelligent girl's point of view, Luo's, this rich second generation, would not reject their deal. Then, there were two possibilities. Either Luo's was unable to continue the deal due to other matters, such as being threatened, or the man in front of her was lying to her. For example, the man in front of her was the one who threatened Luo's. To be able to represent Luo's in rejecting the deal, the man in front of her was definitely not as simple as he looked. All in all, this seemingly ordinary little spectre must have a lot to do with Luo's rejecting their deal. Thus, the slightly unhappy girl decided to make a move on the man in front of her to make up for her unhappiness. Just because he said he would cancel, what kind of people do you think we are? The girl in black said rudely to Wu Ming. The girl in black had already started, so she needed to pick a fight. But Wu Ming also wanted to have a good talk with the girl in front of him who was not simple. That's because Lord Luo's can't even protect himself, so he had no choice but to cancel the deal with you. Wu Ming was not angry at the girl's rudeness, but instead replied her with a light tone. Can't even protect himself? Wu Ming's words made the girl in black interested. But according to what I know, Perseus has been doing well recently, and is even preparing to migrate to 6 figures. This made Wu Ming smile. Oh, I didn't think that a rat like you who hides outside the box would have such a good way to gather information. Wu Ming smiled. However, the scoundrel in Wu Ming's words angered the black-clothed girl. A mere spectre dares to call His Highness a rat. The girl was completely angered by Wu Ming's insults. In an instant, the girl's figure disappeared. In the next second, the girl's figure appeared in front of Wu Ming. It looked like the girl was throwing herself at Wu Ming. But no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. The girl took out a small knife from under her black cloak and stabbed towards Wu Ming, who was very close to her. But Wu Ming did not care about the girl's attack. Instead, he was thinking about the girl's words. Listening to the girl's words, it seemed like this His Highness was her master. This was really interesting. Someone who could be addressed as Your Highness was definitely not a simple person. While Wu Ming was thinking, the girl's dagger's finger. Generally speaking, daggers shouldn't be effective against ghosts, but Wu Ming could tell that the girl's dagger wasn't an ordinary dagger. Although this dagger did not look like a divine artifact, there must be something special about it. At the very least, it could stab spirits. After all, Wu Ming did not think that this seemingly shrewd girl would do such an embarrassing thing. Indeed, just as Wu Ming had guessed, the girl's dagger could hurt beings like spirits. But in essence, such a dagger was just a special dagger that was mass-produced. It wasn't that precious. It was only because of the girl's fighting style that she used such a dagger. Then, the girl in black's dagger directly stabbed into Wu Ming's body. In the girl's opinion, the arrogant spectre in front of her did not have the chance to react and was killed by her. However, Wu Ming could not be stabbed to death by a slightly special dagger. Or rather, it could not even cause any damage to Wu Ming. If I'm really an ordinary spectre, maybe I can really go to hell. Ah! Hearing Wu Ming's tone that did not sound like he was weak after being stabbed, the girl in black was obviously shocked. The girl was sure that she had indeed stabbed the dagger into Wu Ming's body. Even if it was a spectre, after being hit by her attack, it should be dead. Then, the girl in black used the technique of getting close to Wu Ming again. In an instant, she and Wu Ming were separated by a considerable distance. She did not even want to stab the dagger into Wu Ming's body. It looked like a teleportation, but Wu Ming, who had a little experience in space, could tell that it was not teleportation. Is your technique controlling distance? Wu Ming asked casually. Who the hell are you? The girl in black was shocked. While she said vigilantly, the girl took out a dagger to defend herself. She already had the idea of retreating. After all, I'm not an ordinary spectre. Wu Ming calmly pulled out the dagger that was inserted into his body. After pulling out the dagger, only a hole was left on his clothes. Wu Ming's body did not have any major injuries. It could be said that he was unscathed. Playing with the dagger in his hand, Wu Ming looked at the girl in black. Compared to these unimportant matters, I'm more interested in your background, Miss Man in Black. Wu Ming smiled slightly, and then began to chant. Fear the one with wings. Evil people and powerful people are all afraid of me with wings. My wings will bring you curses. Evil people can't hit me. When Wu Ming was chanting, he released a trace of his aura, which made the black-clothed girl freeze. It was as if she had met an acquaintance. However, the girl also knew that what Wu Ming was chanting was not something good, so she quickly reacted. However, although Wu Ming seemed to be chanting slowly, his speed was actually very fast. By the time the girl in black reacted, Wu Ming had already finished chanting. In other words, the girl lost the chance to escape. In an instant, Wu Ming's entire person vanished. The next moment, as if it was ironic, Wu Ming's figure appeared in front of the girl in black just like how the girl approached Wu Ming. He tightly stuck to the girl's body as if he was throwing himself into her arms. Wu Ming also lifted the girl's black cloak while he was at it. What entered Wu Ming's eyes was a petite girl with long black hair wearing a sleeveless dress and a short jacket tied around her waist. I didn't expect the girl to look so good, Wu Ming said teasingly. But don't think too much about it. The reason why Wu Ming used the phoenix incarnation to stick to the girl's body was because Wu Ming wanted an eye for an eye. After all, no one would be happy to be stabbed in the back all of a sudden. This was also the reason why the girl did not move when Wu Ming was so close to her and was teased by Wu Ming. The girl was stabbed in the back by Wu Ming. Ooh! The girl covered her abdomen and staggered back 2 steps. However, just when the girl thought that she could rely on distance control to retreat, she found that her ability did not work. What's going on? My ability doesn't work. The temporary failure of her ability, coupled with the injury on her abdomen, made the girl cry out. Her legs went soft and she almost knelt on the ground. However, Wu Ming hugged the girl's body in time. Your ability is distance control, right? I have used a sealing technique to temporarily seal your ability. Seal. The girl was shocked. There were many silencing skills in Yggdrasil, World Tree, which were skills that existed to prevent the enemy from using their skills. Wu Ming naturally learned 1 or 2 of such a convenient skill. He was no longer constrained by the game system. The silencing skill he used had reached a duration of half an hour. In other words, if the girl only had the ability to control distance, then she was doomed today. Of course, it did not mean that Wu Ming's silencing skill could silence the opponent 100% of the time. It still depended on the strength of the enemy. Just like White Yakshaw, Wu Ming estimated that the silencing skill could only work for less than a second. However, for the girl who was smart, half an hour of silence was already good enough. Then, can you tell me who your master is? The girl who has become my captive. Chapter 596. Just like that, the girl's abdomen was bleeding while Wu Ming held her in his arms and questioned her in an unnegotiable tone. If the girl's wound was removed, this scene would look like a beautiful scene of a young boy and a young girl hugging each other. However, Wu Ming was not the kind of person who would be blinded by his enemy's lust, and the girl would not fall in love with a guy who stabbed her and questioned her at the moment. The result was that they could not come to an agreement. I won't say anything. Don't think of getting any information from me. The girl glared fiercely at Wu Ming. The girl had already admitted defeat. The reason why she was sent to negotiate with Luos was because she was smart and had the ability to retreat easily. If one had to say something, the girl was actually very weak. However, this way, Wu Ming could completely suspect whether there were companions who were secretly protecting her or communicating with her. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. I think you're not the only one around. There should be companions or something like that. At this moment, an object suddenly charged towards Wu Ming's position. However, Wu Ming did not panic in the face of this attack. For Wu Ming, who had already activated the Phoenix transformation and entered the Seraphic Speed world, such an attack was completely dodged. However, Wu Ming did not want to dodge. I am the strongest and the one who holds all victory in my hands. No matter if it's a human or a demon, I am the one who defeats all enemies. I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. Giant with supreme divine power, give me your assistance. In just a moment, Wu Ming deactivated the Phoenix transformation and activated the giant transformation. In an instant, a golden giant shadow appeared behind Wu Ming. However, the giant shadow exuded a powerful aura that would not make people think that the giant was really virtual. Following Wu Ming's consciousness, the giant raised its fist and swung it at the incoming object. Boom! With a loud boom, the giant's fist collided with the unknown object. The unknown object was like a baseball that was sent flying by Wu Ming's giant bat. However, the force of the collision created a strong storm that instantly spread to the surroundings. The storm swept through the surrounding forest. Trees that were very close to the epicenter of the storm were directly blown down. The surrounding trees were almost parallel to the ground. The wind swept Wu Ming, causing his clothes to flutter. However, Wu Ming himself remained motionless in the wind. On the other hand, the girl in Wu Ming's arms was almost blown away by this astonishing storm, and she even let out a pitiful cry. If it wasn't for Wu Ming's arm for the girl to hug, the girl would have already flown out. If the girl, who had temporarily lost her ability, was blown away, she would either die or be seriously injured. After all, the girl's body was not that strong. The storm slowly came to a stop, and Wu Ming saw the face of the thing that attacked him. It was a pitch-black griffin with some dragon characteristics. Just now, this griffin wanted to use its hard body to collide with Wu Ming, but it was hammered away by Wu Ming's giant form. The griffin stopped in the sky and shook its head that was hammered by Wu Ming's giant form. The griffin looked in the direction of Wu Ming and the girl, or rather, directly at Wu Ming. The griffin was not stupid. It could still see that the giant's shadow was controlled by Wu Ming. "Are you okay?" The girl, who had calmed down, asked the griffin in the sky worriedly. Wu Ming glanced at the girl. Her initial hesitation was obviously because she swallowed the griffin's name that was about to come out of her mouth. He had to admit that the girl's method was quite good. She really didn't give any information. "I'm fine." The griffin shook its head, then flew down and landed in front of Wu Ming not far away. "Your Excellency, I apologize on her behalf for her previous offensive behavior. There is no need for us to be enemies." The griffin began to negotiate with Wu Ming. However, the griffin's words made Wu Ming laugh. "Oh, you two are indeed in the same group. Even your actions are the same." The girl also made the first move. When she realized that she couldn't win, she was prepared to escape. In the end, she was captured by Wu Ming. The griffin also made the first move, but it was beaten back by Wu Ming's giant with a punch. Only then did they begin to negotiate. "If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I'm afraid that I would have died here today." Wu Ming mocked the girl and the griffin. It was really as Wu Ming had said. Their behavior was indeed somewhat immoral. The young girl's face blushed a little. However, the griffin was an existence that appeared to be more mature than the girl. It did not feel ashamed of Wu Ming's words. Even Boxland, which uses the gift competition as its main means of survival of the fittest, has to make do with the law of the jungle. Not to mention, this is World's End, which is no longer part of Boxland City, the griffin said calmly. Indeed, no matter where one was, in order to survive and negotiate with others, one needed strength. If Wu Ming was weak, then sorry, but Wu Ming was not qualified to negotiate with them. Thus, if Wu Ming was weak, then he would either die to the girl's dagger or die to the griffin and become its dinner. However, Wu Ming was very strong. He was so strong that he could capture the girl and beat back the griffin with a punch. With that, Wu Ming was qualified to negotiate with them. "You're right. I agree with what you said, so I can't blame you." Wu Ming shrugged. Wu Ming also believed in the principle of respecting the strong, which coincided with the griffins. However, when the griffin thought that it saw an opportunity to negotiate, Wu Ming's next move made it uneasy. "Be afraid of those with wings. Evil people and strong people are afraid of me with wings. My wings will bring you curses. Evil people can't hit me." Wu Ming chanted the language spirit at an extremely fast speed. The girl closest to Wu Ming heard this familiar language spirit and immediately shouted at the griffin. Be careful, this language spirit has an ability similar to mine. When the griffin heard this, it immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky. However, for Wu Ming, who had entered the state of lightning speed, the griffin's speed was too slow. In an instant, Wu Ming, who was carrying the girl, jumped fiercely, and Wu Ming disappeared along with the golden giant's shadow. Be careful. Suddenly, the griffin heard the girl's voice above its head. The griffin subconsciously raised its head and saw a huge golden fist. Boom! A dull sound came from the forest. It was a pity that the surrounding birds had either died or fled in the first round of the storm. Otherwise, they might be able to see a scene of birds flying together. Looking at the griffin pressed to the ground by the golden giant's shadow, Wu Ming smiled. Then, we can negotiate now. Chapter 597. The griffin was pressed to the ground by Wu Ming's golden giant shadow. No matter how hard the griffin flapped its wings, it couldn't get rid of the giant's suppression. This was because when Wu Ming used the giant's shadow to press down on the griffin, he also silenced it. However, the effect wasn't great because this griffin relied on its own physical strength. Don't waste your energy. I think negotiating with me is your only way, unless you have other companions with special abilities. Wu Ming smiled at the griffin under his feet. Although Wu Ming was in his spiritual form at this moment, his abilities were basically the same as his main body. In other words, Wu Ming could use multiple avatars. It could be said that if it weren't for Wu Ming wanting to have fun with the griffin, Wu Ming would have killed it with a sure kill. But after all, the main thing now was to gather information. Moreover, Wu Ming wasn't a demon who liked to kill, so he wouldn't directly end the griffin's life. You're a powerhouse. I have to admit that. However, the griffin didn't give in just because it was subdued. It just generously admitted that it was inferior to Road. I'm indeed no match for you. This time, it's my loss. Although Wu Ming liked tough guys like the griffin, it was still very annoying when the enemy didn't give in after being subdued. I don't hate guys like you, but if you lose, you have to admit it. I don't want to fight. Tell me honestly what information you have. With that, Wu Ming stretched out his hand and placed it on the girl's stomach. Wah! Stinky rogue, what are you doing? The girl in Wu Ming's hand instantly changed. She didn't care that her bleeding body hadn't stopped and desperately tried to stop the rogue in front of her from attacking her. Wu Ming sighed. Then, he half-curled his fist and pointed his index finger at the girl's head. Bang! Wah! The girl held her head in pain and kicked wildly in the air while shouting. Don't think too much. I just want to show my sincerity and treat you. After saying that, Wu Ming placed his hand on the girl's injured stomach. Then, Wu Ming suddenly pulled. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. The girl instantly moved her hand from her head to her stomach. Because Wu Ming had pulled out the dagger from her abdomen, the wound that had started to stop bleeding started to bleed profusely again. She was in so much pain that she felt like she was hovering between life and death, she thought. This caused the griffin under Wu Ming's feet, which was controlled by the golden giant's phantom, to frown. Its body, which had just stabilized, began to struggle again. I protest. This is blatant torture. The young girl looked at Wu Ming with tears in her eyes, looking as if she had been greatly wronged. Both the girl and the griffin began to suspect that Wu Ming was just bluffing when he said that he would treat her as a show of sincerity. This made Wu Ming feel rather helpless. He didn't know who started it first, but this was called reaping the consequences of one's own actions. Just treat it as a punishment. Ignoring the griffin's struggle and the girl's resistance, Wu Ming carried the girl with one hand and casually threw the dagger with the other. The dagger was firmly controlled in the air by Wu Ming's mental strength. Then, Wu Ming lifted the girl's head again, making the girl move her hand to her head. Wu Ming put his hand on the girl's bleeding stomach again. Then, the girl felt a warm current on her stomach. Wu Ming was using the life recovery magic to treat the girl. At the same time, the pain on her stomach was slowly disappearing, which made the girl feel as if she was soaking in a hot spring. Millimeter tilde tilde tilde. The result of this was naturally the girl making a strange sound. The girl quickly covered her mouth, blushing and not daring to look at Wu Ming. This made Wu Ming laugh. Is it that comfortable? Wu Ming looked at the girl teasingly. This made the girl's blushing face even redder. The griffin under Wu Ming's feet pretended not to see this. After seeing that Wu Ming was really treating the girl, it stopped struggling. All right, it shouldn't hurt anymore. Wu Ming removed his hand from the girl's stomach. Through the hole in her dress, the girl's smooth skin on her stomach was exposed. Thank you. The good upbringing made the girl blush as she thanked Wu Ming. But the girl forgot that it was the guy she thanked who stabbed her. Then, Wu Ming teased the girl back. The feeling on your stomach is not bad. Wu Ming's teasing made the girl realize that the guy in front of her was an enemy. She also remembered that she was injured because of this guy. But the girl forgot that the guy stabbed her because she stabbed him first, although she did not cause any damage. The girl stared at Wu Ming as if she was acting shamelessly and did not speak. And Wu Ming was not angry. Instead, he looked at the griffin under his feet. Kid, my name is Glaya Graves. Left with no choice, the griffin could only speak first. Elder G. After the griffin spoke, the girl shouted in surprise. It was as if she did not understand why the griffin would compromise. Elders make me feel more at ease, although I am still not satisfied with this. After all, Wu Ming would rather not know the name than no other information. Even if Elder Ge spoke, I will not tell you any information. For the sake of Her Highness, you should give up. The girl turned her head and no longer looked at Wu Ming. Not bad, young lady. Wu Ming had a whole new level of respect for the young lady's courage. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Ming turned the girl's face with his hand and smiled at her. What do you want to do? Looking at this extremely scary smile, the girl wanted to step back in horror, but she found that she was still in Wu Ming's hands. Suddenly, Glaya Graves spoke. Don't go too far, kid. Glaya raised his head slightly and looked at Wu Ming with sharp eyes. However, Wu Ming laughed. That's funny, Griffin. Wu Ming did not call the griffin by his name, but called him by his creature's name. Although I was indeed interested in you guys who wanted to buy Letitia, you guys made the first move from the beginning. I was just passively counterattacking. Then, Wu Ming closed his eyes and opened them again. His originally red pupils instantly turned into golden vertical pupils. Endless pressure emanated from Wu Ming's body. Or is it because my easygoing nature made you guys think that I'm easy to provoke? Do you have to wait until I'm serious before you guys tell me the truth? Sensing Wu Ming's terrifying aura, Glaya and the girl froze. You are. Glaya's reaction made Wu Ming narrow his eyes. This reaction was the same as the girl's reaction when she sensed his aura. In other words, these two people knew him. At the very least, they were familiar with his aura. This made Wu Ming laugh. In this case, these two people might have seen his original body, or their organization might have information about his original body. According to the worst-case scenario, Wu Ming's original body might have been stolen by them. At this moment, there was a riot in the surrounding forest. Rumble. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.